Chu Zhongtian bent over and approached the skeleton. He continued to observe the condition of the skeleton. He found that there were no injuries on the body of the skeleton. The skeleton seemed to be crawling, and there were some scratches on the ground. This meant that the skeleton in front of him might have starved to death when it was alive. He had starved to death. When this thought appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind, he couldn't help but shiver. When a martial artist breaks through to the qi refining stage, they will use spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish themselves. Their need for food will become less and less. When their cultivation base breaks through to the qi transforming period, after the spiritual power transformed into the vital spirit, not eating any food for 3 to 5 months would have no effect on them. This place belonged to the second floor of the Azura secret realm. Only body refining stage warriors could enter and exit this place freely. Even if they didn't have any food, as long as there were spirit stones and pills, body refining stage warriors could persist for 3 to 5 years. However, this skeleton in front of Chu Zhongtian was obviously starved to death here, no matter how one looked at it. This had to give Chu Zhongtian a frightening thought, and that was that there was no end to the cave in front of him. And this skeleton in front of him was starved to death after the spiritual power was used up. Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He thought of the rules of Azura secret realm. That was, every time the Azura secret realm was opened, it would only open for 10 days. After 10 days, as long as you didn't die in the secret realm, the power of the rules of secret realm would automatically send you out of the secret realm the moment the secret realm was closed. The skeleton in front of Chu Zhongtian had either died before the secret realm closed, or the tunnel in the cave could block out the rules of the secret realm, preventing the rules from affecting the cave. No matter what the situation was, it was extremely dangerous for Chu Zhongtian. If the cave could block the rules of secret realm, it could also stop Zhao Enjuan from using the supreme power to rescue him after the end of the secret realm. In the end, he used up all his spirit stones and spirit pills, and eventually died in this empty tunnel. The despair in Chu Zhongtian's heart made him lose the motivation to continue moving forward. At this time, he fell to the side of the skeleton, and the luminous pearl in his hand rolled to the side. To Chu Zhongtian, who had experienced death once, death wasn't scary, but he didn't want to die here like a wimp. He still had unfinished wishes that he hadn't resolved yet. Chu Zhongtian's empty eyes unconsciously swept back and forth, and finally stopped on a gray cloth bag at the waist of the corpse. Storage bag. The cloth bag at the waist of the corpse was too familiar to Chu Zhongtian. At this moment, there were at least 100 storage bag piled up in his storage ring finger, and many of them were mid-level storage bag. Chu Zhongtian subconsciously reached out his hand and picked up the storage bag. He subconsciously used his mind to communicate with the storage bag. After that, the items in the storage bag awakened his consciousness. His empty eyes were filled with color, and his desolate expression immediately became excited. This was because the storage bag placed at the waist of the skeleton was not what he had imagined at the beginning. The spirit stones and medicinal pills that were filled with spiritual qi had all been used up. At this time, dozens of large boxes were neatly arranged in a row inside the storage bag. Among them, there was a large box that had been opened, and a pile of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone pills were placed inside. Chu Zhongtian used his mind to communicate with all the wooden boxes inside the storage bag. He took out all of these wooden boxes and placed them in the passageway. Then, he picked up the night luminescent pearls that had fallen to the ground, and began opening them one by one. He counted the spirit stones in the boxes. After carefully checking them, Chu Zhongtian found that there were a total of 370,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stones in these boxes. The owner of the storage bag had such a large number of spirit stones. If he didn't use them to increase his cultivation base and only provided for his daily needs, he would be able to hold on for at least 8 to 10 years. This skeleton didn't look like it was starved to death as he had predicted. It had been destroyed by some unknown method. Faced with the endless passageway and the cruel situation of being starved, Chu Zhongtian would rather die in battle. Chu Zhongtian, who had regained his fighting spirit, put all the spirit stones in the passage into his storage bag. Then, he used the method he just used to go deeper into the cave. Perhaps it was because he was lucky, or perhaps it was because he had already reached the end of the cave. After using the spiritual power to wrap the luminous pearl 3 times, he could vaguely see a trace of light. This trace of light was different from the light emitted by the night pearl. He knew that he had probably reached the end of the cave. Putting away the 2 night pearls, Chu Zhongtian carefully approached the end of the cave. When he finally arrived at the source of the light, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The place where the light appeared was a blood lake with a diameter of several thousand meters. The reason Chu Zhongtian thought it was the blood lake was because the color of the lake was as red as blood. He could even smell the thick scent of blood in the air. Of course, the thing that attracted him the most was not the blood lake in front of him, but the sun that was shining like the sun above the blood lake. The sun that was emitting a dazzling light was as big as a football that he had played before he transmigrated. However, it could now float in midair without any external help. At the same time, it emitted a dazzling light. This made Chu Zhongtian very sure that the sun shining in the air was an extraordinary thing. What made him feel pity was that with his body refining stage cultivation base, he couldn't fly, nor could he get close to the floating sphere. Therefore, he turned his gaze to the blood lake below. Carefully approaching the blood lake, Chu Zhongtian first observed his surroundings. After discovering that there was no danger in his surroundings, he gradually walked to the side of the blood lake. Because the lake water in the blood lake was as turbid as blood, he could not see the situation at the bottom of the lake. He took out a pill bottle containing an upper-rank 9th grade Qi replenishing pill from his storage bag and poured out the remaining 3 Qi replenishing pill. Then, he used the pill bottle to store half a bottle of lake water. He placed the bottle into his nose and carefully sniffed it. He discovered that this blood-like lake water was very similar to the red liquid he had seen in the stone room at the end of the endless tunnel on the 2nd level of the Blood Demon secret realm. As for whether this blood-like lake water was really the red liquid in the stone room of Blood Demon secret realm, Chu Zhongtian decided to take the risk. In fact, taking the risk was also a helpless move, because he found that at the end of the cave, there was only the glowing sphere above Blood Lake and Blood Lake. Other than that, there were no other treasures here, and no exit passageway. Chu Zhongtian took a few steps back and avoided the strange blood lake. He held the natal spirit blade in his hand and ignited the defensive spirit tool. He poured out a drop of bright red lake water from the pill bottle. After much consideration, he finally put the lake water into his mouth. This drop of red lake water didn't need him to swallow at all. The lake water went straight through his esophagus into his body. When the red lake water entered his body, the purple blood in his blood vessels immediately erupted with a strong suction force, absorbing the red lake water that had just entered his body into his blood vessels. 3 seconds later, an extremely pure energy flowed out of his blood vessels. After the meridian absorbed it, it all entered the Dantian. After Chu Zhongtian entered the Azura secret realm, he had used the red gas to purify nearly 5% of the spiritual power. With the help of this trace of pure energy, the spiritual qi was purified by nearly 1%. The effect was about the same as absorbing the red gas for half an hour. When the pure energy completely merged into the Dantian, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. If it wasn't for the strange environment and the fact that he didn't know how to leave the cave, he might have jumped up in joy. A single drop of red lake water was able to purify nearly 1% of the spiritual power. The blood lake in front of him had a diameter of several thousand meters. The red lake water could help him purify the spiritual power tens of thousands of times. Since Chu Zhongtian could not find the exit to the cave for the time being, he gave up the idea of finding the exit for the time being. He chose to use the endless lake water in front of him to try and purify all the spiritual power in the Dantian. After his strength increased, he would consider how to find the exit. The energy produced by a single drop of the lake water could purify nearly 1% of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power, which also meant that the energy contained in this drop of lake water was extremely huge. In order to avoid any accidents during the conversion process, he only swallowed a small mouthful at a time, about a dozen drops of lake water. The energy produced after the dozens of drops of red lake water were purified by the purple blood directly caused the spiritual power in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian to drop by a large portion. Chu Zhongtian could feel the changes in the spiritual power within the Dantian. He was multitasking. He took out thousands of 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them according to the simplified version. He used the red lake water to continue purifying the spiritual power. At the same time, he absorbed enough spiritual qi to replenish the spiritual power that was constantly being consumed. An hour later, the last dozen or so drops of red lake water were swallowed into Chu Zhongtian's stomach, and they were converted into energy that could purify the spiritual power. The last bit of spiritual power in his Dantian had completely turned into the purest spiritual power. At the same time, as the spiritual power was completely purified, a strong aura rose from his body. It stirred up the surrounding soil, causing waves to form in the lake water. Chu Zhongtian retracted the energy that was unintentionally released from his body after the spiritual power was purified, and he let out a long sigh of relief. After his spiritual power was completely purified, his combat strength directly reached the 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period. If he used the saber technique that contained his strength and his trump card skill, his true strength could reach the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. No matter which stage the first emperor's strength was at, Chu Zhongtian had the confidence to face him. Originally, the increase in strength was a good thing for Chu Zhongtian, but after the spiritual power was purified, the sudden burst of energy almost made him break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. This made him worried for a long time. After all, before entering the Azura secret realm, Zhao Enjun had repeatedly warned him not to break through to the 10th level of body refinement in the Azura secret realm. Fortunately, with the help of his powerful mind state, he was able to completely suppress the violent spiritual power, so he didn't go against Zhao Enjun's warning and break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period ahead of time. Although the spiritual power in his Dantian had been completely purified by the energy from the blood lake, the number of spiritual power in his Dantian had been reduced by nearly half. However, because he had been absorbing the spiritual qi to transform it into spiritual power, the total number of spiritual power in his Dantian remained at 80%. Chu Zhongtian realized that the spiritual qi in the simplified version of the spirit gathering formation was enough to restore all of his spiritual power. He did not get up and leave. He sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering formation and continued to absorb the spiritual qi to recover the spiritual power he had consumed. Chu Zhongtian, who was absorbing the spiritual qi with all his strength, didn't notice that after all the spiritual power had been purified, the aura he unintentionally emitted stirred the lake water. Creatures that were swimming back and forth began to appear in the depths of the originally calm lake. These creatures rose along with the waves and gradually approached the surface of the lake. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to restore the spiritual power, a creature that was about 10 centimeters long and looked somewhat like a carp, but had an unusual appearance slowly emerged from the surface of the water. Its red gem-like eyes stared intently at Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to restore the spiritual power. It stared at Chu Zhongtian for more than 30 seconds before it suddenly left the lake water and turned into a red lightning, biting at him who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. When it was less than 1 meter away from Chu Zhongtian, a wave of energy restrained it. Whether it was Chu Zhongtian using the red lake water to purify the spiritual power or absorbing the spiritual qi to transform the spiritual power, he had at least half of his attention on the surroundings, constantly on guard. Although he did not notice the changes at the bottom of the lake at first, he had already noticed the strange-looking creature the moment it appeared on the surface of the lake. After that, he decisively reduced the absorption of the spiritual qi and secretly activated the spiritual power. It was also because he had made prior preparations that he was able to use the power of his force to restrain the strange creature when it attacked. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and carefully observed the strange creature in front of him. Just from its appearance alone, this strange creature seemed to be a carp from before he transmigrated. But its head was somewhat like a mouse, especially when 2 rows of sharp teeth protruded from its mouth, making it appear very fierce. 0. Chu Zhongtian strengthened the restraining force. He did not use the natal spirit blade, but instead took out an ordinary top grade 100 refined longsword from the storage ring's finger. He held the sword hilt in his hand and used the sharp tip of the sword to touch the strange creature. He discovered that there was no danger of corrosion on its body. He used the power of his force to slightly shorten it by 20 centimeters so that he could use the sword in his hand to perform a physiological examination on it. He was previously an expert at barbecuing, and fish was also a type of food that he often used, so he knew very well how to deal with this strange creature in front of him. He aimed the sharp tip of the sword at an inch below the fish's mouth and stabbed down with all his might. Although the sword in his hand was already a top-grade 100 refined longsword, which was sharp enough to cut through iron as if it were mud, it was very slow when facing a strange creature's body. The sharp tip of the sword only pierced through its skin, which made Chu Zhongtian sigh. Living creatures in strange environments were very strange. Although Chu Zhongtian had only managed to pierce through its skin with all his strength, he was not discouraged, because he had only used brute force and did not use the spiritual power. Therefore, he used 30% of the spiritual power in his dantian to stab at the sword once more. The power of the sword, which contained the spiritual power, increased by nearly 10 times. The tip of the sword directly pierced through the skin of the strange creature. The sharp tip of the sword borrowed the strength of Chu Zhongtian's wrist to cut open the strange creature's belly. When the strange creature's belly was cut open, Chu Zhongtian looked at the thing that flowed out of its belly and frowned, because the thing that came out of the strange creature was not an internal organ at all. Instead, it was lumps of stinky meat. Although the stinky meat made Chu Zhongtian feel very disgusted, he still forcefully suppressed the disgusting feeling and used his sword to cut open one of the pieces. When Chu Zhongtian saw what was inside the flesh, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy, because he found a human eye inside the meat, which meant that these strange creatures lived by eating human corpses. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt that something was wrong, because ever since he entered the cave, other than a skinny skeleton, he had never seen any warrior. Then where did the eye in the belly of this strange creature come from? Moreover, the eye in the meat was very fresh. It was obvious that it had just swallowed it. Could it be that it had eaten the corpses of martial practitioners that had been killed outside? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian felt that his speculation just now was likely to be true. After all, the Azura secret realm was usually completely isolated from the outside world. Only during the 10 days of opening every year would many experts from the southern domain enter the Azura secret realm to undergo cultivation. It was afraid that only at this time would fresh human corpses appear in the Azura secret realm. This guess made Chu Zhongtian's eyes gradually light up. Since this strange creature could devour the corpses of the warriors outside, it also meant that they could leave this place. This also meant that there was a passageway here that allowed him to leave the cave. Chu Zhongtian moved his spiritual hand to his palm and waved it gently. A strong force sent the strange creature, which had lost its imprisonment, flying away. Chu Zhongtian stood up. He began to measure the environment in front of him, but he still found nothing. His gaze finally stopped on the blood lake. Since there was no exit tunnel in the surroundings, the tunnel must be hidden at the bottom of the lake in Blood Lake. Chu Zhongtian looked at the murky blood lake and frowned, because he didn't know if the strange creature that appeared just now was the only one in Blood Lake. He also didn't know if the strange creature was the weakest or the strongest, so he didn't dare to enter the bottom of the lake. It seemed that he could only find a way to attract the attention of the creatures at the lake bottom. He hoped to absorb a few strange creatures of different sizes and strengths to determine the number and strength of the creatures at the bottom of the lake. The bloody blood lake could devour the corpses of human warriors. This meant that these strange creatures were carnivorous creatures, so they must have an instinctive impulse to eat flesh and blood. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian took a dozen steps back and returned to the location of the simplified spirit gathering formation. Then, he forced out a drop of essence blood, containing purple blood from his body, and used the spiritual power to scatter the essence blood. He scattered it within the range of his control. After that, he silently waited for his prey to take the bait. He didn't wait for long. 5 seconds later, a strange creature about 50 centimeters long rushed out of the water. Its shape and appearance were very similar to the first monster. Its ruby-like eyes stared at where he was standing. No. The strange creature that emerged from the surface of the lake was not staring at Chu Zhongtian. Instead, It was staring at the scattered essence blood that contained purple blood. It rushed out of the lake and towards where Chu Zhongtian was standing. Chu Zhongtian saw the strange creature that was about 50 centimeters long rushing towards him. He looked at it coldly. When it was 1 meter away from him, he used force to lock it in midair. He did not stop at all, and started to circulate the spiritual power in his sword. He cut open its belly. The thing that flowed out of its belly actually had human martial artist's hair. The second strange creature that had its belly cut open confirmed Chu Zhongtian's guess, and also gave him hope of leaving the cave. At the same time he withdrew his force. He used the long sword in his hand to throw the strange creature that was about 50 centimeters long to the side. After that, he continued to stand there and wait for the creature at the bottom of the lake to attack. 10 seconds later, a 90 centimeters long creature similar to the first and second strange creature rushed out of the lake. It also opened its bloody mouth and charged at Chu Zhongtian. He looked at the strange creature that was charging at him. He originally wanted to use the same method to confine this creature that was about 90 centimeters long. However, he discovered that one creature after another was jumping out from the bottom of the lake. The strange creatures that kept rushing out of the lake ranged from 20 centimeters to 2 meters in length. He roughly counted and found that there were more than 100 strange creatures rushing out of the lake. Although he could still use his force to restrain them, the range of his force was limited. It was unable to confine many large strange creatures. Helpless, he could only take out his natal spiritual power and use his basic saber technique to complement his force. He began to kill the strange creatures that were charging towards him. As a top-tier life spiritual power of the semi-spirit tool, there was no need to talk about how sharp it was. Even if he didn't use the spiritual power, he could still easily slaughter the strange creatures that were charging towards him. Therefore, he didn't use the sword method martial technique. He only used the basic saber technique to fight the enemies. When Chu Zhongtian used the basic saber technique, its power was no weaker than the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the peak stage. It did not matter whether it was a giant creature that was 2 meters long or a small creature that was 20 to 30 centimeters short. As long as they rushed into the range of the force, they would be instantly killed. After a short 3 minutes, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to use the movement technique to gradually shift the scene of the battle. Because the area covered by the force was filled with the corpses of the strange creatures that had been slaughtered, there was no more space for him to stand. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian left the scene with the movement technique. He had killed more than thousands of strange creatures, and the longest one was even 10 meters long. Within half an hour, not only did Chu Zhongtian continue to shift the battlefield, he even used the movement technique to dodge the strange creatures that were charging at him. The reason he dodged was not because he could not easily kill these creatures, but because his continuous attacks had consumed a lot of his energy. Chu Zhongtian looked at the strange creatures that kept rushing out of the lake. He had to think of a way to conserve his stamina. Otherwise, even if he had enough spiritual power, he would be forced to escape because he had used up too much of his stamina. This would be detrimental to his future cultivation. An hour later, more than 10,000 strange creatures had rushed out of the lake. The longest one among them was over 50 meters long, and his strength had also reached the body refining stage peak. Chu Zhongtian had only used less than 10% of his spiritual power, but he had used up nearly 70% of his physical strength. Helpless, he used the movement technique to temporarily increase the distance between him and the strange creatures. At the same time, he retracted the force that could control his surroundings. Chu Zhongtian stood where he was and activated nearly 80% of the spiritual power in his body. He focused it on his fist according to a special circulation method. He planned to use his other trump card. It was also the first technique of the 8 desolate combination fist, the Qi extermination fist. The Qi extermination fist that could destroy the void was definitely an ultimate skill that could kill a group of enemies. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian gathered all his strength, he wasn't in a hurry to unleash the Qi extermination fist. Instead, he waited until the creature that rushed out of the lake reached the peak. He threw out the Qi extermination fist that could shake the void. Chu Zhongtian had used the 8 layers of spiritual power to unleash the Qi extermination fist's power to a certain degree. Just by looking at the miserable scene in front of him, it was obvious how powerful it was. Not only did Chu Zhongtian use the Qi extermination fist to burn down 1/10 of the lake water, more than 10,000 strange creatures rushed out of the lake and turned into dust, disappearing into the void. Chu Zhongtian looked at the empty lake in front of him. He too was shocked speechless by the fist technique he just casted. If even the simplest and weakest skill of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists was so powerful, then how powerful would the second skill of the soul-extinguishing fist and the third skill of the god-extinguishing fist be? Chu Zhongtian was full of anticipation. Perhaps it was because the Qi extermination fist Chu Zhongtian casted just now was too powerful, causing those strange creatures that wanted to rush out of the lake without fear of death to temporarily stop their attacks. Chu Zhongtian had used up 80% of his spiritual power. Adding the 10% spiritual power he had used to kill those strange creatures, he only had 10% of the spiritual power left in his dantian. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian finished casting the Qi extermination fist, he took out 3 Qi replenishing pill and swallowed them. After that, he took out a 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and used the medicinal pills and spirit stones to quickly replenish the spiritual power that he had consumed. At the same time, the tip of the natal spirit blade in Chu Zhongtian's hand pushed against the ground. He also used the spirit blade support to restore his exhausted strength. Perhaps it was because the Qi extermination fist Chu Zhongtian just used was too powerful that the strange creatures in Blood Lake feared the power of the Qi extermination fist. For more than half an hour, not a single strange creature dared to rush out of Blood Lake. This gave him precious time to catch his breath. In half an hour, he had recovered nearly 70% of his strength and 50% of his spiritual power. At this time, he already had the ability to continue fighting. At this moment, the surface of the lake, which had been calm for more than half an hour, suddenly began to move. The water of the lake continued to rotate, eventually forming a vortex. Chu Zhongtian saw the vortex on the surface of the lake. He had personally witnessed the appearance of the Class 7 strange beast and crimson-eyed flood dragon at the border between the level 9 and level 8 beasts in the endless forest. Therefore, he knew that the true overlord of the Blood Lake was about to appear. Chu Zhongtian took out another Qi replenishing pill and swallowed it into his body. As the overlord of Blood Lake appeared, he recovered his spiritual power and physical strength while retreating dozens of meters, getting closer to the passageway he came from. Because he didn't know how strong the overlord of Blood Lake was, and whether its true grade was higher than Qi transforming period. If the overlord of Blood Lake's strength wasn't higher than the Qi transforming period, then it would only take him 1 or 2 seconds to reach the surface of the lake using the small completion stage advanced magic weapon. If the grade of the overlord of Blood Lake was higher than the Qi transforming period, it meant that it had broken the rules of the Azura secret realm. Its strength was not something he could deal with. Then, he had to retreat to the passageway temporarily and borrow the help of the pills and spirit. He needed to break through to the 10th level of body refinement, and he might even take the risk of breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat the overlord of Blood Lake, who was about to appear. He might even die here. The vortex that formed in Blood Lake spun for 3 minutes. After Chu Zhongtian recovered nearly 10% of his spiritual power with the help of the pills, the overlord of Blood Lake finally revealed himself. After seeing the true overlord on the surface of the lake, not only was Chu Zhongtian's face extremely gloomy, he also took a step back and completely retreated to the edge of the passageway. Because of the strange creature that had just appeared on the surface of the lake, half of its head was as big as half a tennis court. When its body completely left the surface of the lake, its body could be at least several hundred meters long. At the same time, through the energy emitted from the giant creature's body, Chu Zhongtian knew that its strength was not only above Qi transforming period, but also peak essence gathering stage. This made him not have the confidence to fight at all. He turned around and looked behind him. He realized that as long as he took another step back, he would be able to smoothly retreat into the tunnel. The fear he felt just now was temporarily relieved. After that, he had enough courage to look at the giant creature that kept revealing the surface of the lake. 10 meters. Looking at the giant creature that was 10 meters away from the surface of the lake, Chu Zhongtian found that not only did it not fully reveal its size, but it also could not see its ruby-like eyes. 20 meters. When the giant creature was 20 meters away from the surface of the lake, Chu Zhongtian could barely see its red eyes. 30 meters. When the giant creature was 30 meters away from the surface of the lake, its red eyes were completely separated from the surface of the lake, but it had yet to reveal its mouth that was as big as a basin. 50 meters. The giant creature was 50 meters away from the surface of the lake, and its bloody mouth was barely able to leave Blood Lake. This allowed Chu Zhongtian to clearly see its sharp teeth. 100 meters. The giant creature left the surface of the lake for 100 meters before finally leaving the Blood Lake. It appeared in the air as a whole. Chu Zhongtian looked at the giant creature in the air, which was almost 1,000 meters long. He was shocked, but at the same time he noticed a strange phenomenon. It was the giant strange creature that had completely left the lake. It was only 1 meter away from the sphere that was floating in the air and emitting a dazzling light. The overlord of Blood Lake that was completely separated from the Blood Lake was about 1,000 meters long and a few hundred meters tall. If he were to stand on the back of the overlord of Blood Lake right now, he would be able to touch the glowing sphere with his hand. The overlord of Blood Lake that had completely separated itself from the lake's surface saw the mountain of corpses and the endless powder formed by the corpses by the lake. It suddenly let out a furious roar towards the sky. The deafening roar formed waves of invisible sound waves. Not only did it shatter the mountain of corpses into powder, but it also made Chu Zhongtian, who was guarding at the edge of the passage, feel numb in his ears. The blood and qi in his body were boiling. Just the roar alone made the qi and blood in his body churn. He had already roughly deduced the true strength of the overlord of Blood Lake. He felt that it had probably reached the essence gathering stage peak stage, but it had yet to break through to the divine soul stage. This was because a peerless divine soul period stage warrior, besides having a stronger vital spirit, could also use the power of the divine soul to form an even more terrifying attack. Compared to the vital spirit, the attack of the power of the divine soul was much more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Regardless of whether the overlord of Blood Lake was a divine soul stage warrior or an essence gathering stage warrior, Chu Zhongtian knew that he was no match for it. In order to prevent him from suffering a serious injury and affecting his breakthrough after entering the tunnel, he turned around and planned to hide in the tunnel for the time being. At this moment, he was attracted by the screams coming from behind him. Turning his head, Chu Zhongtian found that the originally majestic overlord of Blood Lake had a half-meter long wound on its back that was emitting a dazzling light. There was blood flowing out from its wound like a stream, although he didn't know why the ball, which had been quietly hanging in midair all this while, had suddenly unleashed its power and injured the overlord of Blood Lake on its own accord. However, the changes that had happened now were extremely beneficial to him. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the passageway. On the contrary, he wanted to see how the sphere was going to deal with the overlord of Blood Lake's furious counterattack. As the overlord of Blood Lake, it had never suffered such serious injuries ever since its cultivation base had reached major completion. He furiously roared towards the sky while quickly retreating, so that he could see his opponent who was trying to harm him. However, the entire Blood Lake was like a deep pit without a roof. The surroundings were filled with incomparably hard red rocks. Its body was almost 1,000 meters long, but it was blocked by the thick rocks after retreating a few dozen meters. The wall behind the overlord of Blood Lake blocked its path of retreat. This made it roar angrily. Then, it waved its gigantic tail and fiercely slapped the red rock. This caused the entire Blood Lake to shake. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing at the entrance of the tunnel, broke out in cold sweat. Just how hard was the red rock in the Azura secret realm? When he entered the cave and found that he could not find the exit, he had already tested the hardness of the red rock. He used the natal spirit blade and used all his strength to unleash the strongest skill, saber technique. However, he could only leave a shallow cut on the red rock. But he never thought that the overlord of Blood Lake's brute force would be so strong. It could easily shatter the red rock with just the slap of its tail. Therefore, he was somewhat worried that the furious overlord of Blood Lake might destroy the Blood Lake and the caves, and bury him here. The strike of its huge tail did not shatter the red rock behind it. This made the overlord of Blood Lake extremely angry. This time, it used all of its strength, and the huge tail once again ruthlessly smashed towards the red rock behind it. With the overlord of Blood Lake's full strength slap, not only did it cause the entire cave to shake violently, but it also caused a long crack to appear on the smooth and hard wall. Countless amounts of powder scattered down from midair. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Zhongtian saw that the huge tail of the overlord of Blood Lake had created a crack that was several hundred meters long and half a meter deep. Chu Zhongtian knew that he could not wait any longer. If the cave was really destroyed by the overlord of Blood Lake, he wouldn't be able to live with his body refining stage cultivation base. The only chance he had left to live was to reach the bottom of the lake outside the cave. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the overlord of Blood Lake that was about to continue hitting the wall behind him. He gritted his teeth and finally decided to take the risk. Chu Zhongtian used the spiritual power in the Dantian to completely activate the defensive spirit tool's strongest defense. Then, he tightly shook the natal spirit blade in his hand and did not take the risk to break into the Blood Lake. Instead, he stared at the overlord of Blood Lake in midair. When the overlord of Blood Lake used its giant tail to hit the wall behind him for the third time, Chu Zhongtian used the advanced movement technique, which had broken through to the small completion stage. Like a flash of lightning, he instantly rushed into the Blood Lake. 1 second. This was the time Chu Zhongtian calculated based on the distance between him and the Blood Lake and the speed of the small completion stage advanced movement technique. The development of the matter was just as he had expected. Within 1 second, he had indeed rushed to the Blood Lake as he wished, and the overlord of Blood Lake in the sky didn't pay any attention to him. However, just as he was about to enter the Blood Lake, he unexpectedly discovered that the blood-like Blood Lake had completely frozen. It wasn't the Blood Lake that he had seen at the beginning. 0. Chu Zhongtian's body, which was in the air, was twisting in a manner that was completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. He readjusted his falling speed. At the same time, he controlled the spiritual power on his palm and slammed it down. With the help of the spiritual power's rebounding force, he finally landed on the edge of the Blood Lake. Just as he used the spiritual power's rebounding force to stand firmly on the side of the Blood Lake, the overlord of Blood Lake's huge tail slammed into the wall for the third time. The crack that was half a meter deep and about 100 meters long was directly shattered by the huge tail. The overlord of Blood Lake was finally able to retreat until it could see the glowing sphere. At the same time, what fell from the sky was no longer powder that had been shattered. Instead, it was pieces of rock. Chu Zhongtian saw a rock with a diameter of more than half a meter hit the Blood Lake fiercely. Not only did it not break the completely solidified Blood Lake, but it also smashed into the ground. This made him feel lucky that he changed direction ahead of time. He didn't take the risk to enter the bottom of the lake. Now that the lake water in Blood Lake had been completely frozen, it had blocked his only way out of the cave. Helpless, he could only wave the natal spirit blade and shatter the stones that were falling from the sky. As he returned, he planned to enter the tunnel for the time being. In midair, the overlord of Blood Lake saw that the one that injured it was actually the sphere that had lived with it for countless years and provided it with light as well as countless descendants. It was abnormally furious as it roared continuously at the sphere that was emitting a dazzling light, as if it was questioning why the sphere wanted to harm it. In the face of the overlord of Blood Lake's roar, the floating ball did not react at all. It continued to emit a dazzling light, as if it did not care about the overlord of Blood Lake at all. When the overlord of Blood Lake saw that the ball did not respond to its question, it was extremely angry. It roared and opened its bloody mouth, intending to directly swallow the ball. Chu Zhongtian saw that the overlord of Blood Lake was actually planning to swallow the ball. He was so scared that he quickly entered the tunnel. He took out the jade pendant hanging around his neck, ready to activate the energy inside the jade pendant at any time. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian activated the spiritual power in his legs. He was ready to use the movement technique to escape from this place after the energy in the jade pendant erupted. As for how to leave the cave after entering the tunnel, he had no time to think about it. The shape and size of the sphere that emitted a dazzling light was equivalent to a soccer ball. In front of the Overlord of Blood Lake's bloody mouth, it was almost equivalent to a grain of rice. Therefore, it was swallowed by the Overlord of Blood Lake without any accident. The entire Blood Lake instantly fell into darkness. Although Chu Zhongtian's vision was pitch black, he did not take the risk to take out the luminous pearl, because he was afraid that the light emitted by the night-luminescent pearl would attract the Overlord of Blood Lake's attention. 10 seconds passed. Chu Zhongtian, who was anxiously waiting in the darkness, suddenly heard the Overlord of Blood Lake's abnormally painful howl coming from above. Along with its howl, a faint light gradually appeared in his line of sight. As the Overlord of Blood Lake's scream became more and more painful, the ray of light that appeared in the void became brighter and brighter, and the entire Blood Lake's environment returned to Chu Zhongtian's line of sight. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked over. He was surprised to find that the sphere that was swallowed into the Overlord of Blood Lake's mouth did not change at all. It was still emitting a dazzling light. The Overlord of Blood Lake's mouth was filled with blood, and between its nose and mouth, there was a burn wound that was about 20 centimeters in diameter. Chu Zhongtian secretly nodded. He thought to himself, the ball that was emitting a dazzling light was like the sun that was providing light from the outside world. It had an extremely high temperature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to directly burn through the Overlord of Blood Lake's bloody mouth. The Overlord of Blood Lake, which had been injured by the sphere, wanted to roar towards the sky to vent its inner anger. However, just as it opened its mouth, it was forcefully suppressed by the pain brought by the wound in its mouth. As the Overlord who commanded tens of thousands of creatures in the Blood Lake, as a powerful creature whose strength had broken through the limit of the secret realm, it had never suffered such a huge loss. Therefore, it was extremely angry at this moment. However, the Overlord of Blood Lake thought of the extreme heat emitted by the sphere and the wound on its mouth. It did not dare to swallow the sphere into its body. Although the Overlord of Blood Lake couldn't devour the sphere, it had some intelligence, so it quickly thought of a way to deal with the sphere. Water could extinguish fire. The Blood Lake where the Overlord of Blood Lake resided had an endless amount of lake water. Wouldn't that be the natural enemy of an extremely high-temperature sphere? When the Overlord of Blood Lake thought of this, it immediately turned its body around and swung its huge tail, violently slapping the sphere. Perhaps it was because the Overlord of Blood Lake's strength was too great that the huge tail lost its aim, or perhaps the sphere had its own consciousness that could change the trajectory of its flight. The sphere that should have been directly slapped into the Blood Lake was not only not slapped into the Blood Lake, but also rushed towards Chu Zhongtian, who was standing in the passageway at a speed that surpassed time. The sphere was too fast, so Chu Zhongtian did not even have the time to use the trump card that Zhao Enjuan had left him. He was directly hit by the sphere. The powerful impact made Chu Zhongtian unable to control his body. His whole body was like being hit by a cannonball as he directly smashed towards the incomparably hard red rock behind him. Chu Zhongtian estimated the force of the impact and the impact of his attack on the red rock. He knew that even if he did not die, he would at least be seriously injured. Although he wanted to use the movement technique to slow down his speed, the ball in his arms made it impossible for him to control the spiritual power. He could only watch helplessly as his back smashed into the wall. When his body came into contact with the wall, the pain he imagined did not come. The incomparably hard red rock behind him seemed to have disappeared. It was as if he had passed through an invisible barrier and finally appeared outside the cave. Looking at the familiar disguise in front of him, Chu Zhongtian felt like he had a dream. He dreamt that he had entered a seemingly endless tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a glowing sphere, a strange creature that lived by devouring a martial artist's corpse, and an Overlord of Blood Lake that was nearly a kilometer in size. Chu Zhongtian shook his head vigorously, trying his best to wake himself up. He knew that his thoughts just now were too naive, because the experience just now was not a dream at all, but something that had truly happened. At least all the spiritual power in his dantian had already been purified. After Chu Zhongtian confirmed his thoughts, he suddenly thought of the dazzling sphere that had crashed into his chest. He quickly looked down and found that there was nothing in his arms. Something was not right. Chu Zhongtian clearly remembered, and he subconsciously hugged the ball. Why did the ball disappear after he passed through the invisible barrier? Did the ball fall into the tunnel when he passed through the invisible barrier? Other than that, what was even more unbelievable was that the clothes on his chest were completely intact. One had to know that the sphere that emitted a dazzling light had a high temperature that could burn through Overlord of Blood Lake. So how could his clothes be safe and sound? At this moment, the clothes he was wearing were the clothes that the four girls had rushed to make when he left Chu family. The material of the clothing itself was very ordinary. Under the high temperature, it was impossible for it to be undamaged. Chu Zhongtian could not figure it out. He could only look at the hole again. At this moment, he had an impulse to rush into the cave again. He wanted to rush to the blood lake and see if the glowing sphere still existed. Just as this thought arose in his mind, the entire mountain range suddenly began to shake. Along with the shaking of the mountain range, Chu Zhongtian vaguely heard the furious roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake. The roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake extinguished the thought that had just arisen in his mind. He quickly made a decision, and that was to turn around and leave the mountain peak. Just as he turned around and was about to use the movement technique to leave, a thin crack suddenly appeared on the mountain behind him. The roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake could clearly be heard from the crack. Chu Zhongtian unleashed the advanced movement technique, which had reached the small completion stage. After that, he rushed out of the mountain like a gust of wind. Chu Zhongtian casted the small completion stage advanced movement technique. Then he rushed out of the mountain like a gust of wind. However, just as he was about to rush out of the mountain, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because there were 9 disciples wearing the uniform of Demon Heart sect in front of him, and they were rushing over in a hurry. "Kid, what happened in the mountain range in front of us? Did a treasure appear? Why did you leave in such a hurry?" When he saw Chu Zhongtian rushing down from the mountain, a half-step Qi transforming period warrior who was standing in front of him asked fiercely, "You are courting death." Chu Zhongtian wasn't sure if the peak essence gathering stage Overlord of Blood Lake could break out of the cave. He was so worried that he didn't have the mood to pay attention to these people. Chu Zhongtian took out the Natal Spirit Blade. With the primary rank blade method and the advanced movement technique, he was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. He used the sun scorching, separating the heads of the strongest half-step Qi transforming period warrior and instantly killing him. After reaching out his hand, he used the snatch millet in the fire. The heart of the other half-step Qi transforming period warrior was pierced through, and he was instantly killed. Chu Zhongtian used the fire lightning. 3 10th level body refinement warriors' foreheads were pierced through, and they were all killed. After that, he used the single spark starts prairie fire, and the remaining 5 opponents were all killed. Chu Zhongtian quickly put away the storage bag hanging on their waists. He didn't have time to check what was inside the storage bag. He continued to use the advanced movement technique, which had reached the small completion stage, to escape the mountain range with all his might. After traveling at full speed for more than half an hour, he was at least a few hundred kilometers away from the mountain range. Then, he slowed down and finally stopped in front of a small hill. This hill was about 5 meters tall, and its diameter was more than 30 meters. Chu Zhongtian stood on the hill and could clearly see the situation around him. He had sufficient time to deal with any unexpected situations. Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed. He did not check the storage bag he had obtained after killing the disciples of Demon Heart sect. Instead, he used his mind to check the situation inside the Dantian. Because when he was killing the disciples of the Demon Heart sect, he felt something strange happening inside the Dantian. But because he was worried that the Overlord of Blood Lake would rush out of the cave, he didn't pay any attention to the strange phenomenon that was happening inside the Dantian. At this moment, time and environment allowed it. Furthermore, the unusual occurrence within the Dantian had aroused a suspicion in him. He suspected that the sphere that had crashed into his chest didn't fall into the cave tunnel. It was very likely that it had entered his body. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness followed the meridian and entered his body. Finally, it reached the Dantian. When Chu Zhongtian's consciousness saw the situation inside the Dantian, his face revealed shock and disbelief. Chu Zhongtian used the lake water in Blood Lake to purify the spiritual power. Not only did it increase the quality of his spiritual power, it even increased the Dantian's quality by 30%. At this time, the capacity of his Dantian was about the same as a water basin. It was already very impressive that the capacity of the Dantian was like a water basin. This was because when other martial artists' cultivation was at the 9th level of body refinement, the Dantian's capacity was at most the size of a cup. Even those geniuses with peerless talent could only hold a bowl at most. Only those geniuses who had reached the monster level could have such a large Dantian's capacity. However, this wasn't the source of Chu Zhongtian's shock and disbelief. What really shocked him was that the sphere floating above the Dantian was still emitting a dazzling light. The sphere that was originally the size of a soccer ball had shrunk to the size of a peach, and the light it was emitting had also shrunk by dozens of times. The sphere quietly floated above the Dantian, as if Chu Zhongtian's Dantian was a suitable place for it to stay. When Chu Zhongtian saw the ball floating above the Dantian, he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, because he suddenly remembered that the overlord of Blood Lake in the cave had been burnt by the high temperature of the ball after eating the ball. His mind quietly approached the ball. It was only after 3 whole minutes that his mind truly came into contact with the dazzling light of the sphere. When his consciousness came into contact with the light, the high temperature he had imagined did not appear. What appeared was a refreshing and gentle feeling. This refreshing and gentle feeling allowed him to borrow the power of his thoughts to leave his body, allowing him to break through to the first level of the Qi transforming period peak. In just 5 minutes, his Qi transforming period first grade peak mind state had broken through 2 minor stage in a row, and only stopped when he broke through to the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. After feeling the mind state's breakthrough and the changes in his own strength, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of wild joy. Because of the circulation of the Qi extermination fist's energy, his cultivation had almost broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. It was with the help of the first grade peak Qi transforming period mind state that he was able to barely suppress the changes in his cultivation base. Even so, he didn't dare to increase his cultivation base too much, in case he couldn't control the violent spiritual power in the Dantian, which would cause him to break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period in advance. Now, his mind state had broken through to the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. This would make it easier for him to control the spiritual power in the Dantian, so that when he continued to increase his strength, he wouldn't have to worry about the breakthrough in the mind state world. Forcibly suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Chu Zhongtian controlled his will to continue approaching the sphere. However, when he controlled his mind to approach the sphere, he unexpectedly discovered that his mind could only approach a centimeter of the sphere's light. After that, no matter how hard he tried to get closer, he could not get any closer to the sphere. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry. In the beginning, he was worried that the sphere would hurt him, so he only used 1/5 of his will. Since 1/5 of his mind power could not continue to get close to the ball, Chu Zhongtian took the risk to increase his mind power by half and continue to get closer to the ball. He increased his mind power by half and only got 1 centimeter closer. However, the deeper feeling of freshness and gentleness caused his mind state, which had just broken through to the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period, to increase once again. This time, he had increased by nearly 2 minor stage warriors. Only when his mind state reached the Qi transforming period 5th layer peak did it stop. As the mind state's cultivation base increased, Chu Zhongtian once again felt that his mind was blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing him from getting any closer to the sphere. Although his consciousness was blocked by the invisible barrier, the advancement of his mind state made him very happy. At the same time, after the second attempt, he had a guess in his heart. That was, as long as his mind penetrated deeper into the sphere, his mind state would increase by 2 minor stage. The light emitted by the sphere floating above the Dantian had reached 30 centimeters in length. According to the calculation of the 1 centimeter increase of 2 minor stage warriors, when his will truly touched the sphere, his mind state's cultivation base could be directly raised to the peak of the Divine Soul period. In the Azura secret realm, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on a hill, was deep in thought. Although he didn't know if the ball inside the dantian would bring him any harm, he felt that it was worth the risk just by relying on it to quickly increase his mind-state cultivation base. This was because a stage cultivation base only required sufficient comprehension and spiritual qi. It wasn't difficult for him to break through quickly. The only troublesome thing was to increase his mind-state cultivation base. If he wanted to improve the cultivation base of the mind-state, he would need to go through life experiences or rely on rare treasures and medicinal pills that could enhance the cultivation base of the mind-state. These two things were not easy to obtain for Chu Zhongtian. What Chu Zhongtian lacked the most right now was time. If he wanted to reach the level of being able to tear apart the void and travel in the universe within 50 years, or even 30 years, he would have to do his utmost to improve his cultivation and strength. During this process, the cultivation of the mind-state was a huge obstacle. Now that he had the sphere that could rapidly increase the cultivation base of the mind-state, he would be able to increase his strength to his heart's content. At least before his cultivation base broke through to the peak of the divine soul realm, he did not have to worry too much about the mind-state's cultivation bottleneck. Furthermore, after the Azura secret realm ended, he could ask Zhao Enjuan to help him check the origin of the sphere in his body, and whether its existence would harm him. The only thing that made Chu Zhongtian feel pity was the tens of thousands of level 9 and 8th grade blood crystal that he obtained from slaughtering the blood devil in the blood demon's secret realm, which could increase his cultivation base. It seemed like he only needed to leave behind a small portion of the blood crystal. This was to ensure that Zhang Xing would be able to fulfill his promise when he returned safely in the future. The remaining blood crystal would probably be used to exchange for large amounts of cultivation resources from the sect, as well as to increase the strength of the Chu family members. He had only used half of the power of his will just now. If he used all of his will, he could continue to deeply touch the light emitted by the sphere and continue to increase the cultivation level of the mind state. However, the cultivation of a Qi transforming period 5th layer peak mind state was enough for him to cultivate for a long period of time. Therefore, he didn't take the risk and continue to try. After withdrawing his will from the dantian, he began to consider his next journey. He had been in the Azura secret realm for more than 3 days. At this time, the sealed areas would be completely open. In other words, the experts of the southern domain who entered the Azura secret realm could freely enter this region, and the experts of the Demon Heart sect could also leave this region. When Zhao Enjuan arranged for him to enter the Azura secret realm, his goal was to continue improving his strength and potential without breaking through to the stage, so that he could fully display his talent when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Now, with the help of the lake water of the blood lake, all the spiritual power in his dantian had been purified. The sphere that he unexpectedly obtained allowed his mind state to advance to the Qi transforming period 5th layer peak. In other words, not only had he achieved his goal, he had also far exceeded his goal. Therefore, all he needed to do now was wait for the secret realm to close. Chu Zhongtian looked around and found that the place he was at had a wide range of vision. The blood-red energy was sufficient, so he didn't intend to continue venturing deeper into the secret realm. He didn't want to look for the disciples of the Demon Heart sect either. Instead, he decided to stay here and wait for the closing of the secret realm. Since he didn't know whether the Overlord of Blood Lake had rushed out of the cave or whether the experts of the Demon Heart sect would find this place, he took out some pills and spirit stones, and started to recover his spiritual power and physical strength, in order to deal with any possible changes that might occur. Half an hour later, with the help of the pills and spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian had completely recovered all of his spiritual power. His physical strength had recovered by 90%. At this time, he didn't have any threat from his opponent, so he didn't need to waste his essence blood pill to recover his physical strength. Therefore, he continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. Then, he took out a book from the storage ring's finger that recorded the characteristics of the wind, and continued to experience the characteristics of the wind. Because his small completion stage advanced movement technique had already reached the peak, he could break through to the great completion stage at any time. Therefore, he wanted to use this rare free time to break through to the movement technique in a short period of time. Wind represented freedom, because wind could roam freely in the sky. Wind represented freedom, because wind could freely travel anywhere in the world. Wind represented passion and boldness, because wind was not restricted by the laws of the world. The book in his hand contained very detailed and comprehensive records of the characteristics of wind. Through careful reading and experiencing, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that his understanding of the wind attribute was even deeper. The advanced movement technique was also improving. Half an hour passed. His advanced movement technique had reached a new level, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the great completion stage. 1 hour had passed. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the hill, suddenly felt a breeze around him. The breeze brought along the dust on the hill, causing him to slowly sink into the sand. One by one, 1 hour and 10 minutes passed. The cool breeze had turned into a strong wind, and the dust that was brought up had turned into dust. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's figure could no longer be seen. For 1 hour and 20 minutes passed. The wind had already turned into a tornado. The soil that was wrapped around the tornado made the tornado look like a huge gray dragon that was continuously climbing rocks. 1 hour and a half passed. The huge gray dragon that was trying its best to climb stopped instantly. 3 seconds later, the entire dragon suddenly exploded. Countless amounts of dust drifted down like snowflakes. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the hill, did not get up. His upper body only moved slightly, and he disappeared from the hill. After that, he appeared in an open space 30 meters away from the hill. Without any pause, Chu Zhongtian, who was originally in the open space, instantly disappeared and reappeared on the hill. He had only used less than half a second, which made Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the hill, look as if he had not moved at all. Spitting out a breath of impure air from his chest, Chu Zhongtian slowly opened his eyes. A trace of unconcealable joy flashed across his face. Although he knew very well that as the grade of the movement technique increased, every time he broke through a small stage, his speed would increase by at least 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. However, what he didn't expect was that after he broke through to the great completion stage, the speed of his advanced movement technique would increase by at least 8 times. As for the power of the advanced movement technique that increased his speed by 8 times, he wouldn't be able to experience it with his own experience. At this moment, he really missed the first emperor of the Demon Heart sect. If the first emperor was here, he could use the first emperor to test the speed of his movement technique after breaking through, and see if his speed after breaking through was at least 8 times as fast as he had estimated. Looking at the dust that filled the sky, Chu Zhongtian originally planned to get up and leave the hill to avoid the annoying dust for the time being. But at this moment, his super-strong sixth sense suddenly warned him that an enemy was rapidly approaching him. This made him stand up and look behind him. A minute later, a figure rapidly approached the hill. 30 seconds later, Chu Zhongtian vaguely saw a shadow rushing towards him. It was a disciple wearing the uniform of the Demon Heart sect. 10 seconds later, Chu Zhongtian was able to judge from the aura that was unintentionally emitted from this disciple's body that he was a half-step Qi transforming period, and his true strength was at the first-level Qi transforming period peak. Judging from his strength, Chu Zhongtian guessed that this expert who was rushing towards him was most likely a royal noble of the Demon Heart sect's 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 marquises. "Kid, who are you?" The Demon Heart sect expert who rushed to the hill saw that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was only at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. He asked with an unusually arrogant expression. When he saw the Demon Heart sect warrior who had just arrived in front of him, a look of excitement flashed across Chu Zhongtian's eyes. He had come at the perfect time. After Chu Zhongtian broke through to the great completion stage with the advanced movement technique, he had wanted to find someone to test his speed. Although the opponent in front of him wasn't a first sovereign, his strength was still at the first grade Qi transforming period peak. This could also allow him to roughly test the speed of a great completion stage advanced movement technique. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I was asking you?" Chu Zhongtian's silent response infuriated the expert of Demon Heart sect. His questioning tone was filled with killing intent. "Which noble are you?" Chu Zhongtian ignored the anger of this expert of Demon Heart sect. He was only interested in his identity. I am Iron Fist Duke from the One Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. You are not the young expert who specializes in hunting the disciples of the Demon Heart sect, are you? Iron Fist Duke asked with a solemn expression. Since half a day ago, this area had been completely unsealed. Many young experts from the southern domain had entered this area. Therefore, Iron Fist Duke initially thought that Chu Zhongtian was a young expert from the southern domain. However, the excitement in Chu Zhongtian's eyes just now, but it made Iron Fist Duke realize that he was able to guess his identity. The person who was filled with excitement was most likely the Demon Heart sect who had been tracking him for 2 days. After that, he had mistakenly entered this region. That's right. I am the one who killed Wind Marquis and Blood Marquis, as well as over 100 disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian didn't hide his identity. He frankly admitted what he had done. Chu Zhongtian's undisguised admission startled Iron Fist Duke. However, he still put on a strong front and threatened, "Kid, you dared to kill the disciples of Demon Heart sect because you are going against them. No one who goes against them will be able to leave Secret Realm alive. That means I am in danger now." Chu Zhongtian pretended to be scared and teased. "That's right. Meeting me is your misfortune, because you are going to die under my hands soon." With a proud expression on his face, Iron Fist Duke circulated the spiritual power in his dantian with all his might, looking like he was going to kill Chu Zhongtian. Seeing Iron Fist Duke's stance of about to attack, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to lower his guard, although with his strength it would be easy for him to kill Iron Fist Duke. However, everyone had a trump card that no one else knew about. In order to avoid falling into a trap, he needed to be on his guard. "Take this." After gathering all his energy, Iron Fist Duke unleashed the intermediate fist technique, which had reached the entry level. He rushed over with a powerful momentum. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to underestimate Iron Fist Duke's fist technique. He unleashed the Sun Scorching, which contained the power of the element, and welcomed the incoming Iron Fist. When the natal spirit blade met the Iron Fist, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt something was wrong. This was because an entry-level intermediate fist technique did not have a trace of the power of the fist technique. It was like an empty skill, but it did not have any power. Using the natal spirit blade in his hand to scatter the fist technique, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and saw that Iron Fist Duke, who was about to kill him, had turned around and fled. This caused him to be stunned on the spot. Iron Fist Duke saw that he had fooled Chu Zhongtian with just a simple move. While he was trying his best to escape, he couldn't help but feel delighted in his heart. The reason why he didn't fight Chu Zhongtian was because he knew his opponent's strength too well. This was because when the disciples of the Demon Heart sect were chasing after ordinary warriors, they had accidentally caught a 6th layer of the body refining period peak warrior. Back then, in order to survive, he had explained in detail the murderer of the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. In the One Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises, Iron Fist Duke's strength was ranked 12th. He was only slightly stronger than Rain Marquis, who specialized in leg techniques. He was much weaker than Wind Marquis and Blood Marquis. Wind Marquis and Blood Marquis were no match for Chu Zhongtian. He knew that he would lose, which was why he used his strategy to give him enough time to escape. Chu Zhongtian looked at the fleeing Iron Fist Duke. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, laughing at himself for being fooled. However, when Chu Zhongtian saw the fleeing Iron Fist Duke using the middle rank movement technique, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Chu Zhongtian coordinated with the advanced body movement technique that had broken through to the great completion stage. With a light step on his left leg, he appeared 30 meters away. With a light step on his right leg, he appeared 30 meters away. He gradually approached Iron Fist Duke. When Chu Zhongtian approached Iron Fist Duke, he also took the life-saving jade pendant Zhaoenjuan had left for him from his neck. When he first met Wind Marquis, he had used the underestimation of his opponent and his powerful strength to prevent his opponent from using any life-saving trump cards. When he faced Blood Marquis, he had also used the underestimation of his opponent to confine his opponent's thoughts and body, so that his opponent would not be able to use his trump card. However, the fact that Iron Fist Duke was able to deceive him indicated that he had a high chance of knowing his identity and strength. Therefore, it was very likely that he would use his trump card to save his life. The advanced movement technique, which had increased his speed by more than 8 times, allowed Chu Zhongtian to easily catch up to Iron Fist Duke, who was running away with all his might. However, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see if the place where Iron Fist Duke escaped to was the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian followed Iron Fist Duke for 5 minutes. He gradually realized that something was wrong. He recalled the strength of a peak essence gathering stage overlord of Blood Lake, and thought about how its descendants relied on the corpses of martial artists to survive. He didn't want to face it. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly obtained a sphere that could increase the cultivation of the mind state, and he didn't want to face the overlord of Blood Lake either. Therefore, he increased his speed and blocked Iron Fist Duke's path. Sun Scorching. Chu Zhongtian had used the advanced movement technique to cross Iron Fist Duke. In order to prevent Iron Fist Duke from using his trump card, a powerful energy fluctuation would alert an existence that shouldn't be alarmed. Chu Zhongtian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He used the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the peak stage, and combined it with the advanced movement technique. Before Iron Fist Duke could react, Chu Zhongtian had already chopped off his head. Chu Zhongtian looked at Iron Fist Duke, who had fallen to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a trace of joy rose in his heart. The fact that he was able to use the movement technique, which had broken through to the great completion stage, to prevent his opponent from using any life-saving trump cards while being on guard was enough to show how terrifying the movement technique was. After that, Chu Zhongtian took away the storage bag that was hanging on his waist. Without any delay, he left the mountain range. Just 30 seconds after he left, he suddenly felt a violent shaking in the second layer of the secret realm. Along with the shaking of the secret realm, it was a roar that made his scalp tingle. The familiar roar made Chu Zhongtian clearly realize that the peak essence gathering stage overlord of Blood Lake had finally left the cave and appeared on the second floor of the Azura secret realm. At this moment, the experts of the second level of the Azura secret realm were not thinking about how to kill each other. Instead, they were thinking of ways to avoid the overlord of Blood Lake that fed on the corpses of warriors. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about the spiritual power in the Dantian. He used the advanced movement technique with all his strength to get away from the mountain range, in case he was targeted by the overlord of Blood Lake. In fact, just as Chu Zhongtian was using the wind attribute secret scripture to enhance the movement technique, some of the experts from the Demon Heart sect rushed to the mountain range according to the vibration they felt. After discovering the 9 experts from the Demon Heart sect who were killed by Chu Zhongtian, these disciples of the Demon Heart sect sent out a signal to signal the true experts of the Demon Heart sect to gather in the mountain range. When Chu Zhongtian's movement technique broke through to the great completion stage, nearly half of the experts from the Demon Heart sect had gathered in front of the mountain range. Among them were the 2 kings and the 3 marquises from the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises. As for the first princes who were stronger, they didn't appear in front of the mountain range. The first time the mountain range shook was when the seal was lifted. The experts who felt the shaking of the mountain range were not only disciples of the Demon Heart sect, but also young experts from different powers in the southern domain. These young experts were gathered at the foot of the mountain range. All of them had excited expressions on their faces, and they were looking forward to seeing the shaking of the mountain range in front of them. In Azura's secret realm, there were no other living beings besides the human warriors who had entered the secret realm. However, this didn't mean that there were no other treasures in Azura's secret realm. According to the thousands of times that the Demon Heart sect explored and excavated the Azura secret realm, they found that there was a very special treasure in the Azura secret realm. This treasure could not only increase the potential of a warrior, but also the comprehension ability of a warrior. The treasures produced in the Azura secret realm were called Blood Core by the experts of the Demon Heart sect. This was because this treasure that could increase a warrior's potential and comprehension was similar to a spirit fruit's fruit core. However, its color was unusually bright red. Therefore, it was called the Blood Core by the experts of Demon Heart sect. Not only could the blood core increase a warrior's potential, it could also increase a warrior's perception. It was absolutely the most precious treasure in the Azura secret realm. Its value far exceeded the non-elemental essence blood rewarded by the secret realm. However, the number of blood core was very rare. The lower the level of the blood core, the fewer blood core appeared in the secret realm. According to the Demon Heart Sect's thousands of years of calculations, the number of blood core in the second level of the Azura secret realm was at most 18. Therefore, the reason why the experts of the Azura secret realm fought with all their might was not only to obtain the reward of the non-attributed essence blood before the secret realm closed, but also to reduce the number of opponents who fought for the blood core. No one knew where the blood core had appeared in the secret realm. Even the experts of the Demon Heart Sect, whose cultivation base was higher than the Divine Soul stage, couldn't accurately determine the location where the blood core had appeared. However, in the place where the unexpected event had occurred in the secret realm, this was also the reason why so many experts were attracted by the shaking of the mountain range. The goal of these people was the blood core that could increase their potential and comprehension. All junior brothers of Demon Heart Sect. Why hasn't senior brother Xian Huang come here? Among the numerous experts of Southern Domain who had rushed to the mountain range, there was a youth who wore a gorgeous robe and had an unusual temperament. This young man with an unruly temperament looked around at the disciples of Demon Heart Sect, but he didn't find the person he was looking forward to, so he asked with a warm attitude, "Junior brother Chu, senior disciple Xian Huang has something to deal with. He won't be here for the time being." Sword King replied with a dissatisfied tone. Although the young man with the surname Chu had a warm expression on his face, in terms of honorifics, he was obviously looking down on the disciples of the Demon Heart Sect. How could Sword King, who was ranked third and famous with his sword, be satisfied with this? Therefore, Sword King responded in an impolite tone. What a pity! When he heard Sword King say that Xian Huang wouldn't come, the young man with the surname Chu said with a regretful expression, "In one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises, Jade Marquis was the most handsome and had the most outstanding temperament." When he saw the young man with the surname Chu looking down on them, his expression immediately changed. He wanted to teach this young man a lesson. "Junior brother Yu, don't be impulsive." When he saw that Jade Marquis wanted to teach the young man with the surname Chu a lesson, Blood King, who was standing beside him, hastily stopped him. "Senior disciple Shui, what is the background of this man?" Seeing that it was Blood King who stopped him, Jade Marquis asked unwillingly. Although there was only a single word of difference between Blood King and Blood Marquis, their strength and style were completely different. Blood Marquis was a half-step Qi transforming period, and his strength had reached the first-grade Qi transforming period peak. Blood King was also a half-step Qi transforming period, but his strength was at the second layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Blood Marquis was a stubborn man, and he did things without any scruples. His methods were cruel and merciless, and he liked to torture his opponents. Blood King, on the other hand, had a calm temperament, and he followed the principles and ethics of his actions. When he attacked, he paid particular attention to killing with a single strike, and he did not seem like a disciple from a Demon Dao sect at all. At the same time, Blood King was quite easygoing. He had a good relationship with his fellow disciples, and he was deeply respected by many disciples of the Demon Heart Sect. According to his usual style of doing things, he should not have been called Blood King. However, because most of the Heart Sutras and martial skills he cultivated were related to blood, he was given the title of Blood King. Looking at the young man with the surname Chu who turned around and left, Blood King explained in a serious tone. "This man's surname is Chu, and his name is He. He came from the Chu family, one of the 9 major powers. Junior brother Yu, don't just look at his half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base. His true strength has already reached the 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period. I'm afraid only senior disciple Xian Huang and senior disciple Combat King are his match. Senior disciple Jian and I might not be his match. In front of the mountain range of Azura secret realm. Is he really that powerful?" Hearing that Blood King admitted that he was no match for Chu He, the unwillingness on Jade Marquis' face disappeared instantly. There was a trace of respect in his eyes when he looked at Chu He. As more and more experts arrived at the mountain range, the strength of the experts that appeared became stronger and stronger. Some of the young experts who were confident in their own strength began to take the risk of entering the mountain range to find out what had happened and the reason for the change, as well as the possible treasures that might appear in the mountain range. After someone took the lead and entered the mountain range, the remaining experts gradually relaxed their vigilance. In the beginning, they still entered the mountain range in an orderly manner. However, after more and more experts entered the mountain range, the people who stayed at the foot of the mountain range began to panic. Then, these young experts instantly unleashed their powerful strength and rushed into the mountain range. "Senior brother, should we enter the mountain range as well?" Jade Marquis, who wasn't a calm person, asked Blood King when he saw at least 1,000 people entering the mountain range. "We are not in a hurry." Blood King shook his head and said in a calm manner, "Senior brother, if we don't go in now, I'm afraid the treasures in the mountain range will be taken away by those people." Jade Marquis started to get anxious when he saw Blood King's calm attitude. "Junior brother, you, the strongest expert in the scene, hasn't been deployed yet. You and I don't have to worry." Blood King raised his chin slightly. He signaled Jade Marquis to look in Chu He's direction and explained in a calm tone. Although Jade Marquis also knew that Blood King did this for safety reasons, he was still unwilling to wait on the spot. "Not good. Not good. Not good." Just as Jade Marquis gave up on the idea of entering the mountain range, Sword King, Blood King, and Chu He, who were the strongest at the scene, simultaneously said, "Not good." After that, Chu He turned around and unleashed the advanced movement technique, which was a small completion stage skill. He instantly left the mountain range like a gust of wind. Sword King and Blood King, on the other hand, shouted at their fellow disciples, "There is an unexpected danger in the mountain range. Quickly spread out and leave this place for now." After Sword King reminded his fellow disciples, he turned into a sword beam and left the mountain range. Blood King reached out his hand and grabbed Jade Marquis, as well as another noble. They also quickly left the mountain range. Just as Blood King was about to leave the mountain range, a deafening roar came from the mountain range. The second layer of the secret realm was shaking violently. "What kind of monster is this? Help! Damn monster, go to hell! Senior brother, save me!" Along with the intense shaking of the secret realm, the sound of people crying for help, begging, and fighting could be heard from the mountain range. However, these sounds didn't last long. In just 3 minutes, the voices of the human warriors in the mountain range completely disappeared, followed by endless roars. 30 seconds later, a strange creature that was nearly 1,000 meters long appeared outside the mountain range. Its ruby-like eyes coldly glanced at the fleeing human martial practitioners. However, it didn't chase after these fleeing human experts. Instead, it observed its surroundings. At the same time, its nostrils kept sniffing the remnants of the smell. In the end, it suddenly raised its head and stared at the depths of secret realm with an exceptionally furious expression. After that, its body quickly rose into the sky and flew towards the depths of the secret realm. The second time the secret realm shook, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to temporarily slow down his speed to maintain his balance. When the deafening roar rang out, he immediately increased the power of the movement technique and flew away from the mountain range. He continued deeper into the secret realm. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to escape from the mountain range, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he had been targeted by a hunter. The feeling of being stared at made him feel like he was about to die. In the second level of Azura Secret Realm, the only thing that could pose a threat to his death was the Overlord of Blood Lake in the cave. Through the shaking of the secret realm and the familiar roar, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had been targeted by the Overlord of Blood Lake. Therefore, he had no choice but to continue increasing his speed and try his best to stay away from the mountain range. "Kid in front, stop right there. I have something to ask you." Just as Chu Zhongtian was trying his best to enter deeper into the secret realm, 5 half-step Qi transforming period warriors suddenly appeared in front of him. They were all wearing the same uniform. Through the uniform of these men, Chu Zhongtian knew that they weren't disciples of the Demon Heart sect. They were the experts of the southern domain who had entered this place after the seal was lifted. Therefore, although Chu Zhongtian was displeased by their obstruction, he didn't have the intention to kill them. With the help of the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique, he flashed past them and continued his journey into the depths of the secret realm. How dare you look down on me? It seems like you are tired of living. Seeing that not only did Chu Zhongtian not stop, but he also used the movement technique to avoid them, Xia Lo said angrily, "Chase him." After that, he ordered his powerful subordinates. "Yes, young master." When Chu Zhongtian saw the few men chasing after him furiously, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He had good intentions to avoid them in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, but he did not expect to be looked down upon by them. If it wasn't because Chu Zhongtian was facing the threat of the Overlord of Blood Lake, he would have stopped in his tracks and killed the few people that were chasing after him. Chu Zhongtian suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and continued to rush forward with all his might, because the super-strong sixth sense gave him more and more warnings. He had no choice but to use all the spiritual power in the Dantian to penetrate into his legs and continue to increase his speed. Just as Chu Zhongtian increased his speed once again, an extremely familiar roar suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a black dot rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. Sensing the Overlord of Blood Lake getting closer and closer, Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and finally decided to fight with his life on the line. His thoughts entered the Dantian and directly used the 1,000-year spirit milk that was temporarily imprisoned by Jiao Sijuan. He planned to use the 1,000-year spirit milk's energy to increase his speed. However, he did not immediately use the 1,000-year spirit milk. He wanted to see how the group of people behind him were going to deal with the Overlord of Blood Lake. Although he had used the movement technique speed to avoid those people, however, he could clearly see that there was a young man who was carrying a lot of energy treasures with him. He wanted to see how he was going to deal with the Overlord of Blood Lake. Xia Lo and the others, who were chasing Chu Zhongtian with all their might, heard the roar behind them and subconsciously slowed down. At the same time, they turned their heads and saw a black shadow flying towards them. When the black shadow was tens of thousands of meters away from them, Xia Lo found that the black shadow flying over was a monster that was almost 1,000 meters long and had an extremely ugly appearance. He could not help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this?" "Young master, the monster that attacked us is very strong. Quickly leave this place." The strongest expert among the group stared at the Overlord of Blood Lake that was attacking them at high speed, and warned him with an unusually serious expression. After that, he instructed the 3 people beside him, "Seventh cat, 8th cat, the 2 of you follow me to stop that monster. 9th cat, you are in charge of leaving this place with the young master." "Yes, 6th brother." Hearing the orders of the strongest warrior, the 3 half-step chi transforming period peak warriors responded in unison. Then they started to move. They were experts who had been specially trained. "6th cat, you don't have to worry. I have a life-saving trump card that my grandfather gave me. He is a mighty expert whose cultivation base is above the divine soul stage. With the trump card he left behind, we can deal with the crisis in front of us." 6th cat's reminder made Xia Lo realize the critical situation at the scene. However, he was not very worried, because he had a lot of trump cards that could save his life. This was also one of the reasons why he, as the young master of the Xia family's direct line of descent, dared to sneak into the Azura secret realm. "Young master, did you not understand the special rules of the Azura secret realm before entering the secret realm?" Looking at the strange creatures that were getting closer and hearing his stupid question, 6th cat couldn't help but roll his eyes and ask, "Is there any special rules in Azura's secret realm?" Xia Luo asked in confusion. When he secretly left his family for a vacation, he accidentally heard that Azura's secret realm was about to open. Furthermore, he heard that as long as he entered the secret realm to train, he would be able to gain a lot. He thought that he had many treasures to protect himself, which was why he secretly entered the Azura secret realm. "Young master, you can't use treasures that are more powerful than your stage in the Azura secret realm. Otherwise, the rules of the secret realm will suppress the treasures, making them useless. How could this be? After hearing Sixth Cat's explanation, Xia Lo's face instantly turned pale. If he couldn't use his life-saving trump card, then his strength would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step chi transforming period. The cruel reality was that he couldn't fight the monster that was about to attack him. Even if he could escape from this calamity, he would have to be on guard against the other experts of Southern Domain during the subsequent refinements. Ninth Cat, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring the young master away. Seeing that Xia Lo had already understood his situation, Sixth Cat, who was the strongest among them, scolded Ninth Cat harshly. Yes, Sixth Brother. Being scolded harshly by Sixth Cat, Ninth Cat shivered all over and immediately responded. After that, he brought Xia Lo along and chose the opposite direction of the monster that was quickly attacking from in the air. They tried their best to escape. The conversation between Xia Lo and Sixth Cat was a little loud, so Chu Zhongtian, who was not too far away from them and had extraordinary hearing, could hear them clearly. Sixth Cat's explanation made Chu Zhongtian clearly realize that in Azura's secret realm, apart from the fact that there was no limit to his strength, he couldn't use any treasure that was stronger than a body refining stage. In that case, the life-saving trump card Zhao Enjuan had given him wouldn't be able to be used either. Although Zhao Enjuan was very strong, the Azura secret realm, which had its own unique rules, was even stronger. With the power that he had kept in the Jade Pendant, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to break free from the restrictions of the secret realm. No wonder. He had killed over 100 disciples of the Demon Heart sect, and among them, there wasn't a lack of geniuses who had reached the first level of the Qi transforming period. However, before these people died, none of them used any life-saving trump cards. It seemed like they had already understood the rules of the Azura secret realm. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the overlord of Blood Lake that was getting closer and closer. He didn't have any ability to fight back. He could only hope that his trump card could be used. He hoped that Zhao Enjuan's supreme level strength would be able to break free from the restrictions of the Azura secret realm. The spiritual power ignited the Jade Pendant, and in an instant, it turned into a white gas. The white gas rose into the air and slowly condensed into Zhao Enjuan's form. Chu Zhongtian saw that he could still use his trump card to save his life. He looked at the white gas in the air, which condensed into Zhao Enjuan's body, and secretly cheered. With Zhao Enjuan's supreme level strength, even if he only had one energy left in the Jade Pendant, his strength had already reached the peak of the Divine Soul period. Using the strength of a peak of the Divine Soul period to deal with a peak essence gathering stage Overlord of Blood Lake was very easy. Chu, what kind of trouble have you run into? You actually used the trump card I left you. The white gas condensed into Zhao Enjuan's body, like a real Zhao Enjuan, full of confidence. Chu Zhongtian didn't say anything. He only slightly raised his chin and looked into the distance. As Zhao Enjuan was facing Chu Zhongtian, he didn't notice the Overlord of Blood Lake that was coming at him from behind. When he turned around, he saw that the opponent was a strange creature that had reached the peak essence gathering stage. His expression was full of disdain. He even turned his head around and said in a relaxed tone, "Chu, watch how I kill this beast with one strike." He slowly raised his left hand and opened his 5 fingers. The power of the divine sense combined with the power of the vital spirit and linked up the laws in the void. He planned to use the dragon binding rope that he was very proud of and often used to capture the Overlord of Blood Lake alive. 2. However, when he wanted to activate the divine soul vital spirit that was kept in the Jade Pendant, he unexpectedly discovered a special law in the void that limited the power that was kept in the Jade Pendant. Damn it! He was a supreme level existence. Although the Jade Pendant was only a remnant he casually left behind, after it transformed into his body, it was able to use the power of law he controlled. In other words, although the vital spirit and power of the divine soul inside the Jade Pendant were only at the peak of the divine soul period, he could still unleash a power that surpassed the divine soul stage. At this moment, facing the suppression from the body movement technique in Azura's secret realm, not only was he unable to use the power of law that his true body could control, He was also unable to use the divine soul and vital spirit in the jade pendant. Fortunately, the aura that Zhao Enjuan emitted when he fought with the Azura secret realm for the power of law was too powerful. This caused the Overlord of Blood Lake that was rushing over to feel extremely terrified. Not only did it stop flying, but it also turned around and fled. After a minute, Zhao Enjuan, who was trying his best to fight for the power of law with the Azura secret realm, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He slowly put down his left palm. After Zhao Enjuan scared away the Overlord of Blood Lake, Chu Zhongtian wanted to cheer loudly. However, when he saw Zhao Enjuan's serious expression and his gradually fading body, a bad feeling rose in his heart. In Azura secret realm, Zhao Enjuan, who was floating in the air, naturally noticed Chu Zhongtian's worried expression. He was a straightforward man, so he didn't hide the truth about himself. He explained the situation in detail. Chu, the life-saving jade pendant that I gave you contained very few vital spirit and power of the divine soul. It only has the strength of a peak of the divine soul period, which makes it impossible for me to use the power of law with my mind. Therefore, I am still not a match for the rules of the Azura secret realm. Master, what should I do next? Zhao Enjuan's honest confession made Chu Zhongtian realize his dangerous situation. The Azura secret realm had only been opened for less than 4 days, and there were only 6 days left before it closed. Without any life-saving means, how should he deal with the threat of a peak essence gathering stage overlord? Don't worry. I have a way to stall you until the secret realm closes. After saying that, Zhao Enjuan raised his head and looked in the direction where the Overlord of Blood Lake had fled. After that, he lowered his voice and reminded, when I was fighting with the Azura secret realm for control, I purposely revealed the aura of the power of law. I made that animal mistake me for being able to use the power of law, so it wouldn't dare to come and kill you for a short period of time. Master, can you tell me the exact number of days? Zhao Sijuan's explanation did not let Chu Zhongtian feel at ease, because he needed to know the exact number of days he had safe time. 1 day. The power of law's aura can only shock that livestock for 1 day. So you only have 1 day to use it to escape. Although Zhao Enjuan didn't want to disappoint Chu Zhongtian, he also didn't want Chu Zhongtian to lose his life because of this. So he told the truth. 1 day. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Zhao Enjuan had bought him 1 day to escape, although he was very disappointed, he did not blame the heavens. Chu Zhongtian's brain operated quickly. He began to think about how he should use this precious day's time to buy himself a chance to live. Zhao Enjuan could clearly see Chu Zhongtian's reaction. He was quite satisfied with this. Being fearless in the face of danger was a sign of a martial artist maturing, and it was also one of the key factors in whether he could become supreme expert in the future. Chu Zhongtian did not notice Zhao Enjuan's satisfied expression, or it could be said that he did not have the leisure to pay attention to it, because he was doing his best to think about how he should make use of a day's time. Although Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique speed was very fast, however, compared to the flying Overlord of Blood Lake, his speed was still too slow. Therefore, if he wanted to use his speed to avoid the Overlord of Blood Lake, it would be no different than seeking his own death. He only had the strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period and a 3rd layer of the chi transforming period. If he were to fight a peak essence gathering stage warrior, it would be no different than hitting a rock with an egg, seeking his own death. Since he couldn't use his speed to last until the moment when Secret Realm was in seclusion, and his own strength wasn't strong enough to fight against the Overlord of Blood Lake, would he be able to use his advantage in numbers? Every time the Azura Secret Realm opened, the number of warriors that entered the Secret Realm could reach tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. If Chu Zhongtian could gather all these warriors together, even if the Overlord of Blood Lake's strength was at the peak essence gathering stage, it wouldn't dare to act rashly when facing so many warriors. The only thing that made him feel more troubled was how to gather all the warriors that entered the Azura Secret Realm to fight the Overlord of Blood Lake together. Chu, since I have arranged for you to enter the Azura Secret Realm to undergo the refinement, of course I will be responsible for your safety. Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was frowning slightly. He knew that the countermeasure he had just thought of was not enough to deal with the peak essence gathering stage monster. So he directly told ____ the countermeasure he had thought of a long time ago. You have a way to deal with that monster. Zhao Enjuan's responsible words made Chu Zhongtian, who was considering how to gather all the experts in Secret Realm, raise his head and look at him with anticipation. Zhao Enjuan shook his head and did not immediately give the answer he was looking forward to. Instead, he began to introduce some secrets of Azura Secret Realm. Chu, the force of rule in Azura Secret Realm itself can limit the strength of all warriors below the Supreme. This point alone proves that it is extraordinary. How can such an extraordinary secret realm only have the reward of the non-attributed essence blood before the secret realm closes? Chu, actually the Azura Secret Realm is very similar to the Blood Demon Secret Realm. There are extraordinary treasures in the cruel environment. Chu, I'm sure you know that the Blood Demon Secret Realm has 3 treasures that can increase one's strength and cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian recalled something when he heard Zhao Enjuan's question. He told him about the 3 treasures that might appear in the Blood Demon Secret Realm. The first treasure in the Blood Demon Secret Realm is a red gem that can help the Vital Spirit tool level up on its own. The second treasure is a blood ginseng that can absorb the blood energy in the air and transform the non-elemental essence blood on its own. The third treasure is a blood essence fruit that can break through the stage. That's right. The 3 treasures in the Blood Demon Secret Realm were precisely these 3 treasures. There are also 3 treasures in the Azura Secret Realm. After that, Zhao Enjuan began to explain the origin and effects of the treasures in the Azura Secret Realm in detail. Following Zhao Enjuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian's originally clear eyes gradually lit up with a trace of desire. According to Zhao Enjuan, the value of the 3 treasures in the Azura Secret Realm far exceeded the value of the 3 treasures produced in the Blood Demon's Secret Realm. The first treasure in Azura Secret Realm was called Blood Essence. It was a treasure that could instantly restore a martial artist's essence, energy, and spirit. Its shape was similar to a crystal. The Demon Heart Sex Essence Blood Pill was actually created based on the blood essence. They had passed tens of thousands of experiments to refine the Essence Blood Pill. As the blood essence was borrowed from the rules of the Azura Secret Realm, it could only be used in the Azura Secret Realm. Once one left the Secret Realm, the Essence Blood Pill would turn into blood and lose its effect. The blood essence could be taken away from the Secret Realm. It could still rapidly replenish the spirit, energy, and spirit of martial artists outside the Secret Realm. Among the 3 treasures, Blood Essence was the one with the most number of treasures. There were at least hundreds of blood essence in second layer of the Secret Realm. So as long as he was lucky and worked hard to find them, he could basically get a few blood essence. The second treasure in the Azura Secret Realm was a fruit core that was similar to a spirit fruit. Because of its color being unusually red, it was called a blood core. The blood core was a top treasure that could increase one's potential and comprehension ability. According to the size and length of the blood core, the special energy contained within it was different. The effects it had on a martial artist's improvement were different. A 10-year-old blood core was only the size of a cherry core. It could increase a martial artist's own potential by 1/3, as well as one's comprehension ability by 11%. A 100-year-old blood core was the size of an apricot core. It could increase a martial artist's own potential by 1/4, as well as 1/3 of their own comprehension ability. A 1,000-year blood ___ was the size of a peach core. It could increase a martial artist's potential by 3 times, as well as double their comprehension ability. It was easy to increase a person's potential, but it was very difficult to increase a person's comprehension ability. There were many ways to increase one's potential in this world. There were many ways to increase one's potential, such as increasing cultivation talent, medicinal pills that increased one's potential, peak cultivation heart techniques, and martial skills. All of them could increase one's potential. However, increasing one's comprehension ability was extremely difficult. Apart from some extremely rare medicinal pills and some special environments that could increase the comprehension ability of martial artists, the rest were given to him by the heavens from the beginning. It could be said that the value of the blood core was 10 times or even 100 times higher than the blood essence. It was precisely because the blood core was too precious that the number of blood core in the Azura secret realm was extremely rare. According to what Zhao Enjuan said, the number of blood core was divided according to the rules of secret realm. There were only 9 blood core in the first level of Azura secret realm. 7 of them were 10 years old, 1 was 100 years old, and the other was 1,000 years old. There were only 18 blood core in the second level of the Azura secret realm. 10 of them were 10 years old, 7 were 100 years old, and 1 was 1,000 years old. There were only 36 blood core in the third layer of the Azura secret realm. 30 of them were 10 years old, 15 were 100 years old, and 1 was 1,000 years old. The fourth layer in the Azura secret realm would only have 72 blood core. 50 of them were 10 years old. 22 blood core were 100 years old. 1 blood core was 1,000 years old. No matter which level the secret realm was in, 1,000-year-old blood core would only appear once. Moreover, it would only appear on the day of seclusion in the secret realm. Therefore, the appearance of 1,000-year-old blood core represented the climax of the Azura secret realm's history of refinement. And it was also the year with the most casualties after the secret realm was opened. To Chu Zhongtian, he urgently needed a treasure that could increase his potential and comprehension ability. The reason why he had the strength to jump ranks and fight was largely due to his potential. It was precisely because every time he broke through to the minor stage, his potential would be raised to the limit. This allowed him to possess combat strength that surpassed his own by 4 to 5 minor stage. The reason why he was chosen by Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun from the Sect Lord Peak was mainly because of his amazing comprehension ability. Master, what's the third treasure? When Zhao Enjuan introduced the possible treasures in Azura's secret realm, he only introduced the blood essence and blood core in detail. He didn't mention anything about the third treasure, which made Chu Zhongtian even more eager to know what the third treasure was. The third treasure is a legendary treasure. In the thousands of years that the Azura secret realm had been opened, no one had ever encountered this treasure. Therefore, it is still unknown whether it really exists or not. Zhao Enjuan shook his head and did not explain the details of the third treasure. Zhao, if you continue to be like this, I will turn hostile. Seeing Zhao Enjuan pretending to be mysterious, Chu Zhongtian threatened with a displeased tone. Zhao Enjuan shook his head and could not help smiling bitterly. Actually, other than me, I'm afraid only some elders and sect leader in Demon Heart sect know about the third treasure in Azura's secret realm. 100 years ago, I was searching for a special treasure. He had once sneaked into the core area of the Demon Heart sect, the secret storage. In the secret storage, I found a turtle shell that was over 1,000,000 years old. On the turtle shell, there are 3 treasures that are related to the existence of the Azura secret realm. The third treasure is a sphere that has a shape similar to a ball, and is able to emit a dazzling light on its own. Master, what's the use of this treasure? Zhao Enjuan's explanation made Chu Zhongtian clench his fists. This was because the third treasure he was talking about, whether it was its shape or characteristics, was very similar to the sphere in his dantian. He was even sure that the sphere inside the dantian was the third treasure in Azura's secret realm. After some consideration, Zhao Enjuan tried his best to use words that Chu Zhongtian could understand and explain. According to the records of the turtle shell and my own inference, the treasure similar to the sphere should be the legendary power of law. Power of law, Chu Zhongtian repeated as if he did not understand. That's right. Power of law is a special rule. Only when one's cultivation has reached a certain level can one be in contact with and master this power of law. 0. Chu, did the secret book of the continent that I gave you previously record the position of supreme? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still did not understand what the power of law was, Zhao Enjuan could only use a simpler method to let him understand what the power of law was. That's right, the book records the strongest experts of 100 continents, and there are 18 of them supreme expert. Chu Zhongtian nodded and replied. Chu, there are 100 strongest people in the continent, and their stage is the same. Why are there only 18 people who are worthy of being called supreme expert? That's because they have mastered the power of law. Master, according to what you just said, those who have obtained the power of law from the Azura secret realm will definitely be able to master the power of law in the future. Chu Zhongtian swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. It's not just that. Chu Zhongtian's question made Zhao and Juan couldn't help but sigh. According to the records I saw on the turtle shell, the power of law in Azura secret realm belongs to the top spatial law in the world. Among all the laws, spatial law is ranked second. It is second only to the time law. If you can grasp spatial power of law, then there is no desperate situation in this world that can trap you. You will be able to freely tear apart the void and roam freely in the universe. At that time, no one will be able to catch up to you, and no one will be able to escape from your pursuit. You will definitely become the strongest expert in Eternal Continent. Master, the power of law in the Azura secret realm is similar to a sphere, and it can also emit a dazzling light. Does it have any other characteristics? Zhao and Juan's sigh just now made Chu Zhongtian suck in a breath of cold air. A trace of uncontrollable excitement rose in his heart. To Chu Zhongtian, mastering the spatial law and becoming the strongest expert in Eternal Continent was not enough to excite him. The reason why he was excited was because of what Zhao and Juan had just said. By mastering the spatial power of law, he would be able to tear apart the void and travel proudly in the galaxy. It had always been Chu Zhongtian's dream to tear apart the void and travel proudly in the galaxy, because as long as he had this ability, he would be able to return to Earth to visit his parents and fulfill one of his biggest wishes. The spatial power of law gives people a refreshing and gentle feeling. This feeling can quickly increase your mind state cultivation base. Zhao and Juan recalled for a while and introduced the characteristics of the power of law in detail. Master, has there been a supreme expert who has mastered the power of the space law in Eternal Continent? If Chu Zhongtian had the treasure of the power of law, he would definitely master it in the future. This was what Zhao and Juan mentioned just now. However, Chu Zhongtian understood one thing. He wouldn't get what he wanted so easily. He didn't know what spatial power of law was. He also didn't know how to master spatial power of law. He did not have 100% confidence that he could successfully master a spatial power of law in the future. Therefore, if Chu Zhongtian wanted to understand and master spatial power of law, he had to understand the principle of spatial power of law in advance, as well as the means to master spatial power of law. If he wanted to achieve what he wanted, he had to know if there was a supreme expert in this world who had mastered spatial power of law. As far as I know, no one in Eternal Continent has mastered spatial power of the space law until now. Zhao and Juan shook his head and said with slight regret. No one in the Eternal Continent had mastered the power of the space law, which made Chu Zhongtian slightly disappointed. However, Chu Zhongtian thought about it. If he had mastered the power of the space law, perhaps he could really become the strongest expert in Eternal Continent like what Zhao and Juan had said. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. He forcefully suppressed the wild joy in his heart, and at the same time, he secretly made a decision. He wanted to use the power of law as the core secret. Unless he had the ability to keep the secret, he would never tell anyone. Chu, I just told you that the 3 treasures that will appear in Azura's secret realm are not rashly thought of. But because the blood core in the 3 treasures is related to whether you can escape from that animal's pursuit. Chu Zhongtian's action of taking a deep breath didn't arouse Zhao and Juan's suspicion. He only thought that Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the reputation of the power of the space law, so he continued to speak according to his own thoughts. Master, please enlighten me. It was rare for Chu Zhongtian to respectfully greet him. The blood core of the 3 treasures was the key to avoiding the Overlord of Blood Lake's pursuit. This was out of Chu Zhongtian's expectation. In the deepest part of every level of Azura's secret realm, there is a floating snekflox in the sky. The snekflox is made up of countless red rocks of various sizes. The big rocks are as big as a mountain peak. The small rocks are only as big as sand. Moreover, these red rocks are not completely fixed there. They are constantly changing. Chu, your comprehension ability is amazing. You even know a little about the formation. The unstable snekflox is not only an advantageous environment for you to avoid being hunted by monsters, it is also an opportunity for you to obtain a large amount of blood core and blood essence. Master, I'm afraid that the snekflox that can produce blood essence and blood core isn't as simple as you said just now. Zhao Enjuan's words didn't make Chu Zhongtian wild with joy, nor did it make his head heat up. He still calmly looked at this matter. Of course, everything in the world follows the principle of coexistence of advantages and disadvantages. As the exclusive property of the Demon Heart sect, the snekflox was not a secret in their eyes. The true experts of the Demon Heart sect will know about this secret realm before they enter the secret realm. I don't belong to the Demon Heart sect, but I know about the existence of the snekflox. The other major powers also know about the existence of the snekflox. Therefore, you will have to face the challenges of countless top experts in the southern domain. Chu Zhongtian calmly looked at the snekflox that he had just mentioned. Zhao Enjuan was very satisfied with his performance. In his heart, he was even more looking forward to seeing his glorious performance in the snekflox. Continue, Chu Zhongtian indicated. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, Zhao Enjuan's explanation was not the real reason why snekflox was in danger. The reason he arranged for him to enter Azura's secret realm was to fight with the top experts of Southern Domain. He hoped that they could help him improve his strength, so their existence couldn't explain why the snekflox had become his fortune. Chu Zhongtian was able to quickly think of the crux of the problem. Zhao Enjuan was very satisfied. He continued to explain with a gratified expression. Azura's secret realm is not what ordinary people know. In the secret realm, other than the warriors who have gone through tough training, there are creatures unique to the secret realm, and that is the Azura. Zhao Enjuan's originally calm expression gradually became serious, and his tone revealed a trace of admiration. The Azura is a creature that is innately good at fighting. Their skin is similar to the red rocks in Secret Realm. They are born with strong defensive abilities. Their extremely long limbs were their most advantageous weapons. Their innate desire for blood allows them to maintain an extremely strong desire to fight. Chu, you are a genius who can challenge those at the super level. Your combat strength can surpass your own strength of 4 to 5 minor stage, but compared to the Azura, you are still slightly inferior. The Azura is the race that is best at fighting in this world. What's their weakness? The Azura that Zhao Enjuan mentioned just now, as well as the praise in his tone towards the Azura, did not make Chu Zhongtian feel the slightest bit of fear. In his eyes, no matter how strong the opponent he met was, his first reaction was to find the weakness of the opponent. After that, he would decide how he would attack. For example, the creatures from Blood Lake that he met in the cave. The creatures from the Blood Lake that appeared at the beginning were average in strength, but they were good at speed. Therefore, he used the power of his force to limit the speed of the creatures from the Blood Lake, and easily killed them. After the Overlord of Blood Lake appeared, he immediately made a plan to retreat to the passageway based on the strength of the two, and took the risk of breaking through the stage to deal with the crisis that appeared in front of him. Chu Zhongtian was too calm when he talked about the Azura. This made Zhao Enjuan suddenly feel a trace of fear, because at this moment Chu Zhongtian was very similar to the person he was afraid of. The way that person looked at things was exactly the same as the current Chu Zhongtian. The weakness is that there are too few Azura in Secret Realm. In the entire Azura Secret Realm, there will only be 15 Azura. According to the different levels in the Secret Realm, the number of Azura appearing is also different. At each level, there will only be a number of Azura at the same level. For example, in the second layer of the Secret Realm where you are now, at most 2 Azura will appear. Chu Zhongtian was unusually calm when he looked at the Azura, causing Zhao Enjuan to think that the person standing in front of him was the person he had feared for his entire life. Under the influence of this fear, he narrated the flaws of the Azura in detail. For example, if you are in the second layer of the Secret Realm now, then there will only be 2 Azura in this level of the Secret Realm. So you need to be vigilant at all times to avoid meeting them prematurely. Also, Chu Zhongtian did not express any opinion on Zhao Enjuan's explanation. He gestured for him to continue. The Azura's skin is red because they use their own blood to defend and attack. That was why they were afraid of being injured and bleeding. Being injured and bleeding means that their strength has regressed, and it might even affect their grade. If you run into the Azura, you either turn around and run away, or use all your strength to injure and bleed them. After they get injured, in order to avoid losing too much blood, they usually take the initiative to retreat. Also, Zhao Enjuan's explanation of the shortcomings of the Azura made Chu Zhongtian's eyes light up. He was not afraid of his opponent's strength, but he was afraid that his opponent had no fatal weakness. As long as his opponent had a weakness, even if it was just a weak flaw, he could use this weakness to defeat his opponent. Zhao Enjuan said, "I don't have any more information. The information above is what I saw in the records of the Demon Heart Sect's secret realm." At the same time, he began to adjust his emotions, forcefully dispersing the fear in his heart. "Master, with my current position, how far away am I from the Snekflocks?" The conversation just now took about an hour, which was only an hour away from the time he had left. If he wanted to successfully escape from the Overlord of Blood Lake's pursuit, he had to rush to the Snekflocks as soon as possible. If he wanted to establish a foothold in Snekflocks, then he had to understand the basic situation of Snekflocks in advance. This place is 3,000 kilometers away from Snekflocks. At the same time, there are still 11 hours left before that monster can eliminate the power of law, so you have to go all out to the Snekflocks. Zhao Enjuan calculated the distance and time, and gave a very accurate number. 3,000 kilometers, 11 hours. Chu Zhongtian said as his brain started to calculate quickly. He could use the advanced movement technique Thunderwind Legs to increase his speed to 300 kilometers per hour. It would take him 10 hours to travel 3,000 kilometers, and it seemed like he had enough time. However, the reality was different. If he wanted to start the car, he needed to keep refueling. Using the advanced movement technique with all his strength would consume a huge amount of spiritual power. In the 3,000-kilometer journey, he would need at least 1 or 2 times to recover his spiritual power. Every time he recovered his spiritual power, he would need half an hour. In other words, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to reach Snekflocks in 11 hours. However, because he was in Secret Realm, he could be stopped by his opponents at any time, and could start a fierce battle with them at any time. Therefore, he might not be able to reach the Snekflocks in 11 hours. At this moment, he had to make the best use of every minute and every second. Only in this way could he reach Snekflocks before the Overlord of Blood Lake officially chased him. "Master, do you have any other orders?" Time was of the essence. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly asked Zhao Enjuan if there were any other important matters. If there were, then quickly give the order. If there weren't, then quickly disappear. "Chu, you don't have to worry. I will use my remaining strength to help you." Zhao Enjuan knew that Chu Zhongtian wanted to rush to Snekflocks immediately, but he wasn't that anxious. "Thank you, Master." Although he couldn't use the Divine Soul Stage energy in the Jade Pendant to kill the Overlord of Blood Lake, it didn't mean that he couldn't use this energy to do anything else. If Zhao Enjuan could help him, Chu Zhongtian could at least save a large portion of his time with the help of the peak of the Divine Soul Period energy. Therefore, he had to be patient and continue listening to Zhao Enjuan's orders. "Chu, this time, when I was competing with Secret Realm for the Force of Rule, the Secret Realm has recorded down my aura, so in the following period of time, no matter what kind of crisis you encounter, don't use the Jade Pendant that I gave you." Zhao Enjuan knew that time was of the essence, so he didn't shiver too much. He would say whatever he wanted to say. "I understand." Zhao Enjuan didn't need to remind him specifically. After what happened just now, Chu Zhongtian knew that he couldn't use the life-saving Jade Pendant. "Chu, although the Azura is very powerful, they are not the most dangerous enemies in Snekflocks. The most dangerous enemies in the Snekflocks are your companions. They are the warriors who want to obtain the blood essence and the blood core. Therefore, you must always be on guard against these people." "I understand." He had already understood the dangers of his kind back when he was in Endless Forest, so he quickly nodded and agreed. "Chu, among these 3 kinds of blood core, although 10 years of blood core is not very useful to you, you can use 10 years of blood core to exchange with the sect for rare treasures that can increase the level of the cultivation talent, so you can try your best to collect as many 10 years of blood core as possible. Chu, although a blood essence can quickly restore a martial artist's spirit, chi and energy, its true function is to increase a martial artist's will. It has an unimaginable auxiliary effect when breaking through to the divine soul stage in the future. Therefore, you must collect enough blood essence. I understand, Chu Zhongtian replied fiercely. Zhao Enjuan's warning just now was to force him to slaughter those experts who had blood essence and blood core. It seemed that when he arrived in Snekflox, it was also the time for him to use bloody methods. Chu, in the sex competition, you have once used a power that can affect your own environment. That power is called force. I originally planned to use it when you break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. I will use a special technique when you break through to the stage. It will allow you to increase the power of force. If you encounter a crisis in the Snekflox that is difficult to deal with, you can choose to break through the stage and increase your strength. After all, no matter how important your strength is, it is not as important as your life. Zhao Enjuan's words had caused Chu Zhongtian to accumulate doubts in his heart for a period of time, and he had finally gotten a perfect answer. Back when he was at the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon secret stage and appeared in the Valley of the Palace, Dongfang Yongping had told him that Zhao Enjuan was also a man who grasped power. Therefore, after he became Zhao Enjuan's disciple, he was looking forward to Zhao Enjuan explaining the origin of power in detail, as well as how he was going to increase the power of power in the future. However, Zhao Enjuan had never mentioned this matter, which made him feel a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. It was also because of this slight dissatisfaction that he forced himself not to take the initiative to interrogate Zhao Enjuan. Unexpectedly, as Chu Zhongtian's master, not only had Zhao Enjuan not forgotten about this matter, he had also prepared for it. At this moment, a trace of warmth flashed through Chu Zhongtian's heart. The way he looked at Zhao Enjuan contained a trace of respect. Zhao Enjuan quickly finished instructing Chu Zhongtian about the things he needed to take note of, and then he formed a seal with both hands. He shouted loudly, "Chu, the above is my last warning. Next, I will use my remaining vital spirit and power of the divine soul to help you." A strong force rose from Zhao Enjuan's slightly dim body. At the same time, the blood-red sky gradually darkened, making the color of the sky in Secret Realm even more beautiful. At the same time, a dignified aura approached Zhao Enjuan, wanting to stop him from using the power that was beyond body refining stage. Chu Zhongtian controlled the spiritual power in the Dantian and placed it in his legs. Together with Zhao Enjuan's finger incantation, he turned into a ray of white light and flew away at high speed. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had disappeared into the sky, Zhao Enjuan let out a long sigh of relief. After that, he raised his head and looked at the blood-red sky, as well as the dignity that was slowly dissipating. He said in a threatening tone, "Azura's secret realm. Other people only think that you are an inanimate object without any consciousness. But don't even think about hiding it from my divine sense. I will remember today's humiliation. In the future, after I use my power of law, perfection, I will definitely return today's humiliation." After Zhao Enjuan left behind a clear threat, he turned back into a mass of white gas. The white gas began to turn into a mass of white gas, and then completely disappeared from the secret realm. Along with the white gas that contained the vital spirit and the power of the divine soul, as well as Zhao Enjuan's divine sense disappearing from the secret realm, a helpless sigh came from the Azura secret realm. In the sky above the Azura secret realm, there was a building that looked like a courtyard standing high in the sky. In the courtyard, Zhao Enjuan, who was sitting on a stone chair in a pavilion, looked at the Azura secret realm below him with an ashen expression. His left hand, which was holding the teacup tightly, was enough to show the nervousness and anger in his heart. When Chu Zhongtian used the life-saving jade pendant, Zhao Enjuan in the courtyard had already sensed it. However, the powerful rules of the Azura secret realm prevented him from contacting the divine sense that was kept in the jade pendant. Therefore, he had no way of knowing what had happened in the secret realm. Zhao Enjuan knew Chu Zhongtian's personality and means very well. He knew that Chu Zhongtian was a person who hid himself very well. Chu Zhongtian had used his final trump card to save his life. This was enough to show that he had encountered an irresistible danger in the secret realm. He had encountered the same unblockable mysterious force in Purgatory City. Zhao Enjuan was worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety. He even wanted to use all of his means to enter Secret Realm and see what kind of crisis he had encountered. Just as he was about to tear open the void and enter the Azura Secret Realm, he unexpectedly felt an unborn expert of Demon Heart sect hiding in the void above the Secret Realm. This made Zhao Enjuan, who had once offended the Demon Heart sect, not dare to make a move, because with his supreme level strength, it would take him at least 7 levels of strength to forcefully enter the Azura Secret Realm. If an opponent of the same level attacked him at this time, it might cause him to suffer serious injuries. If it was serious, he might lose his life. Therefore, he could only anxiously wait in the courtyard, waiting for the divine sense to return. An hour later, Zhao Enjuan, who was already on the verge of going crazy, finally sensed the divine sense that he had left in the jade pendant. Through the memories left behind by the divine sense, he quickly understood what had happened in Azura's Secret Realm. The worries in his heart had been reduced by a lot. Although Chu Zhongtian was a 9th layer peak of the body refining period and a 3rd layer of the chi transforming period, he wasn't strong enough to fight a peak essence gathering stage monster. However, with the special environment of Snekflox and his resourceful plan, it wasn't difficult for him to avoid being hunted by that monster. At this moment, Zhao Enjuan wasn't worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety. He even had a feeling in his heart that this expedition in Azura's Secret Realm would bring Chu Zhongtian unimaginable opportunities. After understanding the details of the matter, Zhao Enjuan stood up and walked out of the stone pavilion. The divine sense that could change the color of the sky and earth directly enveloped the Azura Secret Realm. Just like the threatening words left behind by the divine sense before it disappeared, Zhao Enjuan also left behind a threatening sentence. Azura Secret Realm, through the memory of the divine sense just now, I know that you now have your own consciousness. If you dare to stop my divine sense from saving my disciple, then you are going to be my enemy. I will never show mercy to my enemy. Azura Secret Realm, if you don't want me to personally remove the consciousness that you have painstakingly created in the future, then you will protect Chu Zhongtian. You absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen to him in Snekflox. Or else, the day that my power of law reaches the perfection will be the day that your soul will be shattered. Zhao Enjuan's threat made the consciousness of the Azura Secret Realm feel wronged. Because it was only following the rules of Secret Realm to prevent uncontrollable power from appearing in Secret Realm, so as to avoid breaking the rules of Secret Realm that had been formed for millions of years. Chu Zhongtian used the power that Zhao Enjuan had kept in the Jade Pendant, and unleashed a power that surpassed the peak of the Divine Soul period. It had already violated the rules of the Azura Secret Realm. He should have been killed by the Azura Secret Realm. The fact that the Azura Secret Realm had spared his life was already giving Zhao Enjuan a lot of face. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian had obtained the most valuable treasure in the Azura Secret Realm, the power of the space law, which was a treasure that had been kept for millions of years. Was he still not satisfied? 0. However, when he sensed the power of law that was being emitted from Zhao Enjuan's divine sense, the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm knew that the threat he posed just now was not a joke. He would definitely be able to do this in the future. As the Secret Realm that had been passed down for millions of years, the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm had witnessed many experts. There was no lack of powerful warriors with power of law and perfection among them. It understood the aura of their power of law. It was precisely because of this that it was able to determine that in less than 100 years, Zhao Enjuan's power of law would know the perfection. As for those who possessed the power of the perfection, they indeed had the ability to erase the consciousness that it had formed with great difficulty. Therefore, it hurriedly retracted its divine sense and started staring at Chu Zhongtian, who was rushing at full speed, in case he suffered any injuries. Although the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm did not give any response, Zhao Enjuan knew that the threat he posed just now had been discovered by the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm. It would definitely remember his threat in its heart and protect Chu Zhongtian's safety at all times. Since Chu Zhongtian wasn't in any danger for the time being, he would have to deal with the hidden danger in the void next. Firstly, in case something happened to Chu Zhongtian again, he would not be able to save him with all his strength. Secondly, He wanted to vent the anger and depression that he had accumulated in his heart. Thirdly, he wanted to let some people see that he had been silent for 100 years, but his edges were even sharper. Within Azura's secret realm, with the help of Zhao Enjuan's divine sense's last burst of power, Chu Zhongtian flew 1,000 kilometers in a straight line within 10 minutes. According to the advanced movement technique speed, 1,000 kilometers would take about 2.5 hours. This also gave him 2.5 hours more time to travel. Although he had plenty of time, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare delay any longer, because he did not know if there would be any trouble waiting for him in the journey ahead. After adjusting his condition slightly, he identified the direction and unleashed the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique, heading towards the depths of Secret Realm with all his might. In the place where the Jade Pendant and the Secret Realm were fighting for the force of rule, Xia Lo stared blankly at Chu Zhongtian, who had disappeared into the horizon. He subconsciously muttered, "What kind of person did I offend? He actually has such a powerful backer behind him. Young master, if you meet that young expert again, the first thing you need to do is apologize and beg him to forgive your rudeness." Sixth cat, who was the strongest amongst them, was the one who woke up the fastest. He glanced at Chu Zhongtian, who had disappeared, then turned around and looked behind him. His gaze finally stopped on his young master. They had chased after that young expert with all their might, but he actually had such a powerful expert as his backer. This made Sixth Cat feel a chill run down his spine. Sixth Cat, I am not a 2 or 3-year-old child, nor am I a fool. There are some things that I know what to do, and I don't need your instructions. Being ordered by his subordinate in a commanding tone made Xia Lo unhappy. His tone became impatient. After that, he took off an exquisite little pendant from his neck and used the spiritual power in the dantian to put it into the pendant. Then, he looked at the pendant in his hand with a look of anticipation. Unfortunately, there was no reaction from the pendant that was inserted into the spiritual power. It also did not explode out the divine sense of the owner of the jade pendant like how Chu Zhongtian had used the life-saving jade pendant. It was only at this moment that he realized how powerful the life-saving trump card of the young man was. 5 hours later, Chu Zhongtian, who was moving at full speed, gradually slowed down. Finally, he stopped in front of a hill about 6 or 7 meters tall. After 5 hours of traveling at full speed, Chu Zhongtian had traveled more than 1,500 kilometers. Including Zhao Enjuan's help from the beginning, he was now only 500 kilometers away from his final destination, Snekflux. Using the advanced movement technique at full speed would consume a huge amount of spiritual power. Currently, there was not even a single layer of spiritual power left in his dantian, so he had to find a safe place to recover his spiritual power as soon as possible. With a light leap, Chu Zhongtian jumped onto the hill. He roughly looked at the area and environment of the hill and nodded his head in satisfaction. After that, he took out 16 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and 1,984 7th grade middle rank spirit stone stones from his storage bag and laid out a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. This was the first time he used 6th grade middle rank spirit stone to set up the spirit gathering formation, and he used 16 6th grade middle rank spirit stone as the eye of the formation. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was looking forward to the spirit gathering formation forming the spiritual cheese concentration. After the simplified version of the spirit gathering formation was set up, Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering formation and carefully felt the density of the spiritual qi. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. If the spiritual qi contained in a 7th grade middle rank spirit stone was compared to a small stream, then the number of spiritual qi contained in a 6th grade middle rank spirit stone was equivalent to a mountain spring. The number of spiritual qi formed by 16 mountain springs was very considerable. It could basically be differentiated with the naked eye. Chu Zhongtian took out an upper rank 8th grade qi replenishing pill from his storage bag. With the help of the thick spiritual qi, he began to restore the consumed spiritual power with all his strength. With the help of the spiritual qi that could be seen with the naked eye and the upper rank 8th grade qi replenishing pill, Chu Zhongtian had recovered 70% of the spiritual power he had consumed in just 10 minutes. This was something he had never thought of at the beginning. According to his estimation, It would take him at least half an hour to recover the spiritual power that had consumed 9 layers of spiritual power. However, with the sufficient amount of spiritual qi, the time he needed to recover the spiritual qi had been reduced by half. Chu Zhongtian took a look at the spiritual qi that he hadn't used up much, and once again missed Elder Huang. If he could stay with Elder Huang during this period of time, he would have to rely on his excellent eloquence. He was afraid that he would have gotten the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation from his mouth a long time ago. If Chu Zhongtian had the help of the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation, he was afraid that the spiritual power in his dantian would have been fully restored by now. The complete version of the spirit-gathering formation could even increase his cultivation speed. But no matter how wonderful Chu Zhongtian's thoughts were, Elder Huang was not in his mind, so these thoughts were useless. Chu Zhongtian quickly shook his head and chased out the thoughts in his mind and continued to restore the spiritual power. 5 minutes had passed, and Chu Zhongtian had recovered 90% of the spiritual power in his dantian. He only needed 1 or 2 minutes to fully recover. But at this moment, he had no choice but to stop absorbing the spiritual qi in the spirit-gathering formation. Because the super-strong sixth sense had given him a very strong warning him that danger was rapidly approaching him. Chu Zhongtian put away the spirit stones that he hadn't used up too much. He took out the natal spirit blade and qi replenishing pill, and as he borrowed the power of the medicinal pill to continue recovering the spiritual power, he quietly waited for his opponent to arrive. 3. His time wasn't very long. The medicinal strength of the upper-rank 8th grade qi replenishing pill had yet to be completely consumed, and the enemy had already arrived. What a coincidence! Chu Zhongtian looked at his opponent who was rushing towards him, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was because his opponent was an expert wearing the uniform of a demon heart sect disciple. Ever since he entered the Azura secret realm, all the opponents he had killed were demon heart sect disciples. This made him sigh with emotion. He really had fate with demon heart sect. Who are you? The experts of the demon heart sect who had rushed to the bottom of the hill saw Chu Zhongtian standing on top of the hill and asked with a displeased expression. He looked unhappy because the way they talked was not right. The hill Chu Zhongtian was on was about 6 or 7 meters tall. He was talking to Chu Zhongtian at this time to look up at him, while Chu Zhongtian looked down at him from above. May I ask which noble are you from the demon heart sect's 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. Out of the 9 noble families in the demon heart sect, 3 of them had died under Chu Zhongtian's hands. Therefore, he had a deep impression of the aura on the noble families of the demon heart sect. The aura emitted from the body of this expert from demon heart sect was very close to the one he had killed before. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian guessed that he was probably one of the 9 kings. I am Blade Duke from the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of the demon heart sect. Have you heard of my reputation? Blade Duke asked with an excited expression. When Blade Duke heard Chu Zhongtian mention the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of demon heart sect, he mistakenly thought that Chu Zhongtian's name had spread across the entire southern domain. His unhappy mood was relieved. His attitude towards Chu Zhongtian also became more polite. Among the 9 nobles of demon heart sect, Blade Duke and Jade Marquis had similar personalities. They were people who were arrogant and confident in their own abilities. They were not people who would easily listen to other people's opinions. What was different from Jade Marquis was that Blade Duke was not only powerful, but also proficient in medicinal pills. He was a genius with alchemy talent. It was precisely because of this that he was overly arrogant. He liked to act arbitrarily. His relationship with his fellow disciples was not good. After entering the Azura secret realm, he began hunting ordinary martial artists alone. Then, he used the corpses of the martial artists he killed, and used the special rules of the Azura secret realm to refine the essence blood pill alone. After waiting for the area where the demon heart sect disciples were located to be unsealed, he directly left that area. While searching for different opponents to kill, he also rushed to the Snekflocks. Because of this, he didn't know that Wind Marquis, Blood Marquis, and Iron Fist Duke, who were on par with him, had all died under his spirit blade. Blade Duke, This means that you are better at using the saber technique. Hearing him call himself Blade Duke, Chu Zhongtian, who was originally uninterested, suddenly became energetic. Ever since he left Chu family, Chu Zhongtian found that most of the warriors in the outside world were good at using swords. Very few martial artists used weapons like knives and sticks. This caused him to rarely fight with experts who used sabers. Thus, after hearing his opponent call himself Blade Duke, he became very interested. At the same time, he rejected the idea of killing him with one strike. He jumped down from the hill and walked slowly towards Blade Duke. He said teasingly, "Blade Duke, Blood Marquis asked me what you just said. The answer I gave him was that your cultivation base was at the half-step chi transforming period. How dare you use the title of Royal Noble to describe yourself? You are truly a bunch of useless people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Brat, you're courting death." Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous attitude made Blade Duke furious. He threatened fiercely. However, he immediately thought of the Blood Marquis Chu Zhongtian mentioned earlier and quickly asked, "Kid, that monster Blood Marquis actually spared your life. This doesn't seem like his human nature." Seeing that Blade Duke still couldn't see the situation clearly, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but let out a cold snort. At the same time, he felt that what the Demon Heart sect did was ridiculous. How could idiots like Blood Marquis and Blade Duke be called nobles? It seemed like the higher-ups who made this decision were very stupid. "Kid, what's your attitude?" Blade Duke felt that he had been insulted, but at the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chu Zhongtian was still standing there unharmed. He was afraid that it was not Blood Marquis who had shown his kindness. It was very likely that he had been killed by him. Seeing that Blade Duke still couldn't figure out the reason behind this, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. Originally, after hearing Blade Duke's name, he wanted to communicate with him about the saber technique, but Blade Duke's reaction just now had disappointed him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate the saber technique that was too profound, so he didn't want to spar with him. The sun scorching that had reached the peak stage, combined with the advanced movement technique, easily cut off Blade Duke's head. "In my next life, I must be a modest and cautious person." Seeing Blade Duke die with everlasting regret, Chu Zhongtian started to pray from the bottom of his heart. After that, he put away the storage bag hanging on Blade Duke's waist. He casted the movement technique and planned to continue deeper into the secret realm and proceed to the Snekflocks. Currently, Chu Zhongtian was only about 500 kilometers away from the Snekflocks. With his current speed, it would only take him about an hour to arrive, so he was not as anxious as before. He reserved the strength of a third layer to prevent any accidents from happening during the journey. After that, he checked Blade Duke's interspatial storage bag while he was on his way. When Chu Zhongtian's mind entered the storage bag, he could not help but stop moving as fast as he could. His face was filled with shock. This was because he had found 4 incredible treasures in Blade Duke's storage bag. Chu Zhongtian returned to the hill where he had just restored the spiritual power. He had reserved half of his energy to keep an eye on the situation around him. After that, he began to take out the 4 treasures in Blade Duke's storage bag. The first treasure was 8 bottles of pill bottle containing the essence blood pill. Chu Zhongtian opened them one by one. He discovered that all of the pill bottle contained 10 essence blood pill. This made him wonder if Blade Duke had mastered the Tao of alchemy and could refine essence blood pill by himself. Otherwise, how could he, whose strength was inferior to Blood Marquis, gather so many essence blood pill in such a short period of time? The essence blood pill was a counterfeit product specially refined by the Demon Heart sect based on the blood essence. Furthermore, it could only be used in the Azura secret realm. Therefore, these 8 bottles of essence blood pill only made him feel a trace of excitement. What really excited him was the second treasure. The second treasure was a crystal shaped like a pentagon. The crystal was red in color, giving people a demonic feeling. The crystal was held in Chu Zhongtian's palm. An exciting aura filled Chu Zhongtian's 9 layers of spiritual power in an instant. Without much observation, Chu Zhongtian was sure that this red pentagon crystal was one of the 3 treasures of Azura's secret realm, the blood essence. What made Chu Zhongtian even more excited was that there were 3 blood essence in Blade Duke's storage bag. This was beyond his expectation. Although the blood essence was not as precious as the blood core, there were only 108 of them in second layer of the secret realm. Blade Duke, who was only a first-grade Chi transforming period peak, had actually obtained 3 blood essence in the first half of the secret realm. This was enough to show that he was a very lucky man. Unfortunately, he was extremely lucky to have met Chu Zhongtian, who was even luckier than him. This caused his harvest to become Chu Zhongtian's spoils of war. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian tried his best to calm his agitated emotions. Because the next treasure was several times more precious than the blood essence, or even more than 10 times. The third treasure in Blade Duke's storage bag was a blood core that emitted a strong smell of blood, and was even darker in color. It had a shape similar to a cherry peach core. Based on the size and the energy contained within the blood core, Chu Zhongtian knew that the blood core in his hand belonged to the category of 10 years old. On a hill in Azura secret realm. Although 10 years of blood core wasn't much help to Chu Zhongtian's potential and amazing comprehension ability, according to Zhao Enjuan's explanation before he disappeared, a blood core that contained a special energy would provide unimaginable help to a top power like the floating cloud sect. Therefore, as long as Chu Zhongtian could gather 10 years of blood core, he would be able to exchange it with the sect for a rare treasures that could enhance his cultivation talent, or a level 7 pill. If Chu Zhongtian could obtain the rare treasures and pill that could help him improve his cultivation talent, as well as the upper-rank 7th grade Celestial Sphere pill that Zhao Enjuan had given him, then his cultivation talent would be able to break through the limit of the 6th grade and reach the level 5. A level 5 cultivation talent could barely be considered a high-grade talent in the southern domain. When Chu Zhongtian thought of his cultivation talent, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After Chu Zhongtian was able to cultivate once again, a top-rank level 8 cultivation talent was the best cultivation talent in the Qi country. Could be said to be the #1 cultivation talent in the Qi country. He was secretly happy because of the superior cultivation talent. However, after coming into contact with Patriarch of Chu family Chu Xianxia, he finally knew how trash top-rank level 8 cultivation talent was in Southern Domain. It was also at that time that he was determined to improve his cultivation talent. Grand Elder of the Chu family had helped him find an intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill, allowing his cultivation talent to advance to the 7th-grade low rank. It gave him the hope of breaking through to the essence gathering stage in the future, and also allowed him to smoothly enter the Floating Cloud sect. Become an elite disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. In the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert of the Purgatory City's secret realm, Chu Zhongtian had obtained a human spiritual root that could enhance his cultivation talent with Elder Huang's help. With the help of the human spiritual root, his cultivation talent had directly advanced from the 7th grade low rank to the low rank 6th grade. This had allowed his cultivation talent to enter the intermediate level of the southern domain in one go. After the sex competition had ended, when Zhao Enjuan was fulfilling his bet, he had gifted Zhao Enjuan another upper-rank 7th grade Celestial Sphere pill that could increase his cultivation talent by 1 to 2 grades, giving him a chance to advance his cultivation talent to the supreme 6th grade. If Chu Zhongtian could get the rare treasures and pills that could increase his cultivation talent in the sect, then it would not be a fantasy for him to reach the level 5. Therefore, this temptation to him was not inferior to the blood essence. Chu Zhongtian solemnly placed the 3 blood essence and the 10-year-old blood core into his storage ring finger. His eyes were fixed on the last treasure. The 4th treasure was a dark gray spirit blade with a few drops of blood on its hilt. That's right, it was a spirit blade that had truly reached the level of a spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt stained with blood. He moved the spiritual power within the Dantian into the spirit blade, and following that, a powerful aura rose from the spirit blade's body. Chu Zhongtian aimed at a red rock erected on the hill and used the basic saber technique chop. A red light shot out from the spirit blade and accurately hit the red rock. The red rock that was hit by the blade energy instantly turned into powder. Chu Zhongtian had only used 30% of the spiritual power and only used the basic saber technique. However, his power had far exceeded the strongest technique he could currently grasp. When he was trapped in an endless cave, he had used his strongest attack in order to open up a way out. He had attacked the wall formed by red rocks, but he had only left a white mark on the wall. He was unable to break the red rocks. And now, he had only used 30% of the spiritual power. With the help of the basic saber technique, he could easily shatter the hard red rock. At this moment, he already had the deepest feeling about the power of the spirit weapon. In terms of grade, this spiritual power was a low-grade spirit saber. It was suitable for his current stage. He didn't put the spirit blade into the storage ring finger, but rather happily put it into the storage bag. This was because this spirit blade was his trump card that could increase his strength in a short period of time. It was also his strongest method to deal with the Azura. In Blade Duke's storage bag, other than the essence blood pill, blood essence, blood core, and low-grade spirit saber, the remaining things were far less precious than these 4 treasures. He briefly organized it. After tidying everything up, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. After that, he casted the advanced movement technique and went deeper into the secret realm, heading towards his target. A large amount of blood essence and blood core would appear in the snack flocks of the Azura secret realm. To ordinary warriors, they were secrets that they would never be able to come into contact with. But to the disciples and clansmen of the top forces of Southern Domain, the existence of the snack flocks was not a secret. Instead, it was their first choice after entering Azura's secret realm. Therefore, after the opening of the Azura secret realm, many experts from the top powers of the Southern Domain started to approach the snack flocks from different directions. Because of this, Chu Zhongtian encountered experts who rushed to the snack flocks more than once in the next 2 hours. Fortunately, everyone's goal was to find the blood essence and blood core in the snack flocks. They temporarily suppressed the urge to attack each other, allowing Chu Zhongtian to smoothly arrive at the snack flocks. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the floating snack flocks. He had a deep feeling about the origin of this name. Countless red rocks were floating in the air without any rules. The big rocks in the red rocks were like the hidden dragon peak. The smaller rocks were like grains of sand. There was still some time before the overlord of Blood Lake could chase him, so Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to enter the snack flocks. He stood under the snack flocks. He observed the red rocks constantly moving in the snack flocks, trying to find the pattern. At the same time, he also wanted to see how the other experts had entered the snack flocks. Half an hour passed. Chu Zhongtian, who was staring at the snack flocks, had a serious expression on his face. Because of his previous observation, he found that the snack flocks was more than 50 meters above the ground, so after he entered the snack flocks, every step he took had to choose the next red rock he would step on. At the same time, he also had to choose the right time. Otherwise, after he stepped on the air, he would directly fall from the snack flocks. For body-refining stage warriors, falling from a height of 50 meters would cause serious injuries. And below the snack flocks, there was already a group of small people waiting for their prey. As long as they saw the warriors falling from the snack flocks, they would immediately rush forward. They would use all their strength to kill the severely injured warriors and then divide the treasures in their storage bag equally. In front of the snack flocks in Azura's secret realm. An hour later, Chu Zhongtian, who was staring at the snack flocks and the experts who had entered the snack flocks, had a gloomy expression on his face, as if he was about to fall into the water. This was because he realized that after entering the snack flocks, the most dangerous thing was not the red rock that he chose to land on. Instead, before he landed on the ground, he could be hit by the floating red rock at any time. The floating red rock in the snack flocks wasn't moving very fast, but the hardness of the red rock and the special rules of the snack flocks made everyone who was hit by the red rock die immediately. In just half an hour, at least 20 peak half-step chi transforming period warriors were smashed into pieces by the red rock. 1.5 hours passed. Chu Zhongtian's gloomy face relaxed a little. After more than an hour of observation, he found that the red rocks floating around the snack flocks did not move without any rules. There were still some rules that could be found. As long as he could grasp the timing when he moved, he could basically avoid the red rocks that kept moving. Using half an hour, he divided the red rocks in the snack flocks into 9 grades according to their size and speed. Among them, the first grade red rocks were the largest, and each piece was about the same size as the hidden dragon peak. Furthermore, the first-grade red rocks were the least dangerous. Although they were the largest, their movement speed was the slowest. Moreover, because they were too big, they were easily discovered and could be avoided in time. The 9th-level red rock was the smallest, and each piece was about the size of a drop of sand. Although level 9 red rocks were the smallest, their movement speed was the fastest. Moreover, because they were too small, they were not easily discovered. Every time they were about to hit his body, he would be able to see them approaching him. Therefore, when he chose the next rock to land on, the most important thing he needed to pay attention to was the red rocks of the 9, 8, and 7 levels. 2 hours passed. Chu Zhongtian's originally relaxed expression had completely returned to normal, and there was even a trace of light in his eyes. After half an hour of observation, he found that it was best to choose red rocks of 4, 5, and 6 levels. First of all, the red rocks of these 3 levels were the ones with the most number of red rocks in Sneckflocks, and their trajectories were more regular. Choosing these 3 types of rocks was relatively safer. Secondly, the probability of blood essence and blood core appearing on the 3 levels of red rocks was the highest. In just half an hour, Chu Zhongtian had discovered that there was a blood essence hidden on a 6th-grade red rock. There were also 2 blood essence and a 10-year blood core the size of a cherry core hidden on the 3 level 5 red rocks. Chu Zhongtian was 80% sure that he could survive in Sneckflocks. However, there were still 5 days left until the Azura Secret Realm closed door cultivation. He wanted to continue observing and see if there was anything else he needed to pay attention to in the Sneckflocks to ensure that he was 100% safe. However, just as he was about to continue observing, he suddenly heard a familiar roar coming from the Azura Secret Realm. The roar let Chu Zhongtian know that he had to enter the Sneckflocks immediately. The mountain range where the Overlord of Blood Lake lived was more than 3,000 kilometers away from the Sneckflocks. However, for an Overlord of Blood Lake who had reached the peak essence gathering stage and could fly with his own strength, the distance of 3,000 kilometers was only about half an hour. Before this, not only did Chu Zhongtian want to enter the Sneckflocks, he also wanted to go deep into the Sneckflocks. Only then could he safely avoid the pursuing Overlord of Blood Lake. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and adjusted his condition. He seized the opportunity and cast the advanced movement technique. Using the stone steps that led to the Sneckflocks, he officially entered the Sneckflocks. The feeling of standing below the Sneckflocks and standing in front of the Sneckflocks was completely different. Standing below the Sneckflocks, you could only see the red rocks that were moving at different levels. It gave you a magnificent feeling. Standing in front of the Sneckflocks and feeling it up close, it gives you a feeling of danger, excitement, and helplessness. 0. He took a deep breath and chose a red rock about the size of a football field. Seizing the best opportunity, Chu Zhongtian stepped forward without hesitation. Below Sneckflocks. As the Azura Secret Realm opened longer and longer, more and more experts gathered in front of the Sneckflocks. However, facing the irregular and dangerous Sneckflocks, many of the warriors who rushed to the Sneckflocks didn't dare to easily enter the Sneckflocks. They didn't dare to enter, but they didn't want to leave the Sneckflocks that contained blood essence and blood core. Therefore, they used the people who had entered the Sneckflocks to search for the rules of the Sneckflocks, while evaluating every warrior who had entered the Sneckflocks. After Chu Zhongtian entered the Sneckflocks, the group of people who liked to evaluate others started to evaluate Chu Zhongtian's performance. A 9th-layer peak of the body refining period warrior dares to enter the Sneckflocks? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. A 10th-level peak warrior mocked. You can't say that. His performance when he climbed the stone steps and stepped into the first red rock was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary warrior. He might very well be a genius with a cross-ranking challenge. A half-step chi transforming period martial artist refuted with an appreciative tone. No, you're wrong. In my opinion, he was pretending to be calm on the surface. Look at the rock he chose to enter the Sneckflocks. It's more than 7,000 square meters. If he wanted to walk from one side of the rock to the other, it would take him at least a minute. Therefore, I think he must be pretending to be calm. No, you are wrong. This young martial artist's calmness is not an act. He is absolutely confident. A meticulous martial artist who was good at observing refuted. Why? Many of the martial artists present did not believe his earlier judgment. Regarding this, the expert who was good at observing was not in a hurry. Instead, he began to explain in detail the principles he had obtained through observation. Because 5 hours ago, when the demon heart sect's first emperor Xian Huang, the Hua mountain sword sect's sword maniac Lu Yuan, the Ouyang family's third successor, Ouyang Haoyu, and the Yan family's #1 beauty, Yem Ruyu, entered the Snekflocks, the first foothold they chose was a red rock with an area of 5,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters. Is that so? The warrior who was refuted did not get angry, but immediately raised his head and carefully observed the choices of Xian Huang and the other young warriors who had entered the Snekflocks a long time ago. After observing for a while, they were surprised to find that the rocks that Xian Huang and the other young warriors chose to land on were mostly red rocks between 5,000 to 10,000. In the Azura secret realm in the Snekflocks, Chu Zhongtian, who had just entered Snekflocks, didn't know that his reckless entrance had attracted the attention of the people below. Of course, even if he knew what these people were thinking, he would still scoff at them, because he wasn't the kind of person who would care about what others thought of him. He stood outside the Snekflocks and looked at the countless red rocks that kept moving. His brain might be temporarily in a state of dizziness. However, when he stepped into the Snekflocks, he could not feel the red rocks under his feet moving at all. If it wasn't for the red rocks that kept floating around him, he might have thought that he was just standing on a motionless rock. Chu Zhongtian casted the beginner-level movement technique and moved quickly along the edge of the red rock under his feet. As he moved forward, he observed the red rocks that kept passing by him. Under the Snekflocks, the warriors who praised Chu Zhongtian just now saw that Chu Zhongtian did not pay much attention to the situation inside the Snekflocks. He stepped onto a red rock that was about 3,000 square meters in area. He could not help but criticize him. He was too rash. Why didn't he observe more? He should choose the most advantageous time to continue venturing deeper into the Snekflocks. That kid is just pretending to be calm. The warrior who saw Chu Zhongtian as an eyesore in the beginning seized this opportunity to humiliate him. Maybe my judgment was wrong. That young man is not as smart as I thought. In Snekflocks, Chu Zhongtian only walked less than 50 meters on the edge of the first red rock before jumping onto another red rock that was about 3,000 square meters. The reason why he kept staying on the first red rock and continued to observe was because he had no choice. Once he arrived, the peak essence gathering stage Overlord of Blood Lake would soon arrive at Snekflocks. He had to quickly enter the depths of Snekflocks. Only in this way could he ensure that he wouldn't be attacked by the frenzied Overlord of Blood Lake. Secondly, there wouldn't be any blood essence or blood core in the outer perimeter of the Snekflocks. If he wanted to obtain the blood essence and blood core, he could only go deeper. It was because of these two reasons that Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to make the best use of his time to jump onto the second rock. Chu Zhongtian had already planned everything beforehand when he entered the Snekflocks. The area of the second red rock he stepped on was slightly smaller than the first one. According to Chu Zhongtian's classification of the size of the red rock, the second red rock could barely be considered a level 7 rock. Therefore, he did not rashly enter the Snekflocks. After walking for less than 20 meters at the edge of the second red rock, Chu Zhongtian chose another huge rock with an area of about 7,000 square meters and a grade of 5. He jumped onto it without hesitation. He chose the fourth red rock he landed on. It was a huge rock with an area of about 5,000 square meters. He chose the fifth red rock he landed on. It was a huge rock with an area of 9,000 square meters. The sixth red rock he chose to land on was a small rock with an area of over 1,000 square meters. Chu Zhongtian's stunning performance made some of the martial artists in Snekflocks who were originally commenting on him speechless. How is this possible? It had only been 10 minutes. His cultivation base is only at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. How can he be so fast? One of them was a young man who had reached the half-step chi transforming period, and he was around 20 years old. He spoke to himself with a dull expression. That's right. Every time he changes his foothold, the timing of his kick is perfect. Could it be that he has been to Snekflocks before? A young martial artist standing beside the young man also said in disbelief. He changed his foothold 15 times in a row, and went about 10 kilometers deep into the snekflocks. It was only at this moment that Chu Zhongtian finally stopped. He planned to rest for a while, and at the same time restore the energy and physical strength he had just used up. Just now, he changed locations 15 times in a row, and it did not consume much of his spiritual power's energy. However, this consumed a lot of his energy and physical strength. Because every time he chose the next landing spot, he would calculate which red rock would be used as his landing spot. He also had to observe the surrounding rocks that were constantly flying past him. At the same time, every time he jumped to another red rock, his body and attention must be highly coordinated, and there must not be the slightest error in the middle. Otherwise, he could be attacked by red rocks below rank 3 at any time. Just as Chu Zhongtian was planning to stay on the 16th red rock and rest for a while, a deafening roar sounded, causing the expressions of the thousands of martial artists and those who had entered the snekflocks to change drastically. In the first half of the journey to the Azura secret realm, those who were able to arrive at the snekflocks were mostly warriors from the major powers of the southern domain. Some of them were strong, some were weak, but each of them was very knowledgeable. The power contained in the roar just now made all the warriors present realize it. The strength of the monster that roared must have surpassed the body refining stage and chi transforming period stage. It might have reached the essence gathering stage. How could there be a monster in the second level of Azura secret realm that could reach the essence gathering stage? This was the first thought that popped into the minds of all the warriors present. And the second reaction of the thousands of warriors present was different. Nearly 2/3 of the warriors chose to leave snekflocks directly, temporarily not putting themselves in danger. Of the remaining 1/3 of warriors, 1/3 chose to enter snekflocks directly. They planned to use the special environment of the snekflocks to avoid the essence gathering stage monster. At the same time, they also hoped to enter the snekflocks to search for blood essence and blood core. As for the remaining 1/3 of the warriors, 2/3 of them chose to believe that the monster that roared just now would not attack them cruelly. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the 15th red rock, heard the roar that was getting closer and closer, and his expression changed. Then, he took out an essence blood pill from his storage bag and swallowed it without hesitation. Although the essence blood pill refined from a martial artist's corpse didn't taste good, the effects were very obvious. In a short 3 seconds, the energy, physical strength, and spiritual power he had just consumed were instantly restored to the peak state. This made him sigh with admiration at the means of the demon heart sex experts. In the snekflocks in Azura secret realm, with the help of the blood essence he had robbed, Chu Zhongtian, who had returned to his peak state, used the movement technique and arrived at the edge of the rock. While following the edge of the red rock, he was searching for a huge rock that he could land on. However, even after searching for a full 5 minutes, Chu Zhongtian still did not find any red rocks that were below the 6th grade level passing by. This made him very anxious. If there wasn't the threat of the Overlord of Blood Lake, he could continue waiting for the red rock below the 6th grade. Because according to the path of the snekflocks, there would be red rocks below the 6th grade passing by sooner or later. But now that he was pressed for time, he couldn't continue waiting. Helpless, he could only take the risk and choose level 7 or level 8 stones as his next destination. 30 seconds later, a red rock about the size of a basketball court, barely reaching level 7, streaked across in front of him. Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and took the risk to choose this stone as his 16th stop. Chu Zhongtian's luck was pretty good. When he chose the 16th red rock, there were no other rocks around, allowing him to smoothly step onto the 16th red rock. When he stepped onto the 16th red rock, the feeling immediately changed. Because he was standing on a huge rock that was only 500 square meters, he could vaguely feel the shaking of the huge rock as it floated. The shaking red rock beneath his feet was very unfavorable for him to choose his next landing spot. However, since he had already made his choice, Chu Zhongtian would not regret it at all. He would not let his thoughts run wild because of the risk. Staring at the rocks that kept moving in front of him, Chu Zhongtian continued to choose his next stop. Just as he chose his 17th step, the Overlord of Blood Lake's roar sounded together. This time, the roar could no longer be described as deafening. And the Overlord of Blood Lake's second roar resounded through the clouds, giving the many martial artists below Sneckflocks a new choice. Out of the remaining 300 warriors present, more than 100 of them chose the same choice as the first batch of warriors. That was to escape from the Sneckflocks temporarily, in case something unexpected happened that they could not control. Out of the remaining 200 warriors, 40 of them chose to enter Sneckflocks ahead of time. The remaining 160 or so martial artists naively believed that the monster that was about to appear would not attack them. The monster's target was most likely the hidden blood essence and blood core in the Sneckflocks. The second roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake not only caused the martial artists below Sneckflocks to make a choice, but also forced Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the 16th rock, to make a choice. Through the roar just now, Chu Zhongtian estimated that the Overlord of Blood Lake would arrive at the Sneckflocks in 5 minutes at most, so he had to immediately choose a large rock with a larger area as his temporary resting place. Otherwise, the frenzied Overlord of Blood Lake would very likely take the initiative to attack the Sneckflocks. A peak essence gathering stage's attack could easily trigger the turbulent energy flow in Sneckflocks. The turbulent energy flow was a destructive force to red rocks above the level 7. If he wanted to ensure his own safety before anything happened in the Sneckflocks, then out of the 9 grades of red rocks, the safest one was the first grade. I'll give it my all. After 3 minutes of observation, Chu Zhongtian found a stone that was only 30 square meters in area. Could temporarily become his 18th stop. However, this was only a very short temporary stop, because his final goal was to slowly move over from not too far away. It was a huge rock that was equivalent to the size of the Hidden Dragon Peak. 3, 2, 1. Chu Zhongtian silently counted down in his heart. After a while, he used the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique and took the risk of jumping over 2 landing spots in a row. As soon as his right leg stepped onto the 18th landing spot with movement technique, his left leg immediately jumped up with all his strength. He landed on the 19th landing spot in an extremely dangerous manner. This was also the super large stone that he had chosen to use to reach rank 1. After stabilizing himself, Chu Zhongtian briefly observed the super large stone that he had chosen. When he realized that there was nothing wrong with the boulder, he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the Overlord of Blood Lake that was about to appear outside the Sneckflocks. 30 seconds later, a black shadow appeared in his line of sight. 1 minute later, he could almost see the Overlord of Blood Lake's body, which was almost 1,000 meters long. 1.5 minutes later, the Overlord of Blood Lake's face, which looked like a mouse, was clearly reflected in his eyes. 2 minutes later, a giant figure quickly appeared in the sky above Sneckflocks. Its ruby-like eyes stared at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing in the middle of the Sneckflocks. The Overlord of Blood Lake let out a loud roar for the 3rd time. The Overlord of Blood Lake used its peak essence gathering stage strength for the 3rd time. Therefore, its roar not only made Chu Zhongtian and the others in Sneckflocks feel their scalps go numb. It had also caused blood to flow out of the faces of nearly 130 of the 160 warriors in Sneckflocks, causing them to suffer severe injuries. After the Overlord of Blood Lake found Chu Zhongtian, who had taken away the treasure that originally belonged to it, it was not in a hurry to attack him. On the contrary, it looked coldly at the 160-plus martial practitioners below. Then, it roared at the more than 160 heavily injured martial practitioners below. The Overlord of Blood Lake's 4th roar was far less resounding than the first 3 times, but the shock it brought with it was even greater than the first 3 times. This was because the 4th roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake was a special technique it possessed. It formed a powerful suction force through its roar, and the suction force's target was the more than 160 martial artists standing in the Sneckflocks. Among the 160 warriors in the Sneckflocks, the one with the highest cultivation base was only at the half-step Qi transforming period, and the strongest one was only at the 1st level Qi transforming period peak. They were simply no match for the Overlord of Blood Lake. Furthermore, the 3rd roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake had already severely wounded them. Therefore, when faced with the powerful suction force of the Overlord of Blood Lake, The more than 160 martial artists below the Snekflocks were unable to hold on for long. They were all sucked into the Overlord of Blood Lake's bloody mouth. After swallowing more than 160 martial artists, the Overlord of Blood Lake extended its barbed tongue and licked its blood-stained teeth. It looked at Chu Zhongtian in the Snekflocks with an unusually bloody expression. Why would such a cruel monster appear in the second level of Azura Secret Realm? Why didn't the rules of the Secret Realm deal with it? After devouring more than 160 warriors, the eyes of the Overlord of the Blood Lake when he looked at the Snekflocks terrified the warriors who had just entered the Snekflocks. Even a warrior with a slightly weaker mentality started to complain about the rules of the Azura. That's enough. The rules of the Azura only applies to treasures with energy surpassing the body refining stage, not creatures with strength surpassing the body refining stage. If not, you and I are both geniuses with the strength of the Qi transforming period. Wouldn't we be killed by the rules of the secret realm? Furthermore, I suspect that this monster in front of me is a creature from the secret realm. Therefore, the rules of the secret realm won't attack it. Another warrior with a good mentality said to his companion, who had lost his composure just now. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the 19th huge rock, knew that the Overlord of Blood Lake did not look at the other warriors with his cold eyes. Instead, he was staring at Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian could guess why the Overlord of Blood Lake kept chasing him. He was afraid that the Overlord, who had the intelligence of an adult human and had been guarding the sphere for countless years, had already guessed what the glowing sphere was. That was why it didn't hesitate to leave the Blood Lake, which it had lived in for countless years, and chased after him with all its might, in order to obtain the power of the spatial law in his body. The spatial law in his body decided whether he would be able to return to the earth in the future. Even if it meant losing his life, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't hesitate to do so. Therefore, he didn't fear the cold gaze of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. As if using his eyes to prove that he wasn't afraid of its aura, Chu Zhongtian took out his natal spirit blade from his storage bag and slashed at the Overlord of Blood Lake. Chu Zhongtian's provocative action had completely infuriated the Blood Lake's Overlord. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Then, with its ability to fly, it directly charged into the Snekflocks. Seeing the Overlord of the Blood Lake rushing into the Snekflocks, a trace of a cunning smile flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. A grain-sized rock in Snekflocks could directly shatter a warrior wearing defensive spirit weapon. Could it be that the body of the Overlord of Blood Lake could surpass the defensive spirit weapon? Human warriors could accurately judge and dodge the constantly moving red stone, while the Overlord of the Blood Lake was almost 1,000 meters long. The Overlord of the Blood Lake, who was provoked by Chu Zhongtian's provocation, did not take the red rock that was moving around in the Snekflocks seriously. Back in the cave, in order to see who had attacked it, it had used its giant tail to smash the wall that was formed by the red rocks. So in his opinion, he only needed to wave his tail gently. It could slap away the constantly moving rocks in front of it. However, after it flew into the Snekflocks, it realized that it was wrong. Back then, it could easily break the wall formed by the red rocks. That was because the red rocks were still there and did not move, allowing it to take the initiative to attack. However, the red rocks in the Snekflocks moved at all times. Although the red rocks in the Snekflocks did not move very fast, there seemed to be a special rule in the Snekflocks that allowed these red rocks with slow movement speed to have a powerful penetrative force when they were moving at a high speed. 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the Overlord of the Blood Lake was hit by the constantly moving red rocks dozens of times. Each hit could easily break through its defense, causing wounds to appear on its body. For the Overlord of the Blood Lake, who was almost 1,000 meters long, some of the smaller red rocks didn't cause much damage, but some of the larger rocks were too much for him to bear. Just now, a huge rock with an area of more than 3,000 square meters knocked it away, causing it to suffer an unimaginable amount of damage. If it wasn't for his strong defense and his essence gathering stage peak cultivation base, that strike would have killed him. At this moment it was afraid, because this was the first time it had suffered such a serious injury since it became the Overlord of Blood Lake. If it continued to stay in Snekflocks, it was afraid that it would really die here today, so it wanted to leave this place for the time being. It was easy to enter Sneckflocks, but it was hard to get out. There was a pattern when breaking into Sneckflocks. As long as a person was able to find a foothold every time they moved forward, there was basically no safety problem. However, it was very difficult to leave the Sneckflocks. Basically, there was no pattern to be found. To leave the Sneckflocks safely, it basically depended on luck. Therefore, every person who broke into the Sneckflocks would either continue to venture deeper and search for the blood serum and blood core that might exist in the Sneckflocks, or they would choose a rank 1 red rock and wait for Secret Realm to close 10 days later. The overlord of the Blood Lake, who wanted to leave the Sneckflocks, had just turned its huge body. 300 of square meters red rocks hit him hard. His body suffered another serious injury. At the same time, it couldn't help but roar in anger after suffering such a heavy injury. When its huge body turned around and was about to fly away from the Sneckflocks, 5 huge rocks that were 1,000 square meters in size smashed it away. The strong impact caused it to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the pain from the wound made it howl. The overlord of Blood Lake resisted the pain in his wound and tried his best to leave Sneckflocks. 10 giant rocks that were 3,000 meters in size hit him once again. The impact just now had directly reduced his life force by 90%. The loss of vitality in an instant made it couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The aura that was being emitted from the body of the overlord of Blood Lake had obviously dropped to the body refining stage. At this point, the overlord of Blood Lake didn't dare to let its powerful strength continue to wreak havoc. It wanted to find a safe place to temporarily recover from its injuries. If it allowed its injuries to continue worsening, then its strength and grade would really drop. At that time, after the Azura Secret Realm closed up and all the human martial artists left the Secret Realm, it would definitely return to the Blood Lake. If its strength and grade really fell, then the subordinates in the Blood Lake who were only a bit inferior to it in terms of strength and grade would probably want to replace it. At that time, it would really be in danger. As an overlord of Blood Lake with the intelligence of an adult human, it quickly analyzed the serious consequences of continuing to force itself. Therefore, it quickly thought of a way to find a place to temporarily stay. Although it was impossible for it to understand the rules of Sneckflocks in a short period of time, it could determine where was a safe place and where was its resting place through the performance of the human warriors who entered Sneckflocks. After confirming a red rock that was temporarily suitable for it to stay, the overlord of Blood Lake opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of essence blood that was the size of a soccer ball and emitted extremely powerful energy waves. After that, the essence blood exploded and turned into a dense mass of blood-red gas. The blood-red gas wrapped around the overlord of Blood Lake's entire body, and then it forcefully rushed towards the nearest huge rock, which was the size of a mountain peak. After using the essence blood, the overlord of Blood Lake's life aura fell once again, and its aura dropped to the primary rank of the body refining period. However, the power of the natal essence blood was also powerful enough, allowing the overlord of Blood Lake to reach the mountain peak smoothly. Wait, after landing safely behind the huge rock, the overlord of Blood Lake looked at Chu Zhongtian with an unusually cold expression. After that, it closed its eyes and completely entered the stage that was healing itself. Seeing the overlord of Blood Lake choose to find a huge rock to heal itself, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The severe injuries it had suffered just now would take at least 3 to 5 months to fully recover. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was no longer worried that the overlord of Blood Lake would continue to chase after him. He continued to fight for the power of the space law in his body. Since the biggest threat he posed in Azura Secret Realm had been eliminated, he only needed to be on guard against the Azura that might appear at any time. In the remaining time, he would be able to search for the blood essence and the blood core with all his might. In fact, what Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that even if the overlord of Blood Lake didn't suffer any serious injuries after entering Sneckflocks, he wouldn't be in any danger if the overlord of Blood Lake continued to chase after him with its powerful strength, because in the sky above Sneckflocks, there was a pair of illusory eyes staring at Chu Zhongtian, as if they were afraid that something would happen to Chu Zhongtian. After nearly 2 hours of observation before entering the Sneckflocks, Chu Zhongtian discovered that only red rocks of 4, 5, and 6 grades could appear. The chances of blood essence and blood core appearing in the remaining low-grade red rocks were very low, so he waited patiently. Only when stones of 4, 5, and 6 grades appeared and became his next stop would he choose to leave. Otherwise, he would rather wait on the spot. Now, after choosing 35 red rocks as his foothold, Chu Zhongtian finally found a red rock that contained blood essence and was suitable for his next step. 3, 2, 1. He counted down in his heart. Chu Zhongtian used the middle rank movement technique, and his left and right feet moved quickly. He safely climbed up the 36th red rock, which was about 5,000 square meters. He raised his head and observed the red rock. After making sure there was nothing wrong with it, Chu Zhongtian suppressed the power of the advanced movement technique to the entry level, and then rushed straight to the location where the hidden blood essence was. There were no accidents along the way, and Chu Zhongtian successfully obtained the blood essence that could quickly replenish the spirit, qi, and energy. Including the blood essence he had obtained from Blade Duke, he now had 4 precious blood ginseng. Since this red rock had blood essence on it, Chu Zhongtian greedily searched the entire red rock. He looked forward to finding something, but in the end he found nothing. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't find anything, it didn't affect Chu Zhongtian's mood. He stood at the edge of the 36th red rock and began to calculate where he would land. Just as Chu Zhongtian calculated his next landing spot, in the opposite direction, there was a young expert wearing the uniform of Demon Heart Sect. He was about 18 or 19 years old, and he was staring at a huge rock that was over 8,000 square meters in the distance with an excited expression. On this huge red rock there were 2 blood essence and a 10-year-old blood core. A red rock that had 2 treasures, the blood essence and the blood core, was rare in Sneckflocks. Therefore, this expert wearing the uniform of Demon Heart Sect was determined to obtain these treasures. Chu Zhongtian had just obtained a blood ginseng from the 36th red rock. When he was searching for his next stop, he unexpectedly found a huge red rock that was about 8,000 square meters in area, and was suitable for him to land on. My luck is here. I really can't stop it. On this huge red rock there were actually 2 blood essence and a 10-year blood core. This made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh at his luck. If he could obtain the blood core on this huge red rock, then his goal of using it to exchange for cultivation talent rare treasures and medicinal pills in the sect would be a step further. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Chu Zhongtian silently recited the countdown in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The experts of Demon Heart Sect also silently recited the countdown in their hearts. Charge! When the chanting ended, Chu Zhongtian followed the trajectory of the red rock and cast the beginner-level movement technique, smoothly and safely landing on the red rock. Charge! When the chanting ended, the experts of Demon Heart Sect used the middle-rank movement technique and quickly stepped onto the huge red rock. After more than 30 times searching for different landing spots, Chu Zhongtian knew if there was any danger on every red rock that was suitable for landing. Therefore, after stepping on the red rock, he used the movement technique and rushed in the direction of the blood essence and blood core. However, when he was still 100 meters away from the blood essence and the blood core, he discovered that there was another person charging towards him from the opposite direction. After slowing down his speed, Chu Zhongtian started to size up his opponent who had stepped onto the red rock at the same time as him. After a careful observation, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the Azura secret realm was really very small, because every time he encountered an opponent, it was a disciple from the Demon Heart Sect. Chu Zhongtian discovered that the expert from the Demon Heart Sect was also stepping on the red rock. The expert from the Demon Heart Sect also found Chu Zhongtian who had agreed to step on the huge rock. After finding out that Chu Zhongtian was only a 9th layer peak of the body refining period, the experts of the Demon Heart Sect snapped, "The blood essence and blood core are mine. You can choose the next foothold." Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but be stunned by the words and actions of his opponent. This was because ever since he entered the Azura secret realm, the disciples of the Demon Heart Sect he met either attacked him directly or acted arrogantly. This seemingly reasonable and domineering disciple of the Demon Heart Sect had overturned Chu Zhongtian's opinion of the Demon Heart Sect. Of course, the blood essence and the blood core were things that he had to seize. He couldn't give up just because of his words. The blood essence and the blood core are mine. You can choose the next foothold. Chu Zhongtian replied in the same way and tone. Before I get angry, you better leave this place as soon as possible. The expert from the Demon Heart sect was a little unhappy. However, his priority right now was to obtain the blood essence and the blood core. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. While threatening Chu Zhongtian, he also unleashed a powerful aura from his body, forcing him to take the initiative to leave this red rock. Before I get angry, you better leave this place as soon as possible. His threat had no effect on Chu Zhongtian. He didn't want to think about some powerful words to threaten him, so he just repeated his words. You are courting death. Chu Zhongtian repeated his words twice in a row, which made him very angry. He temporarily gave up on keeping the blood essence and blood core. At the same time, he used the body movement technique to rush towards Chu Zhongtian. He took out the weapon he was very good at, a pair of heavy hammers. Who are you from the Demon Heart sect's 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises? When he rushed over, his body was emitting a powerful aura, causing Chu Zhongtian to suddenly think of the 13 famous experts of the Demon Heart sect. He immediately wanted to know the identity of the person he was about to kill. I am Combat King from 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. The expert from the Demon Heart sect was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately stopped. He admitted his identity with a puzzled expression. So you are the 2nd-ranked Combat King. Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. This was because when Combat King charged over, the energy he emitted had reached the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period peak. This made him suspect that he might be one of the 3 kings of Demon Heart sect, and most likely the 3rd-ranked Blood King or the 2nd-ranked Combat King. After hearing that Combat King had admitted his identity, he finally understood why his Qi was so powerful. Could it be that you have some kind of relationship with one of us? Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a look of enlightenment, which made Combat King think that he might be Xian Huang's friend and family. Therefore, before confirming Chu Zhongtian's identity, Combat King did not dare to make a move for the time being. Chu Zhongtian only needed a glance to guess his concerns. But this was not what Chu Zhongtian wanted. What he wanted was for Combat King to use his full strength to show him the strength of the 2nd strongest body refining stage disciple of the Demon Heart sect. Therefore, he spoke in a very infuriating tone and attitude. No, I don't have any relationship with the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. If there is any relation between us, then Wind Marquis, Blood Marquis, Iron Fist Duke and Blade Duke from the Demon Heart sect have all died under my blade. How dare you kill the 4 noble lords of the Demon Heart sect? It seems like you are determined to go against the Demon Heart sect. If that's the case, then another young genius will die under my pair of iron hammers. Chu Zhongtian had actually killed 4 nobles of the Demon Heart sect. This was beyond Combat King's imagination. Furthermore, the disciples of the Demon Heart sect had Essence Blood Pill that could restore spirit, Qi and energy in an instant. They had the absolute advantage in battle. Under such circumstances, Chu Zhongtian was able to kill 4 kings at the same time. This made Combat King angry, but at the same time, his vigilance towards Chu Zhongtian increased. Leave the right and wrong to others to judge. All I can do is to have a clear conscience. Facing Combat King's threat, Chu Zhongtian sighed and took out the natal spirit blade. He did not want to say more. Twin Dragon Strike. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out his weapon, Combat King knew he was going to fight him. Combat King did not continue to talk nonsense about this. He waved the pair of iron hammers in his hands. He casted the intermediate hammer technique and attacked Chu Zhongtian. Since this was his first time fighting an opponent with 2 iron hammers, he didn't know how the opponent attacked. He also didn't know how the opponent's hammer technique was like, so he didn't attack. Instead, he used the movement technique to dodge the attack, and at the same time he wanted to feel the power of his opponent's hammer technique. Twin Dragon strikes the pearl. After Chu Zhongtian easily dodged the first attack, Combat King borrowed the strength of his pair of iron hammers. His entire body spun 360 degrees, spinning in a circle. Then he used the second attack. Looking at the iron hammer that was attacking him from both sides, Chu Zhongtian still did not take the initiative to attack. He only used the natal spirit blade to block the iron hammer that was attacking from both sides. At the same time, he also used his natal spiritual power to collide with the iron hammer. He could feel the power of Combat King's hammer technique. Twin Dragon Counter. After Chu Zhongtian used the natal spirit blade to block the hammer, Combat King used the momentum to launch a reverse strike with the hammer. This made Chu Zhongtian slightly surprised. He was shocked by Combat King's exquisite hammer technique and his control over the situation of the battle. Although he was shocked, Chu Zhongtian wasn't surprised at all. He used the small completion stage movement technique to move his body, and dodged the attack of the two dragons in a half-twisted manner. Dual Dragon Strangulation. Chu Zhongtian's advanced movement technique had actually broken through to the small completion stage. This really surprised Combat King. He was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's improvement in the movement technique. Just like Chu Zhongtian, although he was shocked, Combat King's attack didn't stop. His pair of heavy hammers swung up and down at 180 degrees, forming a killing force. He swung them towards Chu Zhongtian's head. Facing Combat King's attack, three ways of dodging quickly flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. However, these three methods were quickly rejected by him. In the end, he decided to defend and counterattack. In a one-on-one fight, the snatch millet in the fire, which had broken through to the peak stage, was perfect to counter Combat King's attack. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian turned his wrist and the natal spirit blade in his hand turned into a fox line. The beginner sword method martial technique that contained the power of the element and the small completion stage movement technique. It welcomed Combat King's dual dragon strangulation. The natal spiritual power and the pair of heavy hammers collided with each other, creating a deafening explosion. Along with the explosion was a red rock with an area of about 8,000 square meters, shaking intensely. In the Azura secret realm, in the Snekflocks on top of a red rock. Your strength is not bad. It's worth it for me to use all of my strength. After Chu Zhongtian easily dealt with the fatal blow, Combat King was shocked, but at the same time, he couldn't help but praise Chu Zhongtian's strength. After all, Chu Zhongtian was only a 9th layer peak of the body refining period warrior, but the combat strength he had displayed had already reached the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period peak. With his outstanding talent and incredible strength, perhaps only Xian Huang from the Demon Heart Sect's 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises could compare with him. Combat King, your strength is not worth me using all my strength. After exchanging dozens of blows, Chu Zhongtian basically knew Combat King's strength. Combat King was a half-step Qi transformation expert, and his strength was at the 2nd level of Qi transformation peak. His talent was considered outstanding in Southern Domain. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian guessed that the reason why he was ranked first amongst the 3 kings was because of his extraordinary combat experience and accurate grasp of the battle situation. Overly arrogant is equivalent to courting death. Chu Zhongtian's slightly arrogant provocation made Combat King say with a gloomy expression. Combat King admitted that he had given him a lot of face by praising Chu Zhongtian. Besides Xian Huang from the Devil Heart Sect, Chu Zhongtian was the first genius amongst his peers who could be praised from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, in his opinion, Chu Zhongtian should feel honored. But he had never thought that Chu Zhongtian would be so arrogant, which made him very angry. Combat King, you will know whether I am arrogant or not very soon. Facing Combat King's ridicule, Chu Zhongtian's mood didn't change at all. In a battle, Chu Zhongtian would fall into an unusually calm state. At this time, in his eyes, there was only the difference between an enemy and a friend. As for what his opponent said, he did not care at all. Burning Sun Flame. Since he already knew the strength of his opponent, he was also familiar with his opponent's fighting style. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to end the battle as soon as possible, and then take away the blood essence and blood core. He would continue his journey into the Snekflocks. The power of a peak beginner saber technique was comparable to an advanced body movement technique at the beginner realm. With the help of the Great Completion Realm's advanced body movement technique, Chu Zhongtian's current combat strength had already reached the early 3rd level of Qi transformation realm. Facing Chu Zhongtian, who was at the 3rd level Qi transformation realm, Combat King quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. If it wasn't for his precise control of the battle situation, perhaps he would have been killed by the Spirit Saber very soon. Since that was the case, his current situation was precarious, and he could be killed at any time. Using his precise control over the situation, Combat King barely managed to dodge Chu Zhongtian's fire splash. Then, he used the pair of iron hammers in his hands to blast away Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade, temporarily increasing the distance between them. After that, he requested, "The blood essence and the blood core are yours. I'll take the initiative to leave this place. How about it?" "It's too late." Chu Zhongtian showed no mercy when Combat King took the initiative to beg for mercy. He replied in a cold tone. Killing had always been Chu Zhongtian's usual method. Furthermore, he was now an enemy of the Devil Heart sect. "My request just now wasn't because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want the others of Sneckflocks to take advantage of us because of our injuries. So I advise you to stop the battle between us." Faced with Chu Zhongtian's ruthless attitude, Combat King threatened him angrily. As one of the 9 major powers, Combat King, who was ranked number 2 in the Devil Heart sect, had actually taken the initiative to give in. This was something that had never happened before. The first time Combat King had taken the initiative to give in was to Xianxia, who was one of the 3 sovereigns and 9 marquis. In the face of Combat King taking the initiative to give in, Xianxia's action was to take a step back and immediately offer sweet words to ease the depression in his heart. The second time Combat King took the initiative to give in was when Chu Zhongtian took the initiative. Combat King originally thought that Chu Zhongtian would also give up like Xianxia. Not only did he take the initiative to persuade him, he would also reasonably distribute the blood essence and the blood core. However, Chu Zhongtian's response was too surprising and infuriating. Combat King's confident threat made Chu Zhongtian slightly frown. He didn't know where Combat King got his confidence from, but Combat King actually thought that he would send him away with good words. In order to completely extinguish Combat King's unpractical confidence, and to end the battle as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian used his first trump card, Force, an aura that could cause the world to change color and solidify the surrounding environment. It enveloped Combat King, making him shut his mouth. He used the slicing style of the basic saber technique, and combined it with the body movement technique martial skill. Then he chopped off Combat King's head. Ignoring Combat King, who had died with everlasting regret, Chu Zhongtian put away the storage bag hanging on his waist, and went straight to where the blood essence and blood core were hiding. Carefully putting away the 2 blood essence and 1 blood core, Chu Zhongtian looked at the 10-year-old blood core in his hand, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. Including the 10-year-old blood core he had obtained from Blade Duke, he now had 2 10-year-old blood core, and was 1 step closer to the goal of 5 10-year-old blood core. The battle with Combat King took a lot of time, so Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not check Combat King's storage bag. Instead, he immediately rushed to the edge of the red rock and began to search for the next red rock to land on. Maybe it was because he was lucky, or maybe it was because the timing was right. Just as he arrived at the edge of the red rock, he found a piece of land that was about 7,000 square meters. It was a red rock that was suitable for his next step, reaching the level 5. What made Chu Zhongtian even more excited was that there was actually a blood essence hidden on this red rock that was suitable for his next step. How could he not be excited? Calculating the time, Chu Zhongtian used an intermediate movement technique and smoothly stepped onto the 38th step. He sped up and rushed to where the blood essence was hiding. He picked up the blood essence with wild joy, and after putting away his storage ring, Chu Zhongtian returned to the edge of the red rock. Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed. Half of his energy was focused on the moving red rock, and he continued to search for the next piece of rock that could land on the ground. The other half was focused on connecting the storage bag to the storage bag. After connecting his thoughts to the storage bag, a look of shock appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. As the second strongest body refining stage warrior in the Demon Heart sect, the storage bag used by Combat King, who had the combat strength of a second layer of the Qi transforming period peak, had a radius of 100 cubic meters. This was basically the highest grade of storage bag. Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the amazing size of the storage bag, And he was also amazed by Combat King's wealth, as well as the importance the Demon Heart sect attached to geniuses. If he excluded those disciples who were specially trained by those big shots, Chu Zhongtian could be considered the #1 body refining stage in the Floating Cloud sect. His strength and status were comparable to the Xian Huang of the Demon Heart sect. Even with his current strength, the storage bag he was using was less than 70 cubic meters. Furthermore, this was something he had worked hard to obtain. His storage bag had nothing to do with the sect. Just from this point alone, the gap between him and Combat King, as well as the gap between the Floating Cloud sect and the Demon Heart sect, was not small. Combat King's enormous storage bag was only a small part of Chu Zhongtian's shock. What really shocked him was the amazing collection within Combat King's storage bag. Not counting the other precious treasures, just the number of spirit stones alone was enough to shock Chu Zhongtian. Because in Combat King's storage bag, the number of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors had reached a shocking 7 million, and there were also more than 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors. There were even 500 spirit stones that were even more sparkling and translucent. Chu Zhongtian took out one of the sparkling and translucent spirit stones and carefully examined the amount of spiritual qi stored within. He immediately confirmed that this spirit stone was a level 5 intermediate spirit stone. According to the usual practice of using different kinds of spirit stones in the Eternal Continent's southern domain, 6th grade middle rank spirit stones were exclusive to Qi transforming period stage warriors, and level 5 intermediate spirit stones were exclusive to peak essence gathering stage warriors. Combat King, whose strength had barely reached the second layer of the Qi transforming period peak, actually had 500 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. How could this not shock Chu Zhongtian? The spirit stones he used in his daily cultivation were only at the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. 6th grade middle rank spirit stone was only used to enter the Azura secret realm in order to quickly recover his spiritual qi. But Combat King had already started to possess level 5 intermediate spirit stones. This made Chu Zhongtian sigh in admiration at how unfair it was. Forcibly suppressing the shock brought by the spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian began to examine the other treasures within the storage bag. Compared to Blade Duke, who was proficient in alchemy and could refine medicinal pills, Combat King only had 2 bottles of Essence Blood Pill in his storage bag. Moreover, one of the pill bottle only had 6 Essence Blood Pill in it. The number of blood essence in one of the 3 treasures of Secret Realm was also far from Blade Duke's collection. Combat King only had 1 storage bag in his interspatial storage bag. Luckily, Combat King still had a 10-year-old blood core in his interspatial storage bag. This caused Chu Zhongtian to be filled with joy once again. After putting the blood essence and blood core into his storage ring finger, Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not use the rest of the items, because he wanted to wait until the end of the secret realm to refine Combat King's storage bag. This would be a treasure in his storage for the next period of time. Putting away the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian stood up and used all his energy to calculate the next step of the stone. He didn't know if he had used up all his luck, or if he had chosen the wrong path. In the next 3 days of his journey, he didn't find a single blood essence or blood core at all. This made him somewhat anxious. The Azura secret realm had been open for 8 days. There were still 2 days left until he closed it. At this time, he had only collected 3 10-year-old blood core. There were still 2 more to go before he could reach his goal of obtaining 5. If he couldn't collect 5 10-year blood core before the Azura secret realm closed, his wish to raise his cultivation talent to level 5 would be in vain. After 60 trips, 60 red rocks of different sizes appeared. Chu Zhongtian knew that he had entered the depths of the Sneck Flocks. Although the chances of blood essence and blood core appearing in the depths of the Sneck Flocks was very high, the probability of encountering the most dangerous Azura in the Sneck Flocks was also the highest. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian suppressed the irritation in his heart due to not being able to find the blood essence and blood core, and once again began looking for a place to rest. The deeper he went into the Sneck Flocks, the more red rocks of various sizes and grades he moved around. Every time he made a choice, he had to be very careful, and absolutely could not make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, a tiny mistake could lead to his death. Half an hour later, Chu Zhongtian finally discovered a red rock that could temporarily be used as a foothold. It had an area of more than 10,000 square meters. When he finished reciting it, Chu Zhongtian immediately used the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique. He rushed up to the 66th red rock at lightning speed. Endless autumn. Domineering the world. Just as Chu Zhongtian stepped onto the 66th red rock and was about to observe the state of the red rock, he heard a familiar and unfamiliar shout. It sounded like the voice of Lu Yuan, a good friend he had befriended in Purgatory City. So Chu Zhongtian immediately looked up. He found that, in the middle of the red rock, he was wearing a light blue outfit. Lu Yuan, who was holding a semi-spirit tool-grade spirit sword, was currently fighting a young man with a dignified appearance. Through the exchange of more than 10 moves between the two, Chu Zhongtian discovered that their strengths were not much different. It was very difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time, so he was not in a hurry to greet Lu Yuan. Instead, he planned to observe the strength of the two. He wanted to see what kind of stage Lu Yuan's cultivation base had reached in less than 2 months, which was worshipped by many swordmasters. The red rock was more than 10,000 square meters, and its area was only a little bigger than 2 football fields. Whether it was Lu Yuan or the young man who fought with him, they were both the elites among the young disciples. When they fought, they would definitely spare some energy to pay attention to the situation around them. Not long after Chu Zhongtian appeared on the red rock, the two of them quickly noticed that there was an extra person on the scene. They didn't know whether this person who suddenly appeared was a friend or foe, whether he was strong or weak. His goal was the treasure on the red rock, and it was the two of them. Therefore, the two of them had a tacit understanding as they used a technique that wasn't very powerful. With the help of this sword technique, they brushed past each other and looked at the person who appeared on the red rock at the same time. After seeing the person's face clearly, Lu Yuan's face revealed a trace of a joyful smile, while the young man in the dark purple robe frowned. "Senior brother Chu, long time no see. I really miss you." When he saw that it was Chu Zhongtian, Lu Yuan hurriedly put away the spirit sword in his hand and walked towards Chu Zhongtian with a smile on his face. "Junior brother Lu, if you are a heavenly beauty, I would be very happy to hear what you just said. But unfortunately, you are a man. So, I will pretend that I didn't hear what you just said." Chu Zhongtian replied jokingly as he walked forward. The smile on Lu Yuan's face made Chu Zhongtian feel happy from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, it made Chu Zhongtian feel deeply relieved. He was also glad that he had saved Elder Huang's life with the help of the token in cavern and made a good friend like Lu Yuan. "Mr. Chu, when we parted in Purgatory City, I went all out to cultivate after returning to my sect. I thought I could catch up with you, but now it seems like my progress is not just a little bit inferior to yours." When the two of them walked together, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he felt Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base. When they parted in Purgatory City, he was a 3rd-layer peak of the body refining period, while Chu Zhongtian was a 4th-layer peak of the body refining period. If it hadn't been 2 months, he would have broken through to the 8th-layer peak of the body refining period with the help of the huge cultivation resources of his sect and the guidance of his family's divine soul stage seniors. His strength would have reached the 1st-grade Qi transforming period peak. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, relied on his own hard work in the floating cloud sect, and the speed of his stage was the same as his. In less than 2 months' time, his cultivation had increased by 5 minor stage warriors. This had to make Lu Yuan admire him. "Junior brother Lu, you don't have to belittle yourself. Your advancement is what makes me admire you." Lu Yuan admired the speed of his stage, and Chu Zhongtian also admired the speed of Lu Yuan's cultivation. He was able to use less than 2 months to raise his cultivation by 5 minor stage, except with Zhao and Jun's help. During this period of time, he had experienced many dangers, and there were a few times where he almost lost his life. This was the reason why he was able to advance his cultivation base to 9th-layer peak of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian didn't sense any strong killing intent from Lu Yuan. In other words, he basically used his secluded cultivation to improve his cultivation base. Under such circumstances, Lu Yuan's stage had caught up to his speed of improvement. How could Chu Zhongtian not admire him? At the same time, Lu Yuan was also the first opponent who could match his speed of breaking through to the next realm. "Compared to you, I'm still far from being able to match your speed. Although Lu Yuan knew that Chu Zhongtian was praising him from the bottom of his heart, he still felt embarrassed to accept it. Junior brother Lu, in my impression, you are a decisive person. Why are you so hesitant now? Seeing Lu Yuan continue to be modest and polite, Chu Zhongtian interrupted him. All right. Chu Zhongtian showed his impatience and made Lu Yuan shut his mouth obediently. Junior brother Lu, I have no intention of belittling you. With your current cultivation and strength, why did you choose to enter the dangerous Azura secret realm? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. Chu Zhongtian had a deep understanding of Lu Yuan's potential. He knew that Lu Yuan was a peerless genius whose talent, potential, and comprehension ability were not much weaker than his, but his current cultivation had limited his strength. With his current cultivation base and strength, it was a very risky move to enter the Azura secret realm, which was known as the Slaughterhouse. Furthermore, with his body and status in the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, there was no need for him to take such a risk. Thank you for your kindness. I have chosen the Azura secret realm after careful consideration. Lu Yuan didn't give much explanation to Chu Zhongtian's question. Originally, according to Lu Yuan's status and identity in Mount Hua, there was no need for him to come to the Azura secret realm for training. However, he still took the risk to enter Azura secret realm. In order to find the blood core in the Azura secret realm, he would use the blood core to further enhance his comprehension. At the same time, he hoped to borrow the cruel environment of the Azura secret realm to further increase his strength. In fact, Lu Yuan already had a detailed plan. That was to use the experience of Azura secret realm to help him break through to the 9th level of body refining, and use the power of the pills to advance to the peak stage. After that, he would personally make a trip to the Floating Cloud Sect to complete the arranged battle with Chu Zhongtian. Now that he had met Chu Zhongtian in advance, and found out that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was still above his, Lu Yuan changed his mind. He temporarily pushed the arranged battle to a later stage. Junior brother Lu, this is? Chu Zhongtian pointed at the arrogant young man standing not far away and asked. If they continued to flatter each other because of the improvement of their stage, perhaps 1 or 2 hours wouldn't be enough. Chu Zhongtian didn't like this kind of meaningless flattery, so he changed the topic. Senior brother Chu, let me introduce you. Hearing Chu Zhongtian mention the young man not far away, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that there was another person at the scene, and immediately introduced him warmly. Senior brother Chu, his name is Ouyang Haoyu. His stage and cultivation base are the same as mine. He is from the Ouyang family, one of the 9 major powers. He is the 3rd heir to the Ouyang family. Pointing at the arrogant young man, Lu Yuan introduced him. After that, Lu Yuan pointed at Chu Zhongtian and introduced him to Ouyang Haoyu. Ouyang Haoyu, the senior brother is called Chu Zhongtian. He is from the Floating Cloud Sect, one of the 9 major powers. Junior brother Ouyang. Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and greeted him. Ouyang Haoyu's cultivation base was the same as Lu Yuan's, and he was also an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. According to the tradition of Eternal Continent, not only did Ouyang Haoyu have to address Chu Zhongtian respectfully as his senior brother, he also had to greet him first. However, seeing the arrogance on Ouyang Haoyu's face, and considering the attitude of Lu Yuan when he introduced him just now, Chu Zhongtian lowered his status and greeted him. Among the disciples of Floating Cloud Sect and Stage, I have only heard of Luizong, He Ying, and Xia Luoxing. Sorry, I have never heard of Chu Zhongtian. Facing Chu Zhongtian's arrogant greeting, Ouyang Haoyu looked at Chu Zhongtian with disdain. He didn't even try to hide his disdain for Chu Zhongtian. Ouyang Haoyu, pay attention to your tone. Ouyang Haoyu's undisguised contempt caused Lu Yuan's expression to change, and he immediately shouted at him. Ouyang Haoyu, senior brother Chu is the person I respect the most. He is my savior. He is the target that I have to chase after with all my might in my life. I hope that you can show more respect to senior brother Chu. The two of them had briefly interacted in Purgatory City, which allowed Lu Yuan to understand some of Chu Zhongtian's personality. Although Chu Zhongtian seemed to be very easygoing on the surface and didn't have the arrogance of a peerless genius, he was still a very proud person. At that time, Lu Feng was a peerless half-step divine soul period expert. At first, Chu Zhongtian was full of respect for him, but in the end, he was full of hostility towards him. This was enough to prove how tough Chu Zhongtian was. Ouyang Haoyu's contempt just now would certainly cause Chu Zhongtian to dislike him. If Ouyang Haoyu continued to say unpleasant words, Lu Yuan couldn't guarantee that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't kill Ouyang Haoyu because of the anger in his heart. After all, in the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert of Purgatory City, Chu Zhongtian was facing Lang Yun and Lin Aochuan, who were much stronger than him. Chu Zhongtian's unyielding attitude had made Lu Yuan understand Chu Zhongtian's ruthlessness. He believed that Chu Zhongtian would never show any mercy when fighting. Moreover, Ouyang Haoyu was absolutely not a match for Chu Zhongtian. The final result of their fight would definitely be Ouyang Haoyu's death. He is someone you respect, not someone I respect. Why should I be polite to him? Facing Lu Yuan's loud scolding, Ouyang Haoyu still refuted in an unconvinced manner. Junior brother Lu, you don't have to be angry. I am just a poor kid who came from a remote valley. I can't be compared with the young master of Ouyang family. Seeing that Lu Yuan wanted to continue scolding Ouyang Haoyu, Chu Zhongtian tried to stop him, but he didn't forget to fight back. Senior brother Chu, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Ouyang Haoyu to be so arrogant. I will explain it to him later, and then ask him to apologize to you. Chu Zhongtian's response made Lu Yuan know that Chu Zhongtian was really angry, although he really wanted to resolve the conflict between the two of them just now. Considering Ouyang Haoyu's pride and Chu Zhongtian's pride, Lu Yuan knew that he couldn't rush this matter. He could only wait for them to separate before he could think of a way to resolve this matter. Junior brother Lu, you don't have to worry about it. I will definitely not have any relationship with the young master of Ouyang family in the future. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and rejected Lu Yuan's good intentions. Lu Yuan knew Chu Zhongtian's character very well. Chu Zhongtian was indeed a proud person. Ouyang Haoyu's contemptuous attitude just now had completely aroused Chu Zhongtian's disgust. Since Ouyang Haoyu looked down on him, he naturally wouldn't flatter Ouyang Haoyu, but Chu Zhongtian didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Yuan. He temporarily suppressed the disgust in his heart. Otherwise, given Chu Zhongtian's temper and Ouyang Haoyu's arrogant attitude just now, he would have beaten Ouyang Haoyu up a long time ago and let him know that some people weren't someone he could easily insult. Junior brother Lu, why don't you continue to venture deeper into Snekflocks and fight with that person instead? Chu Zhongtian didn't want to stay here any longer, so he wanted to quickly understand the reason why Lu Yuan and Ouyang Haoyu were fighting. Then he quickly went to the next place. For the distribution of blood essence and blood core, Lu Yuan said helplessly. Blood essence and blood core. Hearing Lu Yuan mention the blood essence and blood core, Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Chu Zhongtian did not have a strong desire for the blood essence. However, he had a strong desire for the blood core, especially the 10-year-old blood core. This was because he had not gained anything for 3 days and 3 nights. This made him very eager to collect 5 10-year-old blood core. That's right. Ouyang Haoyu and I have discovered that the blood essence and blood core on this rock are unevenly distributed. In the end, we have decided to decide on the distribution through the competition. Lu Yuan said helplessly. Where are the blood essence and the blood core? Chu Zhongtian asked. If the blood core on this red rock was 10 years old, then Chu Zhongtian would take out enough treasures to exchange for the blood core with Lu Yuan. Even if he took out a few blood essence, or a short sword that had just obtained the mid-level spirit sword, he would not hesitate. Over there. It was actually a little too much for Chu Zhongtian to directly question the location of the blood essence and blood core, but Lu Yuan directly pointed out the location of the blood essence and blood core. This caused Chu Zhongtian's impression of him to deepen. After walking 110 steps forward, Chu Zhongtian very quickly saw the blood essence and blood core hidden on the ground. After seeing the number of blood essence and blood core, he couldn't help but envy Lu Yuan and Ouyang Haoyu's luck, because on this red rock, there were actually 3 blood essence and 2 blood core hidden. Among the 2 blood core, one blood core's age reached 10 years, and the other blood core's age actually reached 100 years. The special energy contained within the 100-year blood core had a certain increase in Chu Zhongtian's potential and comprehension ability. However, his current goal was a 10-year-old blood core. Junior brother Lu, logically speaking, Since the blood essence and the blood core are discovered by you and that person at the same time, it should belong to the two of you. But I urgently need the blood core now, so I beg you to give it to me. Chu Zhongtian's attitude was very sincere as he pleaded. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian knew that asking Lu Yuan to give up the blood core was a bit too much. So he quickly added, "Of course, I can't let you give up the blood core for free. I will take out treasures of the same value in exchange. Senior brother Chu, let's not talk about our deep friendship. These blood core are not enough to repay you for saving my life in Purgatory City's secret realm." Chu Zhongtian asked for the blood core directly. Although Lu Yuan was a little unwilling in his heart, he still nodded his head in agreement without any worry. Apart from the reason he mentioned earlier, it was also because he sincerely respected Chu Zhongtian and treated him as a friend. "Thank you, junior brother Lu." Lu Yuan agreed to give him the blood core without any worry. This made Chu Zhongtian happy, but at the same time he also valued Lu Yuan. "You want to get the blood core? Dream on." After getting Lu Yuan's confirmation, Chu Zhongtian planned to take away the 10-year-old blood core. At this moment, Ouyang Haoyu's disdainful laughter came from behind Chu Zhongtian. Along with his mocking laughter was a sharp sword energy. It slashed towards Chu Zhongtian's extended left hand. "Ouyang Haoyu, what are you doing?" Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically when he saw Ouyang Haoyu attacking Chu Zhongtian. After that, he quickly looked at Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his left hand from the blood core in time. He dodged the sword chi that was flying towards him. Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked at Ouyang Haoning with a gloomy expression. An uncontrollable fury was ignited in his heart. At the same time, a strong killing intent rose from his body. Ouyang Haoyu's words were filled with contempt from the beginning. At that time, Chu Zhongtian was already very angry. Based on his temper, he should have already turned against Ouyang Haoyu. However, on Lu Yuan's account, Chu Zhongtian didn't plan to argue with him. He chose to retreat temporarily. But now, Ouyang Haoning dared to stop him from taking away the 10-year-old blood core. It was an obvious provocation. It was a provocation that Chu Zhongtian could not bear. At this moment, he was filled with intense killing intent towards Ouyang Haoyu. 3 blood essence and 2 blood core were discovered by senior brother Lu and me first. They belong to our common property. You have no right to decide the ownership of the blood essence and the blood core. Facing Chu Zhongtian's killing intent, Ouyang Haoning showed a look of disdain. He said to himself, "Senior brother Chu." Chu Zhongtian did not hide the thick killing intent that rose from his body, which made Lu Yuan very worried and called him softly. Lu Yuan hoped that Chu Zhongtian could temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. After all, Ouyang Haoyu's identity wasn't simple. He came from the Ouyang family, one of the 9 major powers. He was the 3rd heir. Lu Yuan was worried that Chu Zhongtian would bring him and Chu Zhongtian trouble if he killed Ouyang Haoyu. Lu Yuan's soft voice made Chu Zhongtian take a deep breath. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and temporarily withdrew the thick killing intent from his body. After all, Lu Yuan's selfless act of giving the blood core to him had made Chu Zhongtian truly value him. He didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Yuan because of Ouyang Haoyu's provocation. However, Ouyang Haoning thought that Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to retreat was a sign of weakness. Therefore, his attitude was even more arrogant, and his tone was even more disdainful. The blood essence is a treasure that can quickly recover essence, energy, and divine. The blood core is a rare treasure that can increase one's potential and comprehension. Treasures like the blood essence and the blood core are only suitable for geniuses like me and Mr. Lu. For some trash and idiots, using the blood essence and the blood core on him is a complete waste. Junior brother Lu, I'm sorry. Chu Zhongtian faced Ouyang Haoyu's repeated provocations. He could not control the anger in his heart. He wanted to vent it out to his heart's content. If Chu Zhongtian continued to suppress the anger in his heart, he was afraid that he might go berserk. Senior brother Chu, I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. Lu Yuan was also angry and helpless when he saw Ouyang Haoyu insult Chu Zhongtian again and again. What he didn't expect was that Ouyang Haoyu, who had outstanding talent and comprehension ability and was worthy of being his competitor, was so childish and ignorant when it came to dealing with matters for others. Therefore, Lu Yuan didn't want to care anymore. He didn't want Chu Zhongtian to hate him. Sun scorching. Chu Zhongtian was annoyed by Ouyang Haoyu's repeated provocations, so he didn't want to show any mercy. When he attacked, he immediately used the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the peak stage. At the same time, he used the Great Completion Stage advanced body movement technique to attack Ouyang Haoyu's head. Chu Zhongtian attacked furiously. Ouyang Haoyu had already guessed this, and he had already made preparations in secret. Initially, Ouyang Haoyu had planned to wait until Chu Zhongtian attacked. Then he would use a small completion stage sword technique and an entry-level advanced movement technique to severely injure Chu Zhongtian. Firstly, he wanted to let Chu Zhongtian know that in the eternal continent of Southern Domain, a person's background would determine his status, strength, and achievements. Secondly, he wanted to let Lu Yuan know that the Chu Zhongtian he had always praised was not worthy of his respect. However, just as he was about to attack Chu Zhongtian, to his surprise, he discovered that Chu Zhongtian was using the advanced movement technique, which had broken through to the Great Completion Stage. This forced him to immediately change the way he attacked, turning the initiative attack into a passive defense. Lu Yuan saw that Ouyang Haoyu had chosen to defend, and he couldn't help but shake his head, because Chu Zhongtian had precise control over the situation of the battle. When facing an opponent like Chu Zhongtian, he could only choose to attack. He absolutely couldn't fall into a defensive position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defend against Chu Zhongtian's attack. Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power, which contained the power of the saber technique and the attributes, slashed fiercely at Ouyang Haoyu's natal spirit sword. When the weapons collided, a deafening explosion was heard. Along with the explosion, the red rock that was more than 10,000 square meters shook slightly. Along with the slight shaking of the red rock, Ouyang Haoyu spat out a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back. Chu Zhongtian, who had precise control over the situation of the battle, saw that Ouyang Haoyu was seriously injured, but did not stop attacking. He continued to use the sun scorching of the beginner saber technique to attack Ouyang Haoyu. Chu Zhongtian seemed to be venting the frustration that had accumulated in his heart for a long time. While attacking, he kept questioning Ouyang Haoyu. Ouyang Haoyu took 4 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia Luoziu is the 3rd-ranked disciple of Floating Cloud Sect's outer sect. He is a highly regarded disciple of Law Enforcement Peak. When I was in the sect's competition, he was easily defeated by me. He even forced the higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Peak to save him. Ouyang Haoyu took 5 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He Ying is the 2nd strongest disciple of Floating Cloud Sect's outer sect. When he was competing with me in the sect's competition, he didn't have the courage to fight me. He chose to admit defeat. Ouyang Haoyu took 6 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lui Tsong is the #1 expert amongst the disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect's outer sect. But he was always at a disadvantage when he fought me. Even when he used the grade of the spirit weapon, his spiritual sword was still easily defeated by me. Ouyang Haoyu took 7 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ouyang Haoyu, none of the 3 people you praised are my match. What right do you have to look down on me? What right do you have to insult me? Ouyang Haoyu took 8 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ouyang Haoyu, when I entered the Floating Cloud Sect, my cultivation base was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period. 4 months later, I have the strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period and 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. What right do you have to look down on me? What right do you have to insult me? Chu Zhongtian's 9th attack forced Ouyang Haoyu to take 9 steps back. Not only did Ouyang Haoyu spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood, but the natal spirit sword in his hand also slipped out of his hand because it couldn't withstand the powerful attack of Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade. Ouyang Haoyu, when the sex competition ended, I was highly regarded by Long Xingyun, the eldest senior brother of sect leader. He personally came forward to accept me as his disciple, but I rejected him. What makes you think you can look down on me? What right do you have to insult me? 9 continuous attacks had severely wounded Ouyang Haoyu's mind. And because the natal spirit sword had left his hand, reality had deeply wounded his sword heart. This was not beneficial to his future cultivation of a higher-grade sword technique. And Chu Zhongtian's question had caused his martial artist's faith to suffer a severe blow. This caused his entire person to sink into deep self-blame and self-reflection. If he couldn't recover from the blow just now and pull himself together again, then as the third heir of Ouyang family and a peerless genius, he would become a trash that would never surpass the Qi transforming period. Senior brother Chu, Ouyang Haoyu has already received a deep lesson. You should spare his life. Seeing Ouyang Haoyu's sword heart and faith being severely damaged, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of their past friendship, the encouragement between them. This made him unable to help but plead on Ouyang Haoyu's behalf. The natal spirit blade that had already stretched out wanted to cut off Ouyang Haoyu's head. But after Chu Zhongtian heard his request, he gave it some thought. In the end, he decided to give Lu Yuan some face and let Ouyang Haoyu live for the time being. As for whether he would let the tiger go back to the mountain and cause future troubles, Chu Zhongtian could only temporarily not consider it. Senior brother Chu, don't worry. If the Ouyang family comes looking for trouble with you in the future, I will personally deal with it. I will definitely not put senior brother in a difficult situation. Chu Zhongtian had considered it briefly just now. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and knew what Chu Zhongtian was worried about. Therefore, he took the initiative to take on the potential dangers that might appear in the future. Junior brother Lu, no need. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said firmly. If it's because of Ouyang Haoyu, Ouyang family will take revenge on me. But I'm not someone who can be bullied by anyone. I will let Ouyang family have a taste of my means. Chu Zhongtian was very grateful to Lu Yuan for taking the initiative to take responsibility. However, since he had already decided to let Ouyang Haoyu go, he wasn't afraid of the Ouyang family's revenge. Senior brother Chu, next. We should take away the blood essence and blood core in case something unexpected happens. Chu Zhongtian's fearless and unyielding character also made Lu Yuan admire him. But he knew that this was not the time to talk about this matter. So he hurriedly reminded. Junior brother Lu is right. There will be more trouble if we delay. It's better to quickly take away the blood essence and blood core insurance. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his natal spiritual power and nodded in agreement. He walked to the hiding place of the blood essence and the blood core and reached out to take away the 10-year-old blood core. After that, Chu Zhongtian said to Lu Yuan, Junior brother Lu, this 10-year-old blood core is very helpful to me, so I took it away. Senior brother Chu, why didn't you take away the 100-year-old blood core? It had to be known that a 100-year blood core could increase a martial artist's potential and comprehension. The effect is dozens of times better than the 10-year-old blood core. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had only taken away 10-year-old blood core, but had given up on 100-year-old blood core and blood essence, Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Junior brother Lu, I know the specific function of the blood core, but I only need 10 years of blood core right now. Furthermore, Junior brother Lu needs a 100-year-old blood core more than me to increase your comprehension ability, so as to increase your comprehension of the sword technique. Chu Zhongtian explained why he only needed 10 years worth of blood core. After putting the 10-year-old blood core into the storage bag, he stood up and made way for Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongtian was also very interested in the 100-year-old blood core, and he also wanted to take it for himself. However, he knew what it meant to stop at the right time, and he also knew what it meant to be greedy and insatiable. Therefore, he suppressed the greed in his heart and only took what he urgently needed. Senior brother Chu. Chu Zhongtian's actions touched Lu Yuan. Although Chu Zhongtian asked him for the blood core at the beginning, he agreed without hesitation. But in his heart, he wasn't 100% willing. Just like what Chu Zhongtian had said earlier, he urgently needed to improve his comprehension ability and increase the comprehension of the sword technique. But for the sake of friendship and saving his life, he could only pretend to be very willing to give up the blood core. Currently, Chu Zhongtian had only taken away the 10-year blood core that had little effect on him, leaving behind a 100-year blood core with a better effect. Lu Yuan was touched in his heart, but at the same time, he was even more determined in his friendship with Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother Chu, the value of a 10-year-old blood core isn't high, especially for geniuses like us. Its value isn't as high as the blood essence that can quickly recover the spirit, chi, and energy. So I hope you can accept these 2 blood essence. After putting away the 100-year-old blood core, Lu Yuan picked up the 3 blood essence on the ground and took out 2 of them, handing them to Chu Zhongtian. Although Chu Zhongtian had never personally experienced the effects of the blood essence, he was able to deduce its effects by consuming the fake version of the essence blood pill. Therefore, when faced with the 2 blood essence that Lu Yuan handed over, he was also tempted, but he knew that he couldn't go too far. Junior brother Lu, logically speaking, the blood essence and the blood core should belong to you first. I'm already very grateful to you for giving me 1 blood core. I absolutely can't accept the blood essence. Chu Zhongtian extended his hand and returned the blood essence to Lu Yuan. He rejected his good intentions. Senior brother Chu, what you said just now was only half right. The blood essence and the blood core were discovered by Ouyang Haoyu and me at the same time. According to normal reasoning, I should share the blood essence and the blood core with him. Now that he has been defeated by you, his share of rewards should be given to you. The value of 3 blood essence and a 100-year-old blood core was too high. Lu Yuan was too embarrassed to take them away. Therefore, he took out 2 blood essence. What Lu Yuan said just now was not without reason. Based on the pride and unyielding character in Ouyang Haoyu's bones, he was sure that when he discussed the distribution of the loot with Lu Yuan, he would definitely want to take the biggest share. Even that 100-year-old blood core was something he must obtain. He easily defeated Ouyang Haoyu and took the initiative to give up the 100-year-old blood core. Lu Yuan would definitely owe him this favor. It was reasonable for him to accept these 2 blood essence. However, Chu Zhongtian had already stated that his goal was only the blood core from the beginning. If he accepted these 2 blood essence, it would show that he had broken his promise. Junior brother Lu, the blood essence and the blood core were discovered by you first after all, so I can't accept them for free. I will use treasures of the same value to exchange for them. Chu Zhongtian took out 2 bottles of pills from the storage bag and handed them to Lu Yuan. Junior brother Lu, this is the essence blood pill that I took from the disciples of the Demon Heart sect that I killed. Its effect is the same as the blood essence. It is a pill that can quickly recover one's essence, chi, and spirit. I will use these 2 bottles of pills to exchange for the 2 blood essence in your hand. Essence blood pill. Could it be that the Demon Heart sect's experiment has succeeded? Lu Yuan said in shock as he took the 2 bottles of pills from Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother Lu, do you know the origin of the essence blood pill and the ingredients needed to refine it? Lu Yuan sounded like he was guessing, but his tone of voice clearly showed that he already knew about the Demon Heart sect's ability to concoct the essence blood pill. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that the Demon Heart sect refining essence blood pill was not a secret among the top powers in Southern Domain. Even using the corpses of ordinary warriors to refine the essence blood pill was jointly promoted by the 9 major powers. Their goal was to consolidate their strength and status in Southern Domain. If the matter was really as he had guessed, Chu Zhongtian would feel a chill in his heart when he saw the indifference of the 9 major powers when it came to human lives. He would also feel dissatisfied with the current situation of the Eternal Continent where the strong were respected and the weak had low lives. What Lu Yuan said next confirmed Chu Zhongtian's speculation. Senior brother Chu, the other 8 major powers of the 9 major powers already knew about the Demon Heart sect using the corpses of their warriors to refine essence blood pill that could replace the blood essence a few hundred years ago. One of the 5 major families even offered the heart of pill refinement to help the Demon Heart sect accelerate the progress of the experiment. A pill was poured out from the pill bottle. Lu Yuan looked at the bright red pill in his hand and said with anticipation, refining a pill that can instantly restore essence, chi, and spirit requires a few extremely special pills of level 5 and above in the Southern Domain. The alchemist who can concoct this pill must at least be above the level 4. And in the Southern Domain, there are less than 9 great alchemists with this kind of alchemy cultivation. If the Demon Heart sect can succeed in testing it, then it will only bring benefits to the 9 major powers. Because having a large amount of essence blood pill that can instantly restore spirit, chi and energy is equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of energy. This will provide unimaginable assistance to the 9 major powers in expanding their territory and excavating the secret realm. When Lu Yuan talked about the various benefits brought by the Essence Blood Pill, he did not take into account that the corpse used to refine the Essence Blood Pill was the corpse of an ordinary martial artist. It was as if an ordinary martial artist did not have any life in his heart. Thinking back to the cold indifference that the sects showed to the tens of thousands of disciples that died in Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian knew that the subconscious mind of the humans in Eternal Continent had been completely restrained by this rule. They thought that the lives of the strong were worthy of respect and the lives of the weak were meaningless. Ordinary warriors simply did not know how to unite and resist. The memories from before his transmigration gave Chu Zhongtian a bold idea. It was that he wanted to establish a world where everyone was equal and everything was in accordance with the law. Although he knew that this goal was very difficult to achieve or simply impossible to achieve, he still wanted to work hard for it. The first step of his hard work was to dispel Lu Yuan's expectations. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian said with regret, "Junior brother Lu, the Essence Blood Pill refined by Demon Heart sect only succeeded by half. The Essence Blood Pill is indeed similar to the Blood Essence, recovering all the spirit, chi and energy of warriors in a very short period of time, but this effect can only be used in the Azura Secret Realm. Once warriors leave Azura Secret Realm, the Essence Blood Pill will turn into a pool of dirty blood and completely lose its effect." "It's still the same." After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, the excited Lu Yuan was immediately disappointed, as if he had already expected this result. However, he still very solemnly placed the Essence Blood Pill into his storage bag. After that, he said with a solemn tone, "Senior brother Chu, amongst the 9 major powers, although the overall strength of Demon Heart sect isn't the strongest, their means are the most sinister and vicious. Among the experts of the Demon Heart sect who entered the Azura Secret Realm this time, there are 13 of them who are called the top experts of the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. Every top expert isn't a kind person. Therefore, you must not expose the existence of the Essence Blood Pill in front of the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Otherwise, you will face endless pursuit from them." Lu Yuan didn't know how strong the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises of the Demon Heart sect was, because he had never fought them before. However, before he entered the Snekflocks, he had seen Shen Huang and Combat King from the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises of Demon Heart sect. At that time, a dozen half-step Qi transforming period warriors from the Snekflocks had offended Shen Huang and Combat King because of one sentence. Combat King, who had a fiery temper, immediately killed the dozen half-step Qi transforming period warriors. Combat King only needed 1 hammer strike to kill an opponent. In just a dozen seconds, more than a dozen half-step Qi transforming period warriors were killed by Combat King with ease. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be shocked by Combat King's incredible strength. Since Combat King was so powerful, Lu Yuan couldn't imagine how powerful Shen Huang, who was ranked above Combat King, was. But at least he knew that he was definitely not a match for Combat King and Shen Huang. He might not even be a match for the 9 Marquises. "Junior brother Lu, do you know who I got the 2 bottles of Essence Blood Pill I gave you from?" Chu Zhongtian did not take Lu Yuan's advice to heart, because he was now in a hostile situation with the Demon Heart sect. Even if the experts of the Demon Heart sect didn't come to find him, he would try his best to kill the experts of the Demon Heart sect before the Secret Realm closes. First of all, this could weaken their strength. Secondly, this could increase his harvest. After all, most of the disciples of the Demon Heart sect were wealthy. A Essence Blood Pill that can quickly replenish spirit, chi and energy is not something that an ordinary disciple can possess. You must have seized these pills from some of the top experts of the Demon Heart sect. Could it be a certain Marquis? Chu Zhongtian's mysterious tone made Lu Yuan start to speculate. As he made more detailed deductions, he quickly thought of the key points. Ouyang Haoyu's cultivation base was only at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, but he had the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period peak. According to his understanding, in the Demon Heart sect's 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises, most of the 9 royal nobles had the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period peak. Only Blood Marquis, who was ranked 5th, had the strength of a second layer of the Qi transforming period. The fact that Chu Zhongtian could defeat Ouyang Haoyu so easily meant that he could easily kill any one of the 9 royal nobles. Therefore, he speculated that the essence blood pill in his hand might have come from a royal noble. That's right. It's Blade Duke from the Demon Heart sect, who is proficient in medicinal pills. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian confirmed Lu Yuan's guess. Senior brother Chu, you actually killed a noble from the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian's admission made Lu Yuan's facial expression change. I have no other choice. He was the one who provoked me. I was just trying to save my life. Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongtian said with an indifferent expression. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, Lu Yuan said with a worried expression. Senior brother Chu, the one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises is different from the other disciples of the Demon Heart sect. The reason why they were given the title of one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises when they were only at the body refining stage was not only because of their strength and innate talent, but also because of their backer. Azura's secret realm, Snekflox, on the 66th Red Rock. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Zhongtian and explained with a complicated tone. Senior brother Chu, I don't know about your status in the Floating Cloud sect. However, with my status, there will be a jade card in the sect that can predict my life and death, and it will be specially guarded by disciples. If the jade token is intact and undamaged, it means that I am safe and sound. No one will pay attention to what I have done outside. But if the jade plate is broken, it means that I have fallen. At this time, the experts of the sect and my family will do their best to investigate the reason why we were killed. If it wasn't for the fact that my death was caused by someone else, the sect expert and my family will accept this result and return to the sect on their own accord. If my death is man-made, then the sect expert and my family will go all out to investigate and use thunderous means to exact revenge. Junior brother Chu, this is why I asked you to let Ouyang Haoyu live. I'm worried that the experts of Ouyang family will track you down afterwards. Junior brother Lu, according to what you just said, does the one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of Demon Heart sect have jade plates left in their sects? Lu Yuan's reminder just now made Chu Zhongtian suddenly realize that the background of the king and the 4 marquises that he had killed was not simple. Their backer would definitely investigate who the murderer was. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt regret. He regretted being kind back then and letting Fu Jun and the warrior surnamed Lu, who had witnessed him kill Blood Marquis, go. Although he wasn't sure if Fu Jun would expose him after he was captured. That martial artist named Lu was absolutely unreliable. In order to live, he would say anything. Senior brother Chu, the warriors of one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises are highly regarded disciples of Demon Heart sect. Their status is the same as mine in the Hua Mountain Sword sect. Therefore, the Demon Heart sect must have their life and death jade plates. Lu Yuan had confirmed Chu Zhongtian's doubts. Blade Duke's life and death jade token has been broken. The expert behind Blade Duke might have already appeared outside the Azura secret realm, waiting for the murderer who killed Blade Duke. So, you must find a way to inform the sect expert so that they can come and pick you up in advance. After saying that, Lu Yuan immediately shook his head and overturned his previous idea. No, the rules of the Azura secret realm are too strong. Not to mention your body refining stage cultivation base, even a peerless divine soul stage expert would find it hard to get in touch with the sects in the secret realm. What should we do? At this moment, Lu Yuan was at a loss as to what to do. After thinking for a few minutes, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and stamped his foot on the statue as if he had made a big decision. He said to Chu Zhongtian with a firm tone, Senior brother Chu, stay with me before the Azura secret realm closes. Let's leave the Azura secret realm together. At that time, I will use the trump card that Patriarch left me. At the same time, I will contact the experts of the Lu family and ask them to stop the experts behind Blade Duke. Lu Yuan sincerely considered his safety and even used the precious life-saving jade card and the experts of the Lu family. Chu Zhongtian was touched. He wanted to further stimulate him and see if Lu Yuan could continue to think like this when faced with greater pressure. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian suddenly slapped his forehead and said with regret, Junior brother Lu, I forgot to tell you one thing. Actually, not only did Blade Duke die under my blade, Even Blood Marquis, Wind Marquis, Iron Fist Duke, and even Combat King were killed by me. What? Blood Marquis and Combat King were also killed by you? Chu Zhongtian's reminder just now made Lu Yuan's face reveal an expression of disbelief. That's right. But you can't blame me for killing them. Because they want to kill me. I only had no choice but to kill them when I counterattacked. Chu Zhongtian shrugged as if he didn't see Lu Yuan's disbelief. He pretended to be innocent. Senior brother Chu, you really got into trouble this time. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. His expression was no longer solemn, and his tone was even more helpless. Senior brother Chu, if you killed another noble, there might still be room for negotiation. However, Combat King and Blood Marquis' identities in the Demon Heart sect are too special. The expert behind them was someone that even the patriarch of the Lu family wouldn't dare to provoke. Therefore, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape this time. Chu Zhongtian looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression, and an indescribable emotion arose in his heart. When faced with an irresistible danger, Lu Yuan did not think of escaping. Instead, he chose to continue standing with him. This touched Chu Zhongtian very much. If it wasn't for the fact that time and environment didn't allow it, he would even want to become sworn brothers with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's performance just now had fully earned Chu Zhongtian's reliance, so he didn't continue to provoke him. He said in a relaxed tone, "Junior brother Lu, since I dare to kill them, then I'm not afraid of their revenge. So you don't have to suffer the revenge of the experts of Demon Heart sect with me." Senior brother Chu, do you doubt my sincerity? I won't run away alone. Chu Zhongtian refused to take revenge from the experts of Demon Heart sect with him, which made Lu Yuan misunderstand that Chu Zhongtian doubted his sincerity. Therefore, he asked unhappily. Seeing that Lu Yuan misunderstood his meaning, Chu Zhongtian quickly explained, "Junior brother Lu, you misunderstood me. I have no intention of doubting you. The main reason is that I didn't enter the Azura secret realm through the entrance, so I won't appear at the entrance of the Azura secret realm when I leave. Could it be that there are other entrances in the Azura secret realm?" Chu Zhongtian's explanation didn't convince Lu Yuan completely. In order to convince Lu Yuan, Chu Zhongtian did not hold back and frankly said, "No. It was my master who used his powerful strength to tear open the barrier of Azura's secret realm and send me to secret realm. According to the rules of the Azura's secret realm, when the secret realm closes, I will not appear at the entrance of the Azura's secret realm. Instead, I will appear by my master's side. So you don't have to worry about my safety." So that's how it is. Chu Zhongtian's explanation made Lu Yuan understand. At the same time, he also knew why Chu Zhongtian would be so audacious as to kill Combat King and Blood Marquis. It turned out that he wasn't afraid of the revenge from the experts behind Combat King and Blood Marquis. However, Lu Yuan still found it hard to believe that Chu Zhongtian could kill Combat King. Lu Yuan believed that Chu Zhongtian could kill Blood Marquis. However, Lu Yuan didn't really believe that he could kill Combat King. This was because he had witnessed Combat King's strength with his own eyes and knew how powerful he was. He knew that Combat King was one of the strongest body refining stage disciples in the southern domain. If Chu Zhongtian could kill Combat King, it meant that he had the strength of a peak body refining stage. This also meant that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger, and the agreement to fight with them might be delayed. Junior brother Lu, are you going to continue your journey into the Snekflocks, or stay here and wait for the secret realm to close before sending you away? Seeing that Lu Yuan believed his explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked Lu Yuan about his next course of action. Because of the 10-year-old blood core that Lu Yuan had given him, he had already gathered 4 10-year-old blood core. After obtaining another blood core, his final goal would be achieved. However, there was still more than a day before the Azura secret realm closed. So Chu Zhongtian did not want to waste any more time. He had to make the best use of his time to search for the remaining blood core. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to use the duplication and paste program to copy the 10-year-old blood core in order to prevent the sect's top expert from finding out the problem. Senior brother Chu, I entered the Azura secret realm with Ouyang Haoyu. I'm not too sure about his current situation. Furthermore, I have already obtained a 100-year blood core that I urgently need. So, I will stay here for a period of time to continue taking care of Ouyang Haoyu and wait for the secret realm to close. Lu Yuan looked at Ouyang Haoyu, who was still in a daze, and said with an apologetic tone. In fact, according to Lu Yuan's original intention, he really wanted to enter the Snekflocks with Chu Zhongtian. First of all, he could better find blood essence and blood core. Secondly, he could witness Chu Zhongtian's strength with his own eyes so that he could motivate himself to move forward. If that's the case, I'll take my leave now. I'll remember your kindness. Chu Zhongtian also looked at Ouyang Haoyu, who was in a daze, and then looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. Before he left a sentence of gratitude. Lu Yuan could give up on going deeper into the Snekflocks to search for treasures and stay behind to take care of Ouyang Haoyu. This was not only because of his relationship with Ouyang Haoyu, but also because Lu Yuan wanted to use his efforts to resolve the hatred between Ouyang Haoyu and Chu Zhongtian, in case the Ouyang family and Chu Zhongtian started to hate each other. Chu Zhongtian would never forget this kindness of his. After arriving at the edge of the red rock, Chu Zhongtian continued to search for the next suitable rock for him. 10 minutes later, a red rock with an area of more than 9,000 square meters slowly moved over. After careful calculation, Chu Zhongtian found that the red rock that moved over was suitable for his next step. Before leaving, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan was also looking up. After they nodded at each other, Chu Zhongtian casted the movement technique and stepped onto the next red rock. Lu Yuan looked at the leaving Chu Zhongtian and then at Ouyang Haoyu, who was still in a daze, and said helplessly, "Why did you cause trouble for yourself?" A martial artist would find blood essence and blood core more likely the deeper they went into the Snekflocks. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not leave the 67th red rock in a hurry. Instead, he searched carefully. After he discovered that there were no blood essence or blood core, he began to choose the next foothold. The deeper he went into the Snekflocks, the more red rocks were moving around. He had to carefully consider which rock he should choose as the foothold. After observing for more than half an hour, Chu Zhongtian finally chose a red rock with an area of about 6,000 square meters. However, just as he was about to step onto the 68th red rock, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. Because Chu Zhongtian discovered that the red rock he had chosen had a peerless beauty with an extraordinary temperament standing on it. The deeper he went into the Snekflocks, the more difficult it would be for him to choose the red rock he could land on. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste any more time, so he didn't hesitate for long before casting the movement technique and stepping onto the 68th red rock. Perhaps it was because Dongfang Yuner didn't understand him that he was hurt, or perhaps it was because of the power of the space law that gave him the confidence to return to the Earth. When he faced a peerless beauty whose temperament and looks were not inferior to Dongfang Yuners, or even slightly superior, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to get close to her. Chu Zhongtian coldly looked at the peerless beauty standing in the middle of the red rock. He turned his head and continued to observe the next red rock that was suitable for him to land on. "Junior brother, be careful. There are Azura roaming around this place." The peerless beauty standing in the middle of the red rock revealed a trace of joy when she saw Chu Zhongtian appear on the red rock. However, after she saw that Chu Zhongtian ignored her, the joy on the peerless beauty's face instantly disappeared, and a trace of anger rose in her heart. Facing such a fairy like peerless beauty, it was already very excessive for him not to take the initiative to curry favor with her. However, he actually didn't even greet her, and even made an unforgivable mistake. However, the anger in the heart of the extremely kind beauty was only because of the special circumstances now. So after adjusting her state of mind, she quickly reminded. The reminder of the peerless beauty made Chu Zhongtian instinctively take out his natal spiritual power and instantly ignited the defensive spirit weapon on his body. After that, he cautiously observed his surroundings. "Senior sister, when did you discover that there were Azura roaming around?" Although Chu Zhongtian had assumed a defensive posture, he didn't really believe what the peerless beauty had said. After Chu Zhongtian had traveled through time and space, apart from the duplication and adhesion procedures, his sixth sense had also become very prominent. He had relied on his super powerful sixth sense to avoid danger more than 10 times, so he believed in his sixth sense. Just now, his sixth sense did not give him any warning of danger, which meant that there was no danger around him. At the same time, it meant that this peerless beauty in front of him did not have any ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, how would Chu Zhongtian dare to leave his own back for her? I also don't know. I have a treasure that can allow me to explore danger. It gives me an extremely strong hint, indicating that there is an extremely dangerous existence here. The peerless beauty immediately responded to Chu Zhongtian's question with a calm expression. She had a treasure that could explore the surrounding dangers. After hearing the peerless beauty's explanation, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, he continued to observe the next place that was suitable for him to stay. The beautiful girl saw that Chu Zhongtian, who was fully focused and alert, did not have any intention of getting close to her. Her indifferent expression could no longer be maintained. She took the initiative to express her goodwill and remind him. Why did he not reveal his male heroism to protect her? Unfortunately, apart from keeping half of Chu Zhongtian's attention on his surroundings, all of his remaining energy was focused on finding a suitable place for him to land. Therefore, he didn't notice the change in the face of the peerless beauty. Azura's secret realm, Snekflocks. That's it. Chu Zhongtian's luck was pretty good this time. In just 5 minutes, he found a huge red rock with an area of more than 9,000 square meters. It was very suitable to be his 69th foothold. Senior sister, although I didn't find any Azura around, thank you for your kind reminder just now. I'll be leaving for now. Before Chu Zhongtian left, he said goodbye to the peerless beauty, then turned around and left the red rock. The peerless beauty saw that Chu Zhongtian turned around and left without any hesitation. She couldn't help but touch her own face. She felt that there was nothing unusual on her face. Then, she took out a bronze mirror from her storage bag and looked at her appearance back and forth. When the peerless beauty found out that she still had a face that men were infatuated with, she looked at the departing Chu Zhongtian with a puzzled gaze. Could it be that there's something wrong with that young man's eyes? He can't see me? The doubt in the peerless beauty's heart couldn't be solved, and she felt a little annoyed. Thus, she directly used the body movement technique martial skill to chase after Chu Zhongtian, who had left the red rock. She wanted to ask him, was her appearance not beautiful? Although the body movement technique martial skill used by the beautiful woman was the same as Chu Zhongtian's, both of them were advanced body movement technique martial skills that had reached the great completion realm. The constantly moving red rock and Snekflocks still made her miss the opportunity to chase after Chu Zhongtian. The peerless beauty looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was gradually moving away from her, and stomped her foot in annoyance. She muttered to herself, "Stinking brat, don't think that you can escape from my grasp. I will definitely catch up to you, and at that time, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Chu Zhongtian, who had left the 68th red rock, did not know that he had already been targeted by the peerless beauty just now. After he stepped onto the 69th red rock, he first quickly checked if there were any blood essence or blood core on the red rock. After Chu Zhongtian got nothing, he immediately found his next stop. After careful calculation, he quickly locked onto the 79th suitable landing spot. It was a red rock with an area of more than 8,000 square meters. The rocks kept floating around the rock, so Chu Zhongtian did not dare to hide too much of his strength. The Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique allowed him to instantly appear on the 70th red rock. When his feet touched the red rock, his powerful sixth sense gave him a strong warning, warning him that there were extremely dangerous existences around him. Chu Zhongtian instantly took out the natal spirit blade and activated the defensive spirit tool on his body, carefully observing his surroundings. But he observed for 3 whole minutes, and did not discover any danger around him. But just now, his super-strong sixth sense had clearly given him a strong warning. Chu Zhongtian did not dare to relax at all, and continued to observe his surroundings vigilantly. 10 minutes passed, but Chu Zhongtian still did not discover any danger. At this time, his super-strong sixth sense had removed the warning. This made him suspect that the thing that could cause his sixth sense to give a strong warning was very likely an Azura that was suitable to hide in the dark in the snekflocks. At the same time, he recalled that the peerless beauty had a treasure that could detect the existence of danger. It was very likely that she had detected the existence of the Azura, but the Azura had taken the initiative to leave after realizing that it could not launch a sneak attack. Although Chu Zhongtian's sixth sense had resolved the crisis, he did not relax completely. He still maintained a certain level of vigilance, and then began to examine the red rock. Fortunately, his luck was not bad this time. He found a blood essence on the 70th red rock. He happily put away the blood essence and returned to the edge of the red rock. He continued to calculate the next step that was suitable for him to land on and began to recall his previous experience. His super strong sixth sense would not be wrong. That was to say, when he had just climbed up the red rock, the enemies hidden in the dark had indeed wanted to attack him. However, after the enemy discovered that he had instantly made preparations to defend, the enemy thought that the sneak attack would not succeed and retreated. Only the Azura could hide in the snekflocks and not be discovered. Only the Azura in the snekflocks could make use of the special environment of the snekflocks to conceal itself perfectly. Since the Azura had noticed him, the first thing he needed to do next was not to check if there were any blood essence or blood core in the foothold. Instead, he needed to prepare sufficient defense to prevent him from being ambushed by the Azura. This is the place. After Chu Zhongtian confirmed his next plan, the 71st red rock that was suitable for him to land on happened to pass by. After Chu Zhongtian finished counting down, he continued to use the great completion stage movement technique. Like a bolt of lightning, he stepped onto the red rock. Right after he stepped on the red rock, a blood-red force slashed at his neck. Chu Zhongtian, who had been prepared for this, used the great completion stage advanced movement technique to quickly retreat towards the center of the red rock. At the same time, he waved the natal spirit blade in his hand and used the snatch millet in the fire to slash at the blood-red force. As the natal spiritual power collided with the blood-red energy, a deafening explosion was heard as the two energies collided. Chu Zhongtian used the rebounding force from the collision and the great completion stage advanced movement technique to retreat dozens of meters. He looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression. After the collision between the natal spiritual power and the blood-red light, he found that the blood-red light was not a pure energy, but a special weapon, a weapon he had never heard of before. At the same time, after the short and dangerous exchange just now, he found that the opponent was abnormally strong. Although he didn't know what level the hidden Azura's cultivation base had reached, this Azura's strength had already reached the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian's current strength had barely reached the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period. If he didn't use his trump card, if he only used his strength to fight his opponent, he knew that he wasn't a match for the Azura. Furthermore, the Azura could use the special environment of the snekflocks to launch a sneak attack. This made Chu Zhongtian feel somewhat troubled. Although this was very troublesome, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was excited that he had met an opponent who was on par with him. He held the life spiritual power in his hand and secretly activated it, preparing to receive the next attack from his opponent. At the same time, he secretly prepared to unleash his aura, hoping to use his aura to affect the surrounding environment and force his opponent out from the shadows. Azura Secret Realm, Snekflocks, 71st Red Rock. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian, who was holding the natal spirit blade, frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a trace of doubt as he looked at the void in front of him. Because the opponent who launched a sneak attack on him just now, not only did he not launch a second sneak attack, even the remaining aura on the scene had disappeared. This made him wonder if this person had quietly left this place. Facing this elusive opponent, Chu Zhongtian had no way to deal with him for the time being. Although the force he used could affect a range of nearly 20 meters, unless his opponent wanted to fight him to the death. Otherwise, with the momentum, it would be very difficult for him to force his opponent out from the shadows. As for the stronger Qi extermination fist which could destroy the void, it could force his opponent out. However, the special environment of Snekflocks made it very difficult for him to use the Qi extermination fist. This was to prevent the energy flow from causing him to be in danger. Since his opponent had already retreated, Chu Zhongtian dispersed the spiritual power that was condensed in the spirit blade. He only kept a third of the spiritual power on the defensive spirit tool in case his opponent suddenly attacked him. After that, he began to check if there were any blood essence and blood core on the 71st red rock. However, his luck this time was not very good. There were no blood essence or blood core on the 71st red rock. While keeping an eye on his surroundings, he continued to search for red rocks suitable for his next step. This time, his luck was also bad. He spent more than an hour before he managed to find a red rock with a surface area of about 4,000 square meters. It was a red rock between 6th grade and level 7. At this moment, 9 days had passed since the opening of the Azura Secret Realm, and there was only 1 day left until the closing of the Azura Secret Realm. At the same time, there was still 1 more day left before the closing of Secret Realm. Azura Secret Realm, the reward of the rules was a non-elemental essence blood for an hour. In other words, he only had 23 hours left. He needed to find the 5th tenure blood core. If Chu Zhongtian was unable to find the last 10-year-old blood core in the following period of time, then the goal of increasing the cultivation talent in a short period of time must be temporarily extended. As for why he did not use the duplication and paste program to duplicate a 10-year blood core, it was because he had once read about this in the records of the continent secret scripture that Zhao Enjun had given him. In the current cultivation system of Eternal Continent, other than the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and fusing it with the main cultivation system, there were also many auxiliary cultivation systems. There were many types of supplementary cultivation systems, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, formation master, and so on. In these auxiliary cultivation systems, there was a very special system. They were called prophets, and they possessed the ability to use an item to predict the future. The floating cloud sect that Chu Zhongtian had taken as his master was a sect that gathered the heads of hundreds of families. There were prophets in the sects, so in order to avoid exposing the ability to copy and paste, when Chu Zhongtian saw that record, he had already made up his mind. The treasure that he could copy and paste could only be used by himself or his family. He absolutely couldn't expose it to the upper echelons of the sect. There were only 20 hours left, and Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste any more time thinking about the safety of his base. So, in the end, he made up his mind and used the movement technique to rush up to the 72nd red rock, which was only 4,000 square meters in area. As soon as Chu Zhongtian left the red rock, a beautiful woman in a pink and white long dress appeared on the red rock. She had a good figure and a peerless face. Damn it! I was a step too late. When she saw Chu Zhongtian leaving the red rock with the movement technique, the beautiful girl cursed and chased after him with the movement technique. Because he was ambushed at the 71st red rock, Chu Zhongtian, who had climbed up the red rock, immediately put up a defense. To Chu Zhongtian's surprise, he did not encounter any danger on the 72nd red rock. It was as if the Azura hidden in the dark knew that he was not an easy opponent to deal with, so it gave up on chasing him for the time being. Although Chu Zhongtian was not attacked, Chu Zhongtian did not completely let down his guard. He searched the 72nd red rock while guarding against any unexpected situations. In the end, Chu Zhongtian got nothing, but he was not too disappointed. Because when Chu Zhongtian entered Snekflox, he had already calculated which kind of red rock might contain blood essence and blood core. Just now, he discovered that this red rock was between the 6th grade and level 7, so there might be blood essence and blood core here. He didn't want to miss any chance. In the next 10 hours, Chu Zhongtian kept moving forward. He had searched a total of 13 red rocks. Not to mention 10 years old blood core, he didn't even find a single blood essence. Things usually had two sides to it. Luck couldn't always be accompanied by one person, and it couldn't possibly never land on one person. When Chu Zhongtian chose the 86th red rock, he unexpectedly found a suitable rock. There was a vague shadow of blood essence and blood core on it, and there was more than one blood core. Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. After adjusting his condition, the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique allowed him to smoothly climb up the 86th red rock. When he just stepped on the red rock, his super strong sixth sense gave him the strongest warning he had ever encountered. There was no panic in his heart. Chu Zhongtian, who was ready to fight back, instantly unleashed an energy that could change the color of the sky and earth and freeze the surrounding environment. Chu Zhongtian finally saw his opponent who had launched a sneak attack on him. His opponent was a creature with an unusual appearance. It had all the characteristics of a human, but there were a few obvious differences between it and a human. Its body was light red, and its skin was like dry old bark. It gave people goosebumps all over. It was a strange creature with human facial features, but there was a crack in the middle of its forehead, giving people the feeling that it had an extra eye. Other than that, its four limbs had unusually sharp claws. What attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention more was that the weapon in this strange creature's hand was very similar to the legendary Death Scythe. Through his careful observation and Zhao Enjuan's detailed description, Chu Zhongtian was sure that this strange-looking creature in front of him was the most dangerous creature in the Azura secret realm, the Azura. The Azura, which was suddenly frozen by the force, was caught off guard for 30 seconds. This also gave Chu Zhongtian time to carefully observe him. When it finally reacted, it roared and struggled fiercely. Oh no! Seeing the Azura that was frozen in place, Chu Zhongtian originally thought that it was the prey that was waiting to be slaughtered. In addition, this was the first time he had seen the legendary Azura. Out of curiosity, he didn't attack immediately. At this moment, under the intense struggle of the Azura, Chu Zhongtian felt that the completely solidified force was starting to loosen up. The Azura, which was in the middle of solidifying, could slowly swing the Death Scythe-like weapon in his hand. Snatch millet in the fire. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Chu Zhongtian used the primary rank blade method, which contained the power of the element, and combined it with the advanced movement technique. His natal spiritual power slashed at the Azura's neck. The natal spirit blade hit the Azura's neck, but it didn't cause the head that Chu Zhongtian had imagined to split off, nor did it cause blood to spurt out. There was only a series of sparks. After the attack with all his strength was ineffective, Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered what Zhao Enjuan had told him. The Azura was born in the Azura secret realm, and its skin had the defensive power of the red rocks of the secret realm. It was impossible for ordinary weapons to break through its defense. Initially, the Azura was struggling with all its might, trying to break free from the freezing force. However, after seeing that Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade didn't cause any harm to it, its struggling strength gradually decreased. At the same time, its eyes were filled with disdain as it looked at Chu Zhongtian. Even though the natal spirit blade was unable to break through the Azura's defense, Chu Zhongtian did not feel dispirited because of this. Instead, he calmly put away the natal spirit blade. After that, a spirit blade emitting a faint spiritual aura appeared in his hand. Chu Zhongtian looked at the Azura with intense killing intent. The low-grade spirit blade was obtained from Blade Duke's storage bag when he killed Blade Duke. It was also one of the 4 treasures that could move his heart. When he obtained this low-grade spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian knew that he would definitely use it, but he never thought that he would use it so early. Originally, because Chu Zhongtian couldn't break through his defense, the Azura was able to slow down his struggling. After seeing Chu Zhongtian change his weapon, he especially felt a trace of pressure from the weapon. The Azura's disdainful expression instantly turned into panic. At the same time, it began to struggle even harder. Only a Qi transforming period stage warrior with a vital spirit could truly unleash the power of the spirit weapon. No matter how strong a body refining stage warrior was, with the spiritual power in their hands, they wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the spirit weapon. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to spend too much effort to use the sword method martial technique. He used the basic saber technique's chop skill and slashed at the Azura's head. Arg! The spirit blade that was emitting a powerful aura was about to hit its head. The Azura's red body became even redder as it roared. At the same time, the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period Qi in the Azura's body kept increasing. Soon, it had broken through to the Qi transforming period beginner level, and had reached the Qi transforming period intermediate. Furthermore, it was still increasing at a rapid rate. The Azura's body, which had its Qi increased, was gradually breaking away from the solidification of the Qi. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Chu Zhongtian increased his attack speed. Just as Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade was about to strike the Asura's head, the chi of the Asura increased to the chi transforming period intermediate peak. Finally, it broke free from the solidification of the momentum, and its entire body turned into a ray of blood-red light, escaping from the range of the momentum. At the same time, it also avoided Chu Zhongtian's sure-kill attack. Although the Asura was lucky enough to avoid the slash of the low-grade spirit blade, the low-grade spirit blade had broken through the defense of the Asura's body, causing its skin to fall off piece by piece. The Asura, who was lucky enough to escape with its life, turned its head to look at Chu Zhongtian, its eyes red as it stared at him. After saying a few words, it disappeared into the void. Although Chu Zhongtian did not know what the Asura had said before it left, its red eyes and unconcealed killing intent allowed Chu Zhongtian to guess that the words it left behind were nothing more than threatening words. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't really care. If Chu Zhongtian did not know about the means of the Asura, perhaps he would still have some scruples. But the short exchange just now had allowed Chu Zhongtian to understand a portion of the Asura's strength and means. Now, he already had a plan to quickly kill his opponent. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to collect the blood essence and blood core hidden in the middle of the red rock. He walked to the spot where the Asura's skin had fallen to the ground. The Asura's skin gave people the feeling of a withered tree's skin. However, when its skin separated from its body, the red skin became like a fish scale. Chu Zhongtian did not rashly reach out to pick up the scales. He first took out an ordinary sword from the storage bag and gently touched the scales, as well as the blood stains on the scales. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian found that the ordinary weapons did not have any changes before bending over and picking up the 9 scales on the ground. The scales looked thick and heavy, but they were as light as goose feathers in Chu Zhongtian's hands. Chu Zhongtian used all his strength to break the scales. When he found that the scales were as hard as red rocks, a smile appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. Even with all his strength combined with the natal spirit blade, he was still unable to break through the defense of the scales. This also meant that the scales were at least close to the spirit weapon. After the Asura secret realm closed, he could ask Zhao Enjuan to help him find someone to refine a set of defensive armor. Could greatly enhance his defense. Chu Zhongtian put the 9 scales into his storage ring finger. He walked to the center of the red rock and saw the half-exposed blood essence and blood core. The pressure that had been pressing on his heart instantly disappeared, because at the center of the 86 red rocks, there were not only 4 crystal-clear blood essence, but also 2 blood core of different ages. 1 10-year blood core could make the total number of blood core in his storage ring finger reach 5. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to exchange for rare treasures and medicinal pills that could raise his cultivation talent. A 100-year-old blood core could not only continue to increase his potential and strength, but it could also increase his comprehension ability. This was a very important support for his next breakthrough to the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian first put the 10-year blood core together with the 4-5-year-old blood core in the storage ring finger. Then he planned to put away the 100-year-old blood core. Stop! Stop it! Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to put away the 100-year-old blood core, a loud shout came from behind him. Hearing the shout behind him, Chu Zhongtian quickly put away the 100-year-old blood core and the 4 blood essence. At the same time, he immediately held the low-grade spirit blade in his hand and turned around to look at the person who shouted. 1. A young man in the uniform of a demon heart sect disciple. Although his appearance looked ordinary, his temperament was very outstanding. He was about 16 or 17 years old, and he was staring at Chu Zhongtian with an angry expression. Chu Zhongtian put away the low-grade spirit blade in his hand and took out the natal spirit blade. He looked at this man indifferently, and didn't seem to have any intention of taking the initiative to talk to him. Kid, is there something wrong with your ears? Don't tell me you didn't hear what I just said. Seeing Chu Zhongtian not only take away all the blood essence and blood core, but also change his weapon leisurely, this young man didn't take him seriously at all and questioned him in an arrogant manner. Facing his question, Chu Zhongtian let out a cold laugh. Immediately after that, his expression changed, and his tone became very rude as he roared furiously. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I think you are the one who is tired of living. The reason why Chu Zhongtian suddenly changed his facial expression was because he recognized the identity of this man. This man was wearing the uniform of a demon heart sect disciple, and his cultivation base was at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Furthermore, he had gone deep into the Sneck flocks. He could only be Xian Huang from the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of the demon heart sect. Many of the disciples of the demon heart sect had died under his hands. Chu Zhongtian knew that he had formed an irreconcilable hatred with the demon heart sect. Therefore, he didn't need to be polite when facing the disciples of the demon heart sect. Xian Huang had never thought that not only would Chu Zhongtian not respond to his question, he would also dare to roar at him. This made Xian Huang, who had never been looked down upon before, not know how to refute. Kid, I think you are the strongest in the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of demon heart sect. The one with the highest status and the highest status, Xian Huang. It was just a guess, and Chu Zhongtian wanted to get more information from him. This would make it easier for him to plan his next move. That's right. I am Xian Huang. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Xian Huang nodded and admitted his identity. This is too disappointing. Xian Huang's admission made Chu Zhongtian pretend to be very disappointed. Xian Huang, your 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises is really worthy of being a fellow disciple of the same sect. No matter how you handle things or how domineering you are always disgusting. I can't help but want to slap you all hard. Brat, you are courting death. Xian Huang originally thought that Chu Zhongtian would say words of respect, which was why he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. However, what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongtian actually dared to speak so arrogantly and insult him. This made Xian Huang no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Instead, he intended to use the sharp sword in his hand. He wanted to end Chu Zhongtian's life. Xian Huang, the disciples of the demon heart sect have said those words to me more than once. But the final result is that I am still alive. And your junior brothers have all returned to the embrace of the devil god. I hope that you can change this reality. Chu Zhongtian continued to mock. Chu Zhongtian's provocation had calmed the furious Xian Huang down. However, from the sword in his hand and his trembling hands, it could be seen that he was not calm at the moment. I am willing to suffer till the end. A small completion stage intermediate sword technique skill, combined with a small completion stage advanced movement technique, Xian Huang slashed at Chu Zhongtian's head with a swift speed. Sensing Xian Huang's powerful aura from the natal spirit sword, Chu Zhongtian had a serious expression on his face. Being able to become the number 1 expert with a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period cultivation base, Xian Huang's strength could not be underestimated. Without using his trump card, Chu Zhongtian thought that he was no match for him. However, this was not the sex competition, nor was it a friendly match between friends. It was a life and death battle. At the same time, they also needed to be wary of the Azura in the surroundings. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not probe too much and directly revealed his first trump card. Force. A domain that could affect the surrounding environment directly enveloped Xian Huang, who was rushing over. Xian Huang, who originally had the speed of a gale, instantly turned into a snail that was slowly moving forward. Oh no! It's a domain that can affect the power of heaven and earth. Xian Huang was very clear about the special power that could affect his speed and start to solidify his body and consciousness. This was because the most talented and respected person in the demon heart sect would definitely become the chosen one of sect leaders' successors in the future. He would become a monster-level genius who had mastered the domain. He had once consulted the chosen one after obtaining the first place in the sex competition. As for the saint with the same strength as him, he was easily defeated with just a basic sword technique combined with a domain that could affect the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xian Huang knew very well how terrifying a person with a domain was. Fortunately, he had a very good relationship with the saint. They were both from the same force. Therefore, after he lost to the saint had once specially explained to him how to face an opponent with a domain. Xian Huang's charging body stopped in an instant. Then, He used all the spiritual power in his legs to retreat with all his strength. According to what the Holy Sun had said, all experts who had a domain would have different effects depending on their understanding and control of the domain. According to the level of mastery, the Holy Sun divided the power of the domain into 10 levels. Those who had mastered 10 levels of domains could affect an area with a radius of 100 meters. Those who had mastered 9 levels of the territory could affect an area with a radius of 90 meters. Those who mastered the 8th level could affect an area with a radius of 80 meters. And so on and so forth. The reason Xian Huang was confident in getting rid of Chu Zhongtian's domain was because Chu Zhongtian's domain had just reached the 2nd grade, which meant it could affect an area with a radius of 20 meters. He had only entered the area with a radius of 2 meters, which was the weakest part of the domain. Therefore, he was confident that he could get out of the range of the domain. Chu Zhongtian frowned when he saw Xian Huang suddenly stop and retreat with all his strength. Xian Huang was the first to know how to deal with the domain. At the same time, he was the first to leave the domain safely. As long as Xian Huang could leave the range of the domain would have no effect on him. However, Chu Zhongtian smiled when he saw Xian Huang about to leave the domain. Chu Zhongtian used the advanced body movement technique martial skill of the Great Completion realm to quickly approach him, allowing him to get even deeper into the range of the domain. Not good. Xian Huang saw that Chu Zhongtian's advanced body movement technique martial skill had actually reached the Great Completion realm, and was far faster than his minor success body movement technique martial skill. At this moment his expression changed. The saint had told him in a very cautious tone that opponents with domains were not scary. The truly scary opponents were those who had both domains and speed. Speed could increase the power of the aura. The faster he moved, the stronger the aura, the harder it would be for the opponent to break free of the confinement. Seeing Chu Zhongtian getting closer and closer, Xian Huang no longer chose to retreat. He took back the spiritual power between his legs and used his mind to connect with the storage bag. After that, a spirit weapon that gave off traces of pressure and was shaped like an umbrella appeared in his hand. Xian Huang stretched out his hand and opened the umbrella. He held the handle of the umbrella and the umbrella covered his head. He then put all the spiritual power back into the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon. After that, the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon instantly formed a thin defensive barrier that covered Xian Huang's entire body. Chu Zhongtian saw Xian Huang using the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon to form a protective cover. He did not give up on attacking. He wanted to try the power of the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon. The sun-scorching saber technique, which contained his attribute power, combined with the force of the advanced movement technique, struck the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon's defensive barrier, creating a loud noise. Along with the loud noise, the rebounding force of the natal spirit blade and the defensive shield forced Chu Zhongtian back 3 steps. Chu Zhongtian looked at the spirit weapon's defensive barrier, which was not damaged at all. He rubbed his sore wrist, and a cautious expression appeared on his face. According to the rules of Eternal Continent, those with high cultivation base will call those with low cultivation base junior brother. Then I'll be arrogant for once. I'll call you junior brother. Xian Huang, who was hiding under the protection of the defensive spirit tool, looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was bounced back by the defensive spirit tool. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, his tough tone began to soften. The umbrella-shaped defensive spirit tool was a treasure given to him by the demon heart sex Saint Sun. He wanted to use this defensive spirit tool to save his life when he encountered an opponent who had mastered both the aura and movement technique. Junior brother, this defensive spirit tool of mine has reached the mid-level. It has formed a defensive barrier. Not to mention you, even Qi transforming period intermediate warriors won't be able to break through its defense in a short period of time. At the same time, maintaining the defensive barrier doesn't require me to consume too much of my spiritual power. So, you better stop. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had once again accumulated his aura and was about to continue attacking, Xian Huang softly advised him. Is that so? Then I want to test whether this defensive spirit tool of yours is as powerful as you say it is. Xian Huang's tone revealed the powerful defensive power of the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon, making Chu Zhongtian envious. He did not believe that he could not break the defense of this mid-level spirit weapon. Since the power of his spiritual power wasn't enough to break this defensive spirit tool, he would use the real spirit weapon to see if the real spirit weapon could break the defense of this defensive spirit tool. Chu Zhongtian withdrew the natal spirit blade and took out the low-grade spirit saber once again. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian took advantage of the time when Xian Huang's attention was attracted by the low-grade spirit saber and quietly took out an essence blood pill and held it in his hand, because he was going to use all of the spiritual power next to stimulate the power of the low-rank spirit saber. He had to ensure that he could recover all of the spiritual power in a short period of time to prevent any unexpected situations. Chu Zhongtian was unable to use the sword method martial technique with his low-grade spirit saber, so he used all of his spiritual power to penetrate into the low-grade spirit saber. Then, he used the chop mount Hua to slash at the protective shield formed by the spirit weapon above Xian Huang's head. After the low-rank spirit blade and the defensive spirit tool collided, a loud bang resounded through the sky. Along with a soft sound, a long crack started to appear on the red rock where Xian Huang was standing. "Junior brother, I beg you to stop right now." Chu Zhongtian had just used the full power of the low-grade spirit blade, although it had not broken through the protective barrier formed by the defensive spirit tool. However, the physical attack caused by the collision of the two spirit weapon could destroy the red rock that Xian Huang was standing on. If they weren't fighting in the snake-flocks, or on the red rock that was suitable for them to land on, Xian Huang was confident that he could use the power of the defensive spirit tool to delay the consumption of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power. However, facing the crack that was more than 10 meters wide under his feet, Xian Huang was worried that Chu Zhongtian's crazy attack would completely shatter the red rock, causing them to fall into the snakeflocks. Facing the constantly moving rocks in the snakeflocks, Xian Huang didn't believe that his defensive spirit weapon could defend against the red rocks that could destroy the spirit weapon. With the help of the rebounding force of the two spirit weapon, while Chu Zhongtian was retreating, he put the essence blood pill that he had prepared in advance into his mouth. When he landed on the ground, the spiritual power that he had used up had all been restored. Looking at the crack that was more than 10 meters wide under Xian Huang's feet, and seeing Xian Huang's anxious expression comforting him, Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not continue to attack. Xian Huang's worry just now was also what he was worried about. Now he had gathered 5 10-year-old blood core. Once the Azura secret realm closed and he returned to the sect, he would be able to exchange them for rare treasures and medicinal pills that could improve his cultivation talent. Next, he would be preparing to break through to the Qi transforming period. Therefore, he didn't want to wait until the Azura secret realm ended. An accident. However, Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to let go of Xian Huang, who had provoked him before. That was why he wanted to take the opportunity to extort a fortune from him. He looked at Xian Huang fiercely and pretended that he was going to make a move. Then he started to threaten Xian Huang. "Xian Huang, you can make me stop, but you have to compensate me for the severe consumption of my spiritual power just now." "No problem." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was willing to stop, Xian Huang immediately nodded in agreement. He was not afraid that his opponent would make a request, but he was afraid that his opponent would not make a request. As long as Chu Zhongtian was willing to make a request, Xian Huang was confident that he could satisfy him. As for today's loss and the humiliation he had suffered, Xian Huang would remember it in his heart. Once he broke through to the Qi transforming period and mastered the vital spirit's transformation, he wouldn't be easily affected by Chu Zhongtian's momentum. At that time, the outcome of the battle would depend entirely on one's true strength. 50 blood essence, 5 10-year blood core, 300-year blood core, and 1,000-year blood core. Seeing Xian Huang readily agree to his request, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of a mocking smile. After that, he boldly stated the compensation conditions. "Impossible, I don't have that many blood essence and blood core on me." After Chu Zhongtian stated the conditions for compensation, Xian Huang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the second level of Azura Secret Realm, there were only 108 blood essence and 18 blood core of different ages. The compensation that Chu Zhongtian mentioned just now was almost half of all the blood core in Secret Realm. Not to mention that he really did not have that many blood essence and blood core. Even if he had them, it was impossible for him to give them all to Chu Zhongtian. Idiot! Don't tell me that whatever I say, you'll recognize me. Xian Huang hysterically refused his request for compensation. Chu Zhongtian also could not help but scold like crazy. Xian Huang, are you a 3-year-old child? Have you never heard of bargaining? In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, as long as it was a person with a normal IQ, he could tell that he had only offered a very high condition just now. Actually, he had left room for negotiation so that he could reduce the amount of compensation. However, what Chu Zhongtian did not expect was that Xian Huang would be so honest. At this moment, he looked at Xian Huang as if he was looking at an idiot. You didn't say it in advance. How would I know that I can bargain? Chu Zhongtian scolded him like he was going crazy, making Xian Huang feel very wronged. As the number 1 person in the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises of Demon Heart sect, Xian Huang had always been the idol of everyone. No matter where he went, he would always receive the support of thousands of people. When had he ever been blackmailed? When had he tried bargaining like a merchant? Since Chu Zhongtian had already revealed his trump card, it would be a pity if he did not use the subsequent negotiations. But facing an idiot like Xian Huang, he had no choice. However, in order to prevent Xian Huang from doing something similar to what he had just done, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to make an agreement with him in advance. Xian Huang, although I allow you to bargain, I have a basic bottom line, so I hope you won't go too far when bargaining. Xian Huang didn't care about Chu Zhongtian's reminder at all, because he would give what he thought was reasonable compensation based on his actual situation. 8 blood essence, 4 10-year blood core, and 100-year blood core. This is my bottom line. According to his harvest and what he needed next, Xian Huang told him what he could accept as compensation. When he heard the amount of compensation Xian Huang gave him, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a troubled expression, but his heart was filled with joy. If he were to exclude the 3 blood essence and a 10-year blood core that he had obtained when he killed Dao Ho, he would have spent the next 5 days. After searching 68 red rocks, he finally managed to find the amount that Xian Huang had given him. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with the amount Xian Huang had given him. However, he knew in his heart that Xian Huang's harvest must have far exceeded the amount he could give him. In other words, the compensation he gave was far from his limit. Pretending to be his opponent had limited value. This was Chu Zhongtian's character. How about this? I know that it's not easy for you to collect blood essence and blood core. I won't be greedy anymore. 10 blood essence, 5 10-year blood core, 200-year blood core. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian was worried that Xian Huang would object, so he waved the low-grade spirit saber in his hand. His tone was fierce as he threatened, Xian Huang, don't bargain with me anymore. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then let's fight. 10 blood essence, 4 10-year blood core, 100-year blood core. This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, then I'll risk my life. I will let you enter the turbulent energy flow of Snekflux. Chu Zhongtian raised some of his chips and threatened Xian Huang, forcing him to make concessions. However, there were only 700-year-old blood core in the entire Azura secret realm. He had been in the Snekflux for more than 6 days, and only managed to find 2 of them. Furthermore, he had to leave behind a 100-year-old blood core. This was so that when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, his talent could be improved. Therefore, he could only take out 1____. Xian Huang, 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, 1,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. And the amount you mentioned just now. Today's matter will be completely understood. Looking at Xian Huang, who was about to fight him to the death, Chu Zhongtian knew that the bargaining chip he had just proposed had reached its limit. However, he still wanted to squeeze out a portion of the benefits from him. However, he also knew that Xian Huang probably didn't have a lot of treasures like the blood essence and the blood core, especially the blood core. In the entire second level of Azura secret realm, there were only 10 10-year-old blood core. He already had 5 of them in his hand, plus the 4 that Xian Huang could take out. In other words, almost all of the 10-year-old blood core in the Azura secret realm had fallen into his hands. There were only 700-year-old blood core in the entire second level of Azura's secret realm, and he had just obtained one. Lu Yuan had one in his hand, and Xian Huang was willing to take out one to exchange for it. This meant that he had at least two. 400-years-old blood core was more than half of the amount in Azura's secret realm, so Chu Zhongtian knew. It was impossible for Xian Huang to take out more 100-year-old blood core. Although Xian Huang could not take out more blood essence and blood core, this did not mean that Xian Huang did not have any other valuable treasures in his hands, especially the high-grade spirit stones that could aid Chu Zhongtian in his cultivation. When he killed Combat King, Chu Zhongtian had found more than 100,000 6th-grade middle-rank spirit stone and more than 500 level 5 intermediate spirit stones in Combat King's storage bag. In that case, Xian Huang's status and identity were far higher than Combat King's, so he must have more spirit stones in his storage bag. No problem. He heard Chu Zhongtian increase the bid and transferred it to spirit stones. Xian Huang didn't think too much about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. This made Chu Zhongtian feel that the price he had asked for just now was too low. However, since he had already said what he wanted to say, he couldn't go back on his word. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only agree. Xian Huang, you are stronger than me. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the power to affect my surroundings, I'm afraid I can't do anything to you, so in order to prevent you from going back on your words, we will exchange the goods with one hand and withdraw the power with the other. Xian Huang knew how to avoid the might of the forces. This made Chu Zhongtian worried that if he withdrew his forces, Xian Huang, who had regained his freedom, would take the opportunity to escape. Although Chu Zhongtian had the advanced movement technique of a great completion stage, and he wasn't afraid of him escaping, Chu Zhongtian didn't want any accidents to happen during the exchange. No problem. Xian Huang nodded and agreed to Chu Zhongtian's exchange. After that, he took out an ownerless storage bag from his waist. Then, he placed the spirit stones, blood essence, and blood core he needed in front of Chu Zhongtian, one by one, into the ownerless storage bag. Here you go. As if he wasn't afraid that Chu Zhongtian would go back on his word, Xian Huang threw the ownerless storage bag in his hand to Chu Zhongtian. Since Xian Huang was so generous, Chu Zhongtian naturally could not be too petty. When he took the ownerless storage bag from Xian Huang, he took the initiative to withdraw his momentum. Junior brother, you and I can be considered as getting to know each other without fighting. Until now, I still don't know how to address you. I also don't know which force can nurture a genius like you. Seeing Chu Zhongtian keep his promise and withdraw his momentum, Xian Huang pretended to be enthusiastic as he withdrew the spiritual power from the defensive spirit tool. Inquiring about Chu Zhongtian's background, Xian Huang, I know what you mean. You were just trying to find out who I am, so that you can find me in the future and take revenge for what happened today. Chu Zhongtian looked at Xian Huang with a smile that wasn't a smile, then said with a mocking tone, How could I dare? I only have respect for you in my heart. I just want to know your name. Xian Huang, who had been directly exposed by Chu Zhongtian, hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that he absolutely didn't have any malicious intention of taking revenge. Xian Huang, my name is Chu Zhongtian. I am from the Floating Cloud sect and my master is Zhao Enjuan. You are welcome to come and take revenge on me at any time. Although he was mocking Chu Zhongtian did not hide his origin. He even took the initiative to invite Xian Huang. He was just trying to find an opponent of the same level as him, the stage. He wanted to encourage himself to work harder in his cultivation. Junior brother Chu, we will meet again in the future. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not care whether he would take revenge on him or not, Xian Huang did not bother to hide his thoughts. After leaving a sentence, he turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, a beautiful woman in pink-white clothes with a good figure suddenly appeared on the 86th red rock. Yem Ruyu. Looking at the peerless beauty that suddenly appeared, Xian Huang's face revealed a trace of adoration. At the same time, he also softly muttered, Isn't this the future emperor-level Xian Huang of Demon Heart sect? The peerless beauty who had just climbed onto the 86th red rock threw her gaze at Chu Zhongtian, as if she didn't notice Xian Huang's existence. However, when she heard Xian Huang talking to himself and calling her name, she turned her head around. When she saw that the person who called her was Xian Huang, a look of enlightenment appeared on her face. "My name is Yen Yun, Miss Yen, hello?" Seeing Yem Ruyu's focused gaze on him, Xian Huang hurriedly greeted her warmly and intimately. The relationship between the Yen family and the Demon Heart sect is not very friendly, so you don't have to be so polite to me. Facing Xian Huang's warm and friendly greeting, Yem Ruyu's reply was very cold. There was a trace of coldness in her expression that was thousands of miles away. "Miss Yen, what you said is wrong. It is still a matter between the upper echelons of the Demon Heart sect and the Yen family. It doesn't have much to do with our younger generation, so we can still be friends." Facing Yem Ruyu's cold attitude, Xian Huang did not get angry. He still found an excuse to get close to her. "Xian Huang, what you are willing to do is your business, but I have no interest in you. Now I am very interested in this little brother in front of me, so you should move aside." In terms of status and position, Xian Huang's position in the Demon Heart sect was completely different from hers in the Yen family. No one could use their status to suppress each other. In terms of cultivation and strength, Xian Huang was a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. However, his strength had reached the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period, and she was also a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Her strength had barely reached the 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period. Therefore, Yem Ryu felt helpless in the face of Xian Huang's shameless actions. Although she felt helpless, she had an important matter to attend to today, so she waved her hand with a cold expression, as if she was chasing away a fly, wanting to chase Xian Huang away. Seeing that the woman he loved was interested in Chu Zhongtian, Xian Huang looked at Chu Zhongtian with eyes full of undisguised killing intent. However, considering that Chu Zhongtian was powerful, he couldn't defeat him now. Therefore, he could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and leave a threatening look in his eyes. Xian Huang angrily walked to the edge of the red rock and began to search for the next red rock that he could land on. Xian Huang had already left. Yem Ryu only glanced at Chu Zhongtian, but she did not do what she said at the beginning. She wanted Chu Zhongtian to get close to her. Instead, she kept staring at Xian Huang. 10 minutes later, Xian Huang chose a red rock with an area of about 7,000 square meters. After cupping his fists at Yem Ryu, he directly used the movement technique to leave the 86th red rock. "The annoying fly has finally left. We should have a good talk next." After Yem Ryu saw that Xian Huang had completely left, she looked away and looked directly at Chu Zhongtian. She said something that made Chu Zhongtian feel strange. "You must have heard what Xian Huang said just now. Then you should know my name and origin. Shouldn't you introduce yourself now?" Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly and looked at Yem Ryu in confusion. He had only met her once and the conversation between them was only a few sentences. How did he attract her interest? However, this peerless beauty in front of him was actually from one of the 9 major powers. She was a disciple of the Yen family, one of the 5 major families. If this was the case, Chu Zhongtian could understand why she dared to venture into the Azura secret realm alone despite only being at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Furthermore, she was able to venture deep into the snake flocks. "My surname is Chu, and my name is Zhongtian. I'm from the Floating Cloud sect." Regardless of whether it was her kind reminder or the power she came from, Chu Zhongtian did not want to offend her, so he introduced himself honestly. "Chu Zhongtian, Floating Cloud sect." Yem Ryu heard Chu Zhongtian's explanation and showed a puzzled expression. She kept saying his name and the force he belonged to. Yem Ruyu's puzzled look made Chu Zhongtian notice her reaction. From the 2 sentences she muttered to herself, he quickly guessed the reason why she was confused. It was probably his surname and strength that made her suspect that he was related to one of the 5 great families, the Chu family. In order to prevent her from connecting him with the Chu family, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly explained, "Miss Yen, I came from the Chu family in a remote kingdom. I have nothing to do with the Chu family that you think I am." "Really?" His explanation made Yem Ryu look at him with a strong interest. "Miss Yen, I wonder why you are looking for me?" Chu Zhongtian asked with a frown. Although he had collected 10 years' worth of blood core, he only needed to wait for Azura's secret realm to close. However, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, he wanted to continue venturing deeper into the Sneckflocks. He wanted to see what was hidden in the deepest part of the Sneckflocks, the core area. At the same time, he wanted to find the Azura that was injured. He wanted to use the low-grade spirit saber in his hand to cut off its head and bring its corpse back to the sect. He wanted Zhao and Juan to think of a way to use the corpse of the Azura to refine a complete defensive armor for him. Junior Brother Chu, the 9 major powers will maintain the stability of Southern Domain together. When facing a common enemy, the 9 major powers have a common enemy. Therefore, the disciples of the 9 major powers call each other senior and junior brothers. My cultivation base is 1 minor stage higher than yours, so I will call you junior brother. Yem Ruyu did not immediately explain why she was looking for Chu Zhongtian. Instead, she first confirmed the way they addressed each other. Sure, senior sister Yen. Hello. Chu Zhongtian did not have any doubts about Yem Ruyu's suggestion to address him. He nodded in agreement. In the Sneckflocks of Azura Secret Realm, on the 86th Red Rock, Chu Zhongtian looked at the beautiful Yem Ruyu and felt very frustrated. Because Chu Zhongtian did not know why he attracted Yem Ruyu's attention. She had developed a deep interest in him, so she had been following him closely. Junior brother Chu, am I beautiful? Yem Ruyu was like a little girl in love, looking at Chu Zhongtian with misty eyes. At the same time, she asked a question that only lovers could ask. Senior sister, you are too beautiful, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. You are a rare beauty in this world. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't know why Yem Ruyu would suddenly ask him this question and why she had suddenly become like this, he still answered truthfully. Junior brother Chu, how is my personality? Yem Ruyu continued to interrogate the strange question. Yem Ruyu's current condition completely confused Chu Zhongtian. Senior sister, you have a gentle personality and a forthright and generous personality. You are definitely a rare good woman in the world. Chu Zhongtian praised her against his heart. He could easily judge whether she was beautiful or not. He needed a long time to get to know her personality. He had only met Yem Ruyu twice. The time they had interacted was less than half an hour, and they had only exchanged less than 10 sentences. How could he possibly know Yem Ruyu's true personality? If that's the case, why are you hiding from me? Your actions make me think that I am an ugly woman with a violent temperament. Chu Zhongtian's praise made Yem Ruyu, who was originally gentle and lovable, frost hung between her eyebrows. Her tone was slightly corrupted as she questioned. Senior sister, you misunderstood me. I really had something to do at that time. I definitely did not deliberately avoid you. Chu Zhongtian saw Yem Ruyu's sudden change of expression and quickly explained in a depressed manner. At the same time, a sentence that Chu Zhongtian had heard before he transmigrated flashed in his mind. You will never know what a woman is thinking. Misunderstanding. Is this really a misunderstanding? Yem Ruyu sneered and continued to sneer and ridicule. I feel that your eyes seem to be growing on top of your head. You can only see the sky and the earth, and you can't even see me, this living beauty. Chu Zhongtian's explanation did not satisfy Yem Ruyu. She continued to mock and ridicule him. Miss Yen, I was polite to you just now because you reminded me to take care of my safety. This made me feel that you are not a bad person, so I can tolerate some of your temper. But don't push your luck, because I don't owe you anything. I have no obligation to explain why I avoided you. Chu Zhongtian faced Yem Ruyu's sarcastic mockery and anger rose in his heart. His tone was not as polite as before. When he was in sex competition, Dongfang Yunur's incomprehension of Chu Zhongtian had completely broken his heart. Although Chu Zhongtian had temporarily resolved the pain with the help of his martial arts goal, the pain was still deeply rooted in his heart and could not be removed for a long time. It was precisely because of this psychological influence that Chu Zhongtian was not willing to have too much contact with women, especially women with peerless beauty. Because if he had more contact with such women, his memories would make him feel more pain. Yem Ruyu did not think that the seemingly gentle Chu Zhongtian would actually get angry because of her mockery. Yem Ruyu was so shocked that she did not know what to say. Madman, Chu Zhongtian was inexplicably ridiculed by Yem Ruyu. He left behind a bad comment in a bad mood. He used the movement technique and came to the edge of the red rock, looking for the next suitable rock to land on. His luck was pretty good. Just as he arrived at the edge of the red rock, he found a huge red rock with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Yem Ruyu, who was still in shock. He could not help shaking his head. He used the movement technique without hesitation and stepped onto the 87th red rock. About 5 minutes after Chu Zhongtian left the 86th red rock, Yem Ruyu, who was in shock, finally woke up. At this time, Yem Ruyu did not have the cool and overbearing feeling from the beginning. She only had the weak nature of a woman. Her eyes were moist as she raised her head. After realizing that there was no one in front of her, she quickly turned her head to look. After she confirmed that Chu Zhongtian had left, she took out a silk veil from her sleeve and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. After adjusting her state of mind, she rushed to the edge of the red rock. She planned to chase after Chu Zhongtian and ask him why he was so rude to her. After Chu Zhongtian stepped onto the 87th red rock, he still raised his vigilance against the Azura that might suddenly appear, and carefully searched the entire red rock. His luck was not bad. Although there was no blood core on the 87th red rock, there was a blood essence on it. Furthermore, there was a total of 3 blood essence on it. This made Chu Zhongtian somewhat grateful to Yem Ruyu. If it wasn't because he was angry at Yem Ruyu for throwing a tantrum, he wouldn't have chosen to leave the 86th red rock at this time. If it wasn't for him leaving the 86th red rock at this time, he wouldn't have chosen this red rock with a surface area of 10,000 square meters as his foothold. If he hadn't chosen this red rock with an area of 10,000 square meters as his foothold, it would have been impossible for him to find these 3 blood essence that could restore spirit, chi and energy in an instant. Chu Zhongtian happily put away the 3 blood essence, returned to the edge of the red rock, and continued to search for the next corner of the rock. Perhaps it was because he was in the deepest part of the Sneckflocks, the number of red rocks moving around suddenly began to decrease. At the same time, the red rocks that were moving around were mostly at the level 4 or above. Most of them were suitable for him to stay behind. 9 red rocks. In a short 1 hour, Chu Zhongtian had crossed over 9 red rocks. And on these 9 red rocks, he did not encounter any sneak attacks from the Azura. At the same time, he did not obtain any blood core of different ages. He only obtained 8 blood essence. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not the least bit disappointed. He knew that the number of blood core in the depths of the Sneckflocks was already very low. After all, he already had 9 out of 10 10-year-old blood core. 4 of the 700-year-old blood core belonged to different masters. As for the 1,000-year-old blood core, it only existed in the legends. No one could find a 1,000-year-old blood core for nearly 1,000 years. Chu Zhongtian stood at the edge of the 95th red rock. He looked at the red rock in front of him with a complicated expression. He didn't waste his mind to calculate the next landing spot. Since the 95th red rock, the red rocks under the 7th rank in the deepest part of Sneckflocks had basically disappeared. The rest were mostly red rocks with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. As long as he did not deliberately slow down when crossing 2 rocks, his safety would basically be no problem. Therefore, he did not need to consume his mind to calculate. At this moment, the reason why he didn't immediately step into the 96th red rock was because the distance between him and the Sneckflocks had gone against Zhao Enjuan's instructions. He was considering whether he should continue to enter the Sneckflocks. Back then, the will of Zhao Enjuan left in the Jade Pendant had arranged for Chu Zhongtian to enter the Sneckflocks. It was to avoid the pursuit of the Overlord of Blood Lake. At the same time, Zhao Enjuan hoped that he could find enough 10-year-old blood core in the Sneckflocks. In this way, Chu Zhongtian could exchange with the sect for rare treasures and pills that could increase the level of the cultivation talent. When Zhao Enjuan was young, he had entered the Azura secret realm more than once to undergo refinement, and had gone deep into the Sneckflocks more than once. He understood the dangers in the depths of the Sneckflocks better than ordinary people. It was because of this that Zhao Enjuan specifically reminded Chu Zhongtian to make sure that he could not pass the 90th red rock no matter what. Otherwise, the true danger in the depths of Sneckflocks was something Chu Zhongtian could not resist. Chu Zhongtian disobeyed Zhao Enjuan's instructions because he was curious. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was standing on the 95th red rock. His powerful sixth sense had begun to send out a weak warning, indicating that there might be danger ahead. Should I stay here and wait for the secret realm to close? Or should I continue to venture deeper into the Sneckflocks? Let's see what kind of danger exists in the Sneckflocks. Chu Zhongtian, who had fallen into a dilemma, didn't think about it for too long. In the end, he still decided to continue venturing deeper into the Sneckflocks. This was because the goal he had set for himself hadn't been achieved yet. He wanted to hunt an Azura, then bring the corpse of the Azura back to the sect. He wanted Zhao Enjuan to think of a way to make a full set of defensive armor for him. However, he had set another goal at the last minute. He wanted to go deep into the 96th stone. Regardless of whether he had gained anything from the 96th red stone, he absolutely could not go deeper into the Sneckflocks to prevent any unpredictable dangers. After Chu Zhongtian chose the next red rock that was suitable for him to land on, he did not hesitate at all and used the movement technique to climb up the 96th red rock. Just as he stepped onto the 96th red rock, a loud explosive sound was heard. Along with the sound, it was a huge red rock with a surface area of more than 100,000 square meters. It made a huge shaking sound. Chu Zhongtian felt the strong shaking, and his expression changed. The power could make a huge red rock that was more than 100,000 square meters in size shake violently. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. This was because if a person wanted to create a huge red rock with a surface area of more than 100,000 square meters, he would need to be at least a Qi transforming period intermediate or above. Could it be that, on this huge red rock, there was an ultimate expert whose strength surpassed the Qi transforming period beginner level? Although Chu Zhongtian didn't want to face an expert who was much stronger than him, he had nowhere to retreat to. He couldn't go against the plan, so he still rushed towards the place where the battle had taken place. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. At this time, the battle had already ended. However, when Chu Zhongtian saw the result of the battle between the two parties, his face revealed an unusually solemn expression. The headless Azura lay quietly on the ground. The blood-stained red rock gave off a demonic feeling. Next to the headless Azura corpse stood a person wearing a purple robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and his back was facing Chu Zhongtian. The person with his back to Chu Zhongtian heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and looked at Chu Zhongtian with a gentle smile. When Chu Zhongtian saw the man's face and the young face, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The man who turned around had a resolute face and an extraordinary temperament. He gave people an extraordinary feeling. His young face was enough to show that he was only 16 or 17 years old. That person had the strength to move a huge red rock at the age of 16 or 17. How could Chu Zhongtian not be shocked? What made him even more shocked was that that person's cultivation was the same as his. They were both 9th layer peak of the body refining period warriors. However, judging from the shaking of the huge red rock just now, the man's true strength might have already surpassed 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. His strength might even be at the Qi transforming period 4th layer peak, or perhaps even the 5th level of the Qi transforming period. Although that man had a gentle smile on his face, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but take a few steps back, creating a safe distance between the two of them. We have the same cultivation base. I don't know if I should call you senior brother or junior brother. Chu Zhongtian subconsciously stepped back. This didn't make that person unhappy at all. That person still said with a gentle expression. Judging from his appearance, that person was just a young man of the same age as him. Originally, there should not be a gentle smile that a middle-aged man should have. However, he had a gentle smile on his face. Not only did this not feel out of place, but he also had a gentle smile on his face. On the contrary, it gave people a comfortable feeling. Although our cultivation base is the same, you are much stronger than me in terms of strength. According to the tradition of Eternal Continent, I will call you senior brother. The gentle smile on the man's face eased Chu Zhongtian's nervous mood. Regarding the way they addressed each other, Chu Zhongtian consciously lowered his status. I'm called Chu Zhongtian, senior brother. Hello? Chu Zhongtian was the first to introduce himself and greet him. My name is Qin Wushuang. Junior brother Chu. Hello? Qin Wushuang didn't show any signs of arrogance as he returned the greeting. When Chu Zhongtian heard that the person's surname was Qin, he subconsciously thought of the Qin Empire, which was ranked first among the 9 big organizations in Southern Domain, whether it was top expert strength or overall strength. That's right. I am indeed from the Qin Empire. I am the 99th son of the current emperor of the Qin Empire. Qin Wushuang seemed to be able to read Chu Zhongtian's mind and directly admitted his origin. So that's how it is. I understand. Not only did Qin Wushuang admit that he was from the Qin Empire, but he also clearly stated his background. This made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but say something similar. At the same time, he finally understood why Qin Wushuang could reach such a level at such a young age. Junior brother Chu, although your cultivation base is only at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, the fact that you are able to break into the 96th red rock of Snekflocks with your own strength is enough to prove that you are very powerful. Qin Wushuang first praised Chu Zhongtian's excellence. Then he wanted to verify Chu Zhongtian's origin. I never thought that the Chu family, one of the 9 major powers, would be able to cultivate such an extraordinary genius like you. Senior brother Qin, you are being too polite. Compared to you, my talent and strength are far inferior. Chu Zhongtian was first modest. Then he overturned Qin Wushuang's speculation. Senior brother Qin, I am not from the Chu family, one of the 9 major powers. I am from the Chu family, a remote kingdom. I am now a disciple of the outer sect of Floating Cloud Sect's refining test peak. Hearing Chu Zhongtian deny that he was a disciple of the Chu family, the warm smile on Qin Wushuang's face vanished instantly. At the same time, there was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes when he looked at Chu Zhongtian. Although it was their first time meeting, they had a pretty good feeling about each other. But they weren't familiar with each other after all. So after explaining their backgrounds, both Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang didn't know what to say next. So both of them fell into a momentary silence. After about 3 minutes, Qin Wushuang was the first to break the silence and said, Junior brother Chu, when you entered the Azura secret realm, didn't your seniors tell you not to go into the depths of the Snekflocks 90 red rocks? Senior brother Qin, when I entered the Azura secret realm, my master specifically reminded me. But I was attracted by the blood essence that could restore the spirit, qi and energy in an instant. I met you by the time I realized it. After replying to Qin Wushuang's question, Chu Zhongtian began to consciously hide some things from him. You! Chu Zhongtian's answer made Qin Wushuang shake his head and smile bitterly. Of course, he could understand the temptation of the blood essence to Chu Zhongtian. After all, when Chu Zhongtian introduced him, he said that he came from a remote kingdom, and that he was only a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect's outer sect. A treasure like the blood essence, which could quickly recover one's strength, had almost reached the upper rank 8th grade, and was close to the 7th grade low rank. It was normal for him to forget his master's reminder. After that, he said with a serious tone, Junior brother Chu, it's not that I want to belittle your strength, but the true core of the Snekflocks is extremely dangerous. I hope you can stay here and don't go any deeper. Senior brother Qin, that's what I think. Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to enter the 96th Red Rock. Regardless of whether the 96th Red Rock contained blood essence or blood core, he would not go any further into the Snekflocks. Therefore, facing Qin Wushuang's kind reminder, he immediately agreed. Qin Wushuang thought that Chu Zhongtian would fight for it, but he didn't expect Chu Zhongtian to be so obedient. This made Qin Wushuang feel strange, but at the same time, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with a special expression. Chu Zhongtian took a glance at the Azura corpse lying beside him. Then he rolled his eyes and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. After that, he pretended to be concerned and asked, Senior brother Qin, it seems like you intend to continue venturing into the Snekflocks? That's right. My goal in entering the Azura secret realm this time is to explore the deepest part of the Snekflocks. I want to see what kind of secret is hidden in the deepest part of the Snekflocks, and how it can be feared by the experts of the major powers. Qin Wushuang said with a solemn expression without hiding his purpose. Chu Zhongtian was also very interested in what kind of secret was hidden in the deepest part of the Snekflocks. However, he knew his own limitations. He knew that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to explore the true secrets of the depths of Snekflocks. Besides, his current target wasn't the secret hidden in the depths of Snekflocks, but the headless corpse of the Azura lying on the side. I know that you are a man with a firm will. Since you have already made up your mind, I'm afraid that other people's persuasion will be useless. Therefore, I can only wish you in advance that you can find out the true secret of the depths of Snekflocks. Chu Zhongtian shifted the topic to the corpse of Azura. Senior Brother Qin, what is the origin of this corpse? Pointing at the Azura's corpse, Chu Zhongtian pretended not to know the truth and asked. This monster whose head was cut off by me is called the Azura. It is an extremely dangerous creature in the Azura secret realm's Snekflocks. Qin Wushuang did not realize that he had found out about Chu Zhongtian's disguise, so he explained enthusiastically. So this is the Azura that my master once mentioned. I didn't expect it to have such a strange shape. Chu Zhongtian pretended to be enlightened and sighed. In order to achieve his goal, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be interested and walked straight to the corpse of the Azura. After carefully observing the corpse of the headless Azura, Chu Zhongtian found that this Azura was not the one he had cut. Senior Brother Qin, how strong is this Azura? After careful observation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that this Azura's body size was slightly longer than the one he had cut. An idea immediately flashed through his mind. Junior Brother Chu, I don't know much about the cultivation system of this Azura, but compared to our human cultivation system, this Azura's strength has already reached the Qi transforming period 4th layer peak. A head that was still bleeding slowly floated over, and finally landed on the neck of the corpse under Qin Wushuang's control. The strength of a Qi transforming period 4th layer peak could be easily killed by him. Chu Zhongtian was deeply shocked by Qin Wushuang's strength, but at the same time, he subconsciously regarded Qin Wushuang as his target. Senior Brother Qin, I have a request. Seeing Qin Wushuang take back the Azura's head, Chu Zhongtian's heart couldn't help but shrink. He immediately decided to execute his plan. Junior Brother Chu, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Qin Wushuang didn't notice the desire in Chu Zhongtian's eyes when he looked at the Azura's corpse, so he made a grand gesture and said, Senior Brother Qin, the kingdom that I was born in is closely related to the Endless Forest. I have been following my family's patriarch generation since I was young and went deep into the Endless Forest. After seeing so many different kinds of strange beasts, I developed a hobby of collecting some special creatures. So, although Chu Zhongtian did not directly ask for the Azura's corpse, his words and tone just now had already revealed his true intentions. Although Qin Wushuang's superior background allowed him to have everything he needed, he was also very interested in the Azura's corpse. After all, the Azura was a special creature in the Azura secret realm. There were no creatures like the Azura in the outside world. However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's shameless request, Qin Wushuang didn't know how to reject it, because he had never met someone like Chu Zhongtian who could ask for something in front of him without any regard for his dignity. The hesitation on Qin Wushuang's face made Chu Zhongtian feel delighted in his heart. As long as Qin Wushuang didn't reject him immediately, he had a certain possibility of getting the Azura's corpse. Senior Brother Qin, it seems like you are also interested in this Azura's corpse. Then I don't want it anymore. Chu Zhongtian said regretfully as he looked back at the Azura's corpse. Step by step, he did not hide his desire for the Azura's corpse. Chu Zhongtian revealed his desire for the Azura's corpse, causing Qin Wushuang to put away the Azura's corpse in embarrassment. Furthermore, when he saw Chu Zhongtian looking back at the Azura's corpse every time he took a step, in the end, he was defeated by Chu Zhongtian's desire in his eyes, and agreed helplessly. Junior Brother Chu, since you care so much about this Azura's corpse, I'll give it to you as a gift for our first meeting. Just as Qin Wushuang agreed, Chu Zhongtian, who was only a dozen meters away from the Azura's corpse, immediately used the Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique and appeared next to the Azura's corpse. As soon as Qin Wushuang agreed, Chu Zhongtian had already put the corpse of the Azura into the storage bag. After that, Chu Zhongtian said with an excited tone, "Senior brother Qin, thank you for your kindness." Qin Wushuang saw that Chu Zhongtian had used a Great Completion Stage advanced movement technique to collect the Azura's corpse, so he could only shake his head and sigh with a bitter smile. After that, Qin Wushuang's helpless expression turned into shock. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Chu Zhongtian. The movement technique was different from the mind method martial skill. Before the mind method martial skill reached the qi transforming period, one only needed to accumulate enough energy. As long as a warrior's cultivation talent reached the level 8 or above, he would be able to continuously break through to the stage. The cultivation of the movement technique was different. This was because when a warrior started cultivating the movement technique from the movement technique to the beginner, he would need a certain amount of enlightenment. If a warrior didn't have any enlightenment, it would be impossible for him to improve the stage of the movement technique. And body refining stage warriors usually cultivated the middle rank movement technique. Only geniuses with outstanding talent could master the advanced movement technique at the body refining stage, but the comprehension of the stage was basically at the entry level. If a warrior wanted the movement technique to reach the small completion stage, he would need a very deep understanding, and at the same time he would need a movement technique with suitable attributes. As for reaching the great completion stage, not only did a warrior need a very deep understanding of the movement technique that was close to his attributes, he also needed an amazing comprehension ability. If a warrior's comprehension ability was not high enough, then his movement technique would never break through to the great completion stage. This was the iron rule of the eternal continent that would never change. Originally, Qin Wushuang thought highly of Chu Zhongtian because Chu Zhongtian was able to reach the qi transforming period because of his 9th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. But now, he had a vague feeling that Chu Zhongtian was as powerful as him. Junior brother Chu, the Azura's corpse has the hardness of the red rocks in the secret realm. It is very suitable for refining a complete set of armor. Therefore, after the Azura secret realm closes, you can ask a master craftsman of the sect to help you refine a set of armor. Qin Wushuang enthusiastically reminded. Since Qin Wushuang had already decided to give the Azura's corpse to Chu Zhongtian, he was not the kind of person who would easily go back on his word. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian's outstanding talent and amazing comprehension ability made Qin Wushuang want to befriend Chu Zhongtian. That was why he wasted his time reminding Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother Qin, thank you for reminding me. I will remember that. Chu Zhongtian bit his lips and nodded vigorously. Chu Zhongtian used shameless means to get the Azura's corpse, but not only did Qin Wushuang not get angry, but he also reminded him enthusiastically. This made him feel a trace of shame. He was ashamed that he was too greedy for benefits and bullied an honest person like Qin Wushuang too much. Alright, less than an hour after the secret realm closes, you will stay here and wait for the Azura secret realm to close. I will go to the deepest part of the Snekflocks and see what kind of secret realm is hidden inside. Looking at the depths of the Snekflocks, Qin Wushuang said in a domineering manner. Senior brother Qin, pay attention to your safety. Seeing that they had rushed into the depths of the Snekflocks, Chu Zhongtian didn't care whether the red rocks were suitable for them or not. At the same time that he was affected by Qin Wushuang's domineering manner, he couldn't help but remind Chu Zhongtian loudly. However, as long as he left the red rock on the ground, his voice basically couldn't be transmitted out, so he could only watch Qin Wushuang disappear into the void. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian stopped feeling touched. He found a clean place to sit down with his legs crossed. After that, he took out a dozen or so 7th grade middle rank spirit stone spiritual power and used them to recover the spiritual power that he hadn't used up too much. At the same time, he waited for the Azura secret realm to close. 30 minutes passed. There was still more than a minute left before the reward for the non-elemental essence blood appeared. Chu Zhongtian had already fully recovered his spiritual power, so he stood up and waited for the rules of the Azura secret realm to appear. Just as he stood up, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the Snekflocks. The rumbling sound coming from the depths of Sneckflocks could no longer be described as resounding through the clouds. Because he had fully recovered his strength, he felt dizzy from the intense rumbling sound. Along with the rumbling sound, a violent shaking force came from the depths of Sneckflocks. The shaking force gradually spread out and soon reached the red rock where Chu Zhongtian was standing. The huge red rock, which was more than 100,000 square meters in area, instantly had countless cracks of various sizes under the effect of the violent shaking force. At the same time, the broken red rock kept falling off. Chu Zhongtian's expression changed as he looked at the broken rocks on the red rock. If the rocks on the red rocks continued to fall off, there would soon be no place for him to stand. At that time, he would be forced to enter the turbulent energy flow in Sneckflocks. Because the tens of thousands of red rocks around him had already been shattered by the shaking force. He had nowhere to run. Chu Zhongtian could only pray that the rules of Azura Secret Realm would appear quickly and stabilize the shaking Sneckflocks. While praying, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but raise his head and look into the depths of Sneckflocks. He couldn't help but mutter, "Senior Brother Qin, you actually caused such a change in Sneckflocks." Just as he said that, a black shadow quickly rushed out from the depths of the Sneckflocks. When the black shadow rushed out of the depths of the Sneckflocks for 1,000 meters, Chu Zhongtian could already see the appearance of the black shadow clearly. Senior Brother Qin. Looking at the sorry figure of Qin Wushuang, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but shout, "Junior Brother Chu, come with me." Qin Wushuang, who was trying his best to escape from the Sneckflocks, changed his direction immediately after hearing Chu Zhongtian's shout. After rushing to Chu Zhongtian's side, Qin Wushuang grabbed his shoulder and took him away from the broken red rock. Only now did Chu Zhongtian realize why Qin Wushuang was not afraid of the turbulent energy flow in the Sneckflocks. It turned out that there was a purple scroll under his feet. The scroll was similar to the imperial edict issued by the dynasty. It was also under the protection of this scroll that he was able to stand safely in the turbulent energy flow. At the same time, the faintly purple scroll, under Qin Wushuang's control, had the speed of a flying spirit weapon. Senior Brother Qin, there's no need to worry. In 30 seconds at most, the rules of the Azura Secret Realm will appear. At that time we will be safe. Looking at Qin Wushuang, who was still trying his best to control the spiritual power despite his severe injuries, Chu Zhongtian urged him anxiously. Junior Brother Chu, don't talk about 30 seconds. Even if it's 1 second, you can't relax. After saying a simple sentence, Qin Wushuang swallowed a large number of spiritual power, replenishing pills, as he desperately poured them into the spiritual power under his feet. Senior Brother Qin, what on earth happened in the depths of Sneckflocks? Chu Zhongtian asked anxiously. This was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. Qin Wushuang desperately tried to insert the scroll into the spiritual qi, not caring about the excessive consumption of the spiritual power. Therefore, he urgently wanted to know what had happened in the depths of Sneckflocks. Junior Brother Chu, the things that happened in the depths of Sneckflocks can't be explained with just a few words. I will explain it to you in detail when you and I are completely safe. After a few simple explanations, Qin Wushuang took out a dozen or so qi replenishing pill and swallowed them in one breath. After a simple refinement, he directly inserted the spiritual power into the scroll. Seeing Qin Wushuang take the order to enter the spiritual power into the scroll, causing his own aura to be in a mess, Chu Zhongtian did not think too much about it. He took out 3 bottles of essence blood pill from the storage bag and stuffed them into Qin Wushuang's hands. Senior Brother Qin, this is an essence blood pill refined by the Demon Heart sect using the rules of the Azura Secret Realm. It is an essence blood pill refined from the corpse of a martial artist. It can instantly restore all of the spirit, qi and energy, and its effect is even a bit stronger than the blood essence of one of the 3 treasures of the secret realm. Chu Zhongtian's explanation made Qin Wushuang's eyes light up. He poured out one and swallowed it without even looking at it. Qin Wushuang's action just now had made Chu Zhongtian very happy. He ate it without even checking the authenticity of the pill. It was enough to show that Qin Wushuang trusted him from the bottom of his heart. Essence blood pill refined from a martial artist's corpse was able to restore Qin Wushuang's spirit, qi, and energy to the peak state in just a second. Qin Wushuang, who had returned to the peak state, increased the speed of the scroll by several times, and escaped Snekflocks even faster. Just as Qin Wushuang controlled the scroll to leave the range of the 90 red rocks, a deep roar suddenly came from the depths of Snekflocks. The roar wasn't loud, but it contained a special force. The red rocks that were swept by the roar instantly turned into dust. At the same time, the roar swept across at an abnormally fast speed, far faster than Qin Wushuang's flight scroll. After calculating the distance from the edge of Snekflocks and the speed of the flying scroll, he realized that with the speed of the flying scroll, it would absolutely not be able to escape the roar's sweeping power. Qin Wushuang, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but curse. After that, he said apologetically to Chu Zhongtian, "Junior brother Chu, I'm really sorry. It was my curiosity that put you in danger. You might even lose your life because of it. Senior brother Qin, maybe this is my fate." Facing Qin Wushuang's apology, Chu Zhongtian shook his head, showing no intention of blaming him. If Qin Wushuang did not kill the Azura, he would have been satisfied with his wish. If Qin Wushuang hadn't given him such a strong pressure, it would have made him realize his shortcomings. If Qin Wushuang hadn't reminded him kindly, perhaps he would have continued venturing deeper into the Snekflocks, and continued to explore the secret realm in the depths of the Snekflocks. If the progress of the matter was as he had imagined, then the first wave of energy that erupted from the depths of the Snekflocks would turn him into powder. Therefore, not only did Chu Zhongtian not blame Qin Wushuang, he even thanked him from the bottom of his heart. "Junior brother Chu, stand behind me. Whether or not we can escape this tribulation will depend on our luck." Chu Zhongtian's understanding also made Qin Wushuang very happy. He stood directly in front of Chu Zhongtian, facing the roaring force that was about to sweep over him. Standing beside Qin Wushuang, Chu Zhongtian was nervously watching the roaring force that was about to sweep towards him. At the same time, he was silently counting the time when the rules of Secret Realm had appeared. 5, 4, 3. Just as he was counting down to 3 in his mind, the sweeping force slammed into Qin Wushuang's flying scroll. The flying scroll that could kill a person was both a flying spirit weapon and a powerful defensive spirit weapon. Its defensive grade had already reached the peak mid-level spirit grade. This was the strongest technique Qin Wushuang had chosen to use to resist the roaring force. The power of the roar that could easily destroy the red rock was blocked by the most powerful mid-level defensive spirit tool for the first time. The momentum of the attack gradually slowed down. Unfortunately, although the defense of a mid-level spirit weapon was very strong, Qin Wushuang's body refining stage cultivation base and the spiritual power he had could not unleash the true power of a mid-level spirit weapon. The blocked roar quickly destroyed the defense of the mid-level spirit weapon, and it was about to hit Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang. 2. Chu Zhongtian thought to himself. It was the time when the roar broke through the mid-level spirit weapon's defense. 1. When he said it in his mind, the roar's power was about to sweep across his and Qin Wushuang's bodies. Feeling the destructive power of the roar, Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang both looked resigned to their fate. The roaring power that was about to sweep across their bodies seemed to be frozen, and stopped in front of them in an instant. Great! The rules of Azura Secret Realm have been broken. We are finally saved. The only thing that could stop the roaring force at this critical moment was probably the rules of Azura Secret Realm. Therefore, when he saw the frozen roaring force, he couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Zhongtian, who had just escaped from death, couldn't help but cheer. How is that possible? Looking at the roaring force in front of him, Qin Wushuang's reaction was completely different from Chu Zhongtian's. When Qin Wushuang, who came from the Qin Empire, chose the Azura Secret Realm as his training ground, he had already found out all the secrets related to the Azura Secret Realm through the powerful forces of the Empire. An hour before the Azura Secret Realm closed, although it was the time when the law of Azura Secret Realm rewarded the non-attributed essence blood, The law of Secret Realm wouldn't interfere in anything at this time. It would even choose to ignore the battle that was still in a state of chaos. Why did it take the initiative to save him this time? He had never come into contact with the rules of Azura's Secret Realm before, so it could not be kind enough to save his life. Therefore, the real reason why it chose to help him was probably because of Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside him. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang looked at Chu Zhongtian with a puzzled look. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian, who had just escaped death, did not notice Qin Wushuang's puzzled look. He raised his head and looked at the blood-red sky and muttered to himself, "Thank you for your help. I will never forget it." In the void above Secret Realm, the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm heaved a sigh of relief when it saw the frozen roar. While Zhao Enjuan's threat frightened the consciousness of Azura's Secret Realm, it had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian, in case his life was in danger. Although Chu Zhongtian had always been very risky, his powerful strength and careful thinking had always kept him safe and sound. When Qin Wushuang was checking the depths of the Snekflocks, he had provoked a terrifying existence in the Secret Realm. He was also the target that the consciousness of the Azura Secret Realm did not dare to provoke. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian was facing that terrifying existence, he unleashed his power. The consciousness of the Azura Secret Realm didn't dare to easily block it. Only at the last moment of the rules, when there was a reason to explain the situation to that terrifying existence, only then did it save Chu Zhongtian. All warriors who have entered the Secret Realm to undergo refinement are allowed to rush to the Snekflocks within 30 minutes and receive the reward of the non-elemental essence blood. Just as Chu Zhongtian was grateful for the help of the Secret Realm's rules, the voice of the Secret Realm's rules suddenly sounded in his mind. After getting the reminder from the Secret Realm's rules, Chu Zhongtian asked Qin Wushuang, "Senior brother Qin, I wonder if you can continue to use your flying scroll?" Due to the roar shattering most of the red rocks in the depths of the Snekflocks, they were unable to return. The rules of Secret Realm that helped him did not allow him to safely send them out of Snekflocks, so he could only look at Qin Wushuang for help. The power of the roar can only destroy the defense of mid-level spirit weapon, but it doesn't affect its ability to fly. Qin Wushuang swallowed an essence blood pill given by Chu Zhongtian and returned to his peak state. He controlled the flying scroll under his feet and flew towards the outer region of Snekflocks. "Senior brother Qin, we have plenty of time now. Can you tell me what happened in the depths of the Snekflocks?" Looking at Qin Wushuang, who could easily control the flying spirit weapon, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask. "Junior brother Chu, the secret in the depths of Snekflocks is too shocking. It won't do you any good if you know too much about it." Shaking his head, Qin Wushuang didn't give Chu Zhongtian the answer he wanted to know. However, seeing the disappointment on Chu Zhongtian's face, Qin Wushuang couldn't bear to not tell him anything. After some consideration, he finally decided to reveal some secrets about the depths of Snekflocks. "Junior brother Chu, there is a passageway in the deepest part of the Snekflocks. This passageway is used to connecting the entire Azura Secret Realm. It allows one to freely enter and exit the different levels of the Azura Secret Realm without suffering any backlash from the rules of the Secret Realm. Senior brother Qin, if we follow what you just said, then those peerless level 5 warriors in the Azura Secret Realm can enter the other 4th layer warriors in the Azura Secret Realm. Search for the rumored 1,000-year blood core." The secret Qin Wushuang revealed just now had shocked Chu Zhongtian. A question arose in his heart. The blood core was a very special treasure. It could increase a martial artist's potential and perception, and this sort of increase did not differentiate between stage and strength. The blood core that appeared on the 1st level of the Mystic Realm had the exact same effect as the blood core that appeared on the 5th level of the Mystic Realm. In other words, no matter which level the Divine Soul Period Stage Powerhouse obtained the blood core, the effect it had on their potential and perception was the same. Then, a peerless Divine Soul Stage warrior could use the passageway in the depths of the Snekflocks to freely enter the 4 levels of the Secret Realm, and then use their Divine Soul Stage power to harvest the different levels of the blood core in the Secret Realm. "It's not that simple." Shaking his head, Qin Wushuang directly denied Chu Zhongtian's guess. Then, he explained in a serious tone what he had experienced in Snekflocks. It turned out that there was an unusually powerful Azura guarding the deepest part of the Snek flocks. According to Qin Wushuang's speculation, all the Azura born in the Azura secret realm could very well be the descendant of this terrifying Azura. It was also because of the terrifying Azura that was stationed in front of the passageway that the Azura secret realm that was open thousands of times maintained a balanced and orderly rule. Qin Wushuang, who only had the strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period, was originally unable to disturb the Azura that was guarding the passageway entrance. However, Qin Wushuang had once killed an Azura before entering the deepest part of the Snek flocks. As a result, his body was stained with the resentment of the Azura before it died. This had also attracted the attention of the terrifying Azura that had just entered the deepest part of the Snek flocks. It had also caused chaos in the depths of the Snek flocks. Qin Wushuang's explanation seemed to perfectly explain the reason for the chaos in the depths of Snek flocks. But Chu Zhongtian believed that he had still concealed a lot of important things. This was because the number of Azura that were killed in the thousands of years that Azura secret realm had opened was no less than 100. It had never aroused the revenge of Patriarch, the Azura. Why was it that Qin Wushuang, who had killed the Azura, had attracted the attention of that terrifying Azura? Although he guessed that Qin Wushuang was hiding something, Chu Zhongtian didn't hate him because of it. He was even grateful for everything he had just told him. After all, the secret in the deepest part of the Snek flocks was a taboo that even the experts of the 9 major powers didn't dare to mention. Since Qin Wushuang wasn't willing to reveal it, he must have his own considerations. Perhaps the truth was just like what he had said just now. He was considering his safety. Outside the Snek flocks in Azura's secret realm, although the depths of the Snek flocks was lacking red rocks that were suitable for landing after being swept away by the roar, it had also weakened the turbulent energy flow in the void of the Snek flocks. Qin Wushuang's flying scroll could maintain a fast flying speed in Snek flocks, and it also did not suffer the impact of the moving red rock powder, allowing them to safely leave Snek flocks. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang, who were riding on the flying scroll, appeared outside Snek flocks at the same time. At this time, the Snek flocks was full of warriors who had entered the Azura secret realm and survived the cruelest killings. Looking at Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang who were flying out of the Snek flocks on flying scrolls, thousands of warriors standing below the Snek flocks raised their heads to look. In the crowd, they learned that Combat King, Wind Marquis, Iron Fist Duke, and Blade Duke, who was one of the 3 kings and 9 marquises of the sect, had been killed by a young man who was about 16 or 17 years old. The image of Shen Huang immediately appeared in Zhongtian's mind. At the same time, a lot of anger and resentment had accumulated in his heart, making him want to tear Chu Zhongtian into pieces. As the leader of the disciples of the demonic heart sect who had undergone body refinement, this experience was both an ability and a responsibility for Shen Huang. If the disciples who had participated in the trial suffered heavy losses, it would not be beneficial to his position and reputation in the Demon Heart sect. And the loss of top experts like Combat King and Blood Marquis would very likely cause him to be questioned and dissatisfied by the experts behind Combat King and the others. This would be very unfavorable for him to take up a position in the Devil Heart sect in the future. Therefore, Shen Huang planned to gather 8 people from the Devil Heart sect and kill Chu Zhongtian together. However, when he saw the young man who had left the Snek flocks with Chu Zhongtian, his facial expression changed drastically. At the same time, he immediately suppressed everyone's desire to attack him. The other disciples of the Devil Heart sect didn't know the person who left the Snek flocks with Chu Zhongtian, but Shen Huang did. Furthermore, he was very familiar with him. He knew how powerful and respected the person who had left the Snek flocks with Chu Zhongtian was. Not to mention that he didn't dare to offend that person. Even the saints of the sect wouldn't dare to offend that person. Shen Huang used his eyes to suppress Sword King and the others. He took the initiative to take a step back to avoid drawing the attention of Chu Zhongtian and that person. Among the crowd, there weren't many who could recognize Chu Zhongtian and those who followed him out of the Snek flocks. But it wasn't as if there weren't any. Besides Shen Huang, Yem Ruyu, who was as bright as a pearl in the crowd, and Xia Lo, who had chased after Chu Zhongtian, also recognized Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang. Yen Ruyu walked out of the crowd with a complicated expression on her face. She walked straight to Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang and said in a gentle tone, "Senior brother Qin, junior brother Chu. I haven't seen you for several months, but your style is still dazzling." With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Wushuang responded, "Senior sister Yen." Initially, Chu Zhongtian did not want to pay attention to Yem Ruyu. However, Qin Wushuang had already responded to her. If he did not respond, it would easily attract Qin Wushuang's suspicion and interrogation. "Senior brother Qin, when did you enter the Snekflocks?" Yen Ruyu asked with a hint of adoration in her eyes. Seeing the docile Yem Ruyu and recalling the violent female Tyrannosaurus Rex on the 85th Red Rock, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. "When the Azura secret realm opens, I will enter the deepest part of the Snekflocks." Only junior brother Chu, who broke into the deepest part of the Snekflocks, met me in advance. Everyone could see the adoration in Yen Ruyu's eyes. However, Chu Zhongtian, who was leaning close to Qin Wushuang, subconsciously took a few steps back. This could be seen that he did not want to accept Yem Ruyu. "Mr. Qin, long time no see." When Yem Ruyu finished greeting Qin Wushuang, Xia Lo walked out of the crowd with his 4 subordinates and greeted him excitedly. From his tone, it seemed that he had a good relationship with Qin Wushuang. And Qin Wushuang's following response also confirmed everyone's guess. "Xia Lo, the last time we met was 3 months ago. You were at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. Now, your cultivation base has barely broken through to the half-step qi transforming period. It seems like you have been too lax recently." Qin Wushuang put away the gentle smile on his face and criticized seriously. "Mr. Qin, don't worry. After the Azura secret realm closes, I will immediately work hard to cultivate. When will I break through to the qi transforming period? When will I end my cultivation?" Xia Lo patted his chest hard and promised. Regarding this, Qin Wushuang only shook his head and didn't say anything else. "Junior brother, I offended you a few days ago. I hope you can forgive my arrogant mistake for Mr. Qin's sake." Xia Lo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Wushuang had stopped pursuing the matter of cultivation. After that, he apologized to Chu Zhongtian. "It's all in the past now. Besides, you didn't cause any harm to me at that time, so you can forget about that matter." Chu Zhongtian waved his hand. In fact, when Xia Lo led his 4 subordinates out of the crowd, Chu Zhongtian had already recognized Xia Lo. This was the group of people he had chased after when he was trying his best to escape from the Overlord of Blood Lake's pursuit. According to Chu Zhongtian's personality, those people who had once wanted to kill him and chased after him, he would definitely seek revenge. However, when he saw the close relationship between Xia Lo and Qin Wushuang, as well as Xia Lo's attitude of admitting defeat, he can only put out the idea of revenge. It's almost time for the reward of the non-elemental essence blood in Secret Realm. You guys can talk about it in the future. Chu Zhongtian gave up on this matter without hesitation. This made Xia Lo happy, but at the same time he wanted to get close to Chu Zhongtian. After all, the expert behind Chu Zhongtian could resist the rules of Secret Realm with just a thought. Qin Wushuang wanted to talk to Chu Zhongtian, but he interrupted Xia Lo's intention and asked him to step aside. "Under the Snekflocks of Azura Secret Realm. Junior brother Chu, you are very powerful now. After the Azura Secret Realm closes, you will definitely return to your sect to cultivate in seclusion, and strive to break through to the qi transforming period in one go." After Xia Lo retreated to the side, Qin Wushuang's gentle smile returned to his face. "Yes, I will definitely break through to the qi transforming period within a month at most." Chu Zhongtian didn't try to hide anything from him, and he wasn't being overly modest. He spoke with an affirmative tone. "Junior brother Chu, when the geniuses of the 9 major powers are breaking through to the qi transforming period, the 9 major powers will test the level of this disciple's talent based on the range of the spiritual qi that can be absorbed when the spiritual qi is converted." Chu Zhongtian's confident tone made Qin Wushuang's eyes flash with a hint of appreciation. Chu Zhongtian did not hide the truth, which meant that Chu Zhongtian's accumulation was very strong. He could break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period in a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian was not modest. which meant that he had sufficient confidence. He was confident that his enlightenment had reached the point where he could break through to the qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian's tone was firm, which meant that he was familiar with his own strength. He was very clear about his own accumulation, that he could accurately control the spiritual power in the Dantian. And this control was the true difference between a genius and a peerless genius. My master once mentioned this before. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't know what Qin Wushuang wanted to express, he still nodded his head, indicating that he knew the method of testing. Junior brother Chu, a while ago, the officials of the Qin Empire's subordinate dynasty accidentally discovered a secret realm that has not yet been opened. According to the prediction of the Qin Empire's prophet, the secret realm will be opened in half a year. Chu Zhongtian knew how to test a genius, which was not out of Qin Wushuang's expectation. After that, he changed the topic to a secret realm that had never been opened before. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what was the connection between these two things. Junior brother Chu, I sincerely invite you to join me in exploring the secret realm. Qin Wushuang looked straight at Chu Zhongtian. His eyes were full of expectation. He hoped to get an affirmative answer from Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother Qin, half a year from now, if I have time, I will personally go to the Qin Empire. Chu Zhongtian cautiously responded to Qin Wushuang's invitation. It might be dangerous to explore the unexplored secret realm. However, danger often contained great opportunities. The secret realm that was highly regarded by the Qin Empire might be able to change a person's destiny. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian's heart palpitated. However, half a year was too long. He wasn't sure if he would have the time to go there at that time. Junior brother Chu, I believe that you will definitely go to Qin Empire in half a year's time. Chu Zhongtian's response didn't make Qin Wushuang unhappy. Instead, he was confident that Chu Zhongtian would go to Secret Realm. Junior brother Chu, this is the purple dragon token that represents my identity. After you enter the great Qin capital city, all you need to do is reveal the purple dragon token to the guards of the capital city, and someone will take you to me. Qin Wushuang took out a purple token from the storage bag that had a 5-clawed purple golden dragon engraved on it and said. Everyone saw Qin Wushuang take out the purple token with a 5-clawed purple golden dragon. Whether it was Xia Lo or Yem Ruyu, who were standing at the side, Xian Huang, who was standing in the crowd, looked at Qin Wushuang with a shocked expression. They looked at the purple dragon token in his hand. It was a token that symbolized one's identity. It was the proof that the Qin Empire had given different levels of identity to the princes when they tested their talent. When the disciples of ordinary forces reached adulthood, they would only accept the test of the cultivation talent. After that, they would be given different levels of treatment according to the grade of the cultivation talent. As the leader of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, the Qin Empire would give each disciple a different level of treatment when they reached adulthood. The experts of the empire would use some unknown means to test the cultivation talent, potential, perseverance, and comprehension abilities of the disciples participating in the test. Luck and a dozen or so other indicators would be tested, and then according to the results of the test, the identity token would be given to different disciples. The black dragon token represented all ordinary imperial princes. After participating in the test, a prince like this would be given a piece of land, and then be chased out of the imperial capital, leaving him to fend for himself. The white dragon token represented all the princes who had pretty good indicators. Although an imperial prince like this would also be conscripted and stay in the imperial capital, most of them would be treated as the object of marriage, and they would have no goals in life at all. The red dragon token represented all the outstanding imperial princes. Imperial princes like this would basically be carefully nurtured. When their strength reached a certain level of stage, they would be made a marquis, and they would then be sent to different fiefdom to help the empire manage the fiefdom. The brown dragon token represented all kinds of outstanding princes. Imperial princes like this would be highly valued by the empire. Not only would they be carefully nurtured, but they would also be given special treatment, and will use all sorts of means to increase their strength. When their strength reached a certain level of the stage, they would be conferred the title of king, and then stay in the imperial capital. Managing the entire Qin Empire was absolutely the target of the Qin Empire's affiliate dynasties and kingdoms to curry favor with. The purple dragon token represented the perfect imperial prince in all aspects. The imperial prince who possessed the purple dragon token would have the qualifications to fight for the throne in the future. The fact that Qin Wushuang possessed the purple dragon token also meant that his cultivation talent, potential, perseverance, and comprehension had all reached the perfect level. Countless people wanted to curry favor with him. All right, I will definitely spare some time to prepare for the Secret Realms trial in half a year. Chu Zhongtian took the purple dragon token. He did not understand the meaning of the purple dragon token, so he accepted Qin Wushuang's invitation with a calm expression. Junior brother Chu, if you break through to the Qi transforming period, and the range of the spiritual Qi's fluctuation is less than 1,000 kilometers, then, in that case, there's no need to prepare for the trip to the secret realm. After Chu Zhongtian approached the purple dragon token and agreed to the invitation, Qin Wushuang changed the topic to the spiritual Qi. Why is that? Chu Zhongtian was not nervous at all, but he looked puzzled. He was confident that the range of the spiritual Qi he absorbed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period could exceed 1,000 kilometers. The reason why he was suppressing the stage with all his might was to accumulate more potential so that when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he could absorb the spiritual Qi, and the range of the spiritual Qi's energy would exceed 5,000 kilometers. According to the prediction of the Qin Empire's prophets, only warriors with peerless talent can smoothly enter the secret realm when the secret realm is opened. Qin Wushuang explained. Only those with peerless talent could smoothly enter the secret realm. Chu Zhongtian looked at Qin Wushuang with a complicated expression, doubting the authenticity of his explanation. He even suspected that this was a scheme deployed by the Qin Empire. They wanted to test the number of peerless geniuses of other powers through the unknown opening of the secret realm. After all, as long as one's talent reached the level of a peerless genius, he would be able to break through to the divine soul stage and become a mighty expert that could influence the southern domain. Only the mighty experts of the stage were the key to determine the strength of a major power. Chu Zhongtian's eyes were filled with doubt. Qin Wushuang also felt that he had found out about it, but he didn't know how to explain it, because when he first received this news, the Empire's prophet had told him this. Within 10 days of the secret realm's opening, you have killed a total of 159 warriors. You will be rewarded with 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood. Just as Chu Zhongtian was doubting the authenticity of Qin Wushuang's explanation, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind, indicating the rules of the Azura secret realm. As the voice of Azura secret realm's law ended, one drop after another of non-elemental essence blood floated in front of him. And just as Chu Zhongtian received the reward of the Azura secret realm's law, in front of thousands of martial artists, there were different amounts of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of them. Of course, there was also a very small number of warriors who had nothing in front of them. The warriors who did not receive the reward from the essence blood were either ordinary warriors who had escaped the pursuit of the Demon Heart sect warriors. They either did not meet any opponents they could kill, or they were experts like Qin Wushuang who disdained the reward of the non-elemental essence blood. Of course, there were very few warriors like Qin Wushuang who did not care about the reward of the non-elemental energy. The vast majority of martial artists who obtained rewards had a few drops of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of them, or a dozen drops. A martial artist that could reach a few dozen drops was already very rare. There were over 100 non-elemental essence blood floating in front of them. Of the several thousand martial artists present, there were only 3 of them. One of them was Sword King from the Demon Heart sect. There were 103 drops of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of him. The other person was wearing a black tight suit. His actions were strange. In front of him floated 110 drops of non-elemental essence blood. The person who attracted the most attention was Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of Chu Zhongtian, the way Qin Wushuang looked at him changed. Because in his imagination, Chu Zhongtian might like to play some tricks, but in essence, he was still a young man who was not deeply involved in the world. However, The 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of him completely changed Qin Wushuang's mind. Chu Zhongtian was not a young man who was not deeply involved in the world, nor was he ignorant of the dangers of the world. He was a ruthless and decisive person. Looking at the 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood floating in front of Chu Zhongtian, Xian Huang, who was standing in the crowd, had an ugly expression on his face. This was because a single drop of essence blood represented the life of a martial artist. 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood represented 159 lives. And in these 159 people, it was likely that the majority of demon heart sect's disciples would be hit. If it wasn't because Qin Wushuang was standing beside Chu Zhongtian, Xian Huang would have used all of his means to leave Chu Zhongtian in the Azura secret realm. In fact, what Xian Huang didn't know was that all 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood were the rewards for killing the disciples of the demon heart sect. If he knew that all the 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood Chu Zhongtian obtained came from the disciples of demon heart sect, then even if he offended Qin Wushuang, he would still fight Chu Zhongtian to the death. Looking at the 159 drops of essence blood floating in front of Chu Zhongtian, Xiaolo and Yem Ruyu's expression also changed. While shocked by Chu Zhongtian's ruthless means, Xiaolo was also secretly glad that Qin Wushuang had appeared. It allowed him to obtain Chu Zhongtian's understanding. Otherwise, facing an expert like Chu Zhongtian, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well when he went out to train in the future. Yem Ruyu also felt glad that her movement technique was not as good as Chu Zhongtian's. She was unable to catch up to Chu Zhongtian on the 85th Red Rock. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian would not have shown mercy because she was a woman. Chu Zhongtian, who had obtained the reward of 159 drops of non-elemental essence blood, did not notice the reaction of the others. He only happily took out the porcelain bottle that he had prepared earlier from the storage bag. He put all the non-elemental essence blood that were floating in front of him into the porcelain bottle. Just as he put away the non-elemental essence blood, a strong pulling force made him gradually leave the ground and slowly rise into the sky. This is impossible. There is still more than a minute before the Azura secret realm closes. Why was Junior Brother Chu sent away from the secret realm in advance? Could it be that the Azura secret realm is intentionally protecting Junior Brother Chu? Looking at Chu Zhongtian slowly rising into the sky, Xiaolo, who was good at nagging, made a self-righteous guess. In everyone's eyes, his guess just now was just a daydream. Because the rules of Azura secret realm belong to a special kind of power, it was an inanimate object without any consciousness or emotions. How could it make an exception to protect a person? Only Qin Wushuang believed Xiaolo's guess just now. Because when something happened in the depths of Snekflocks, it was the rule of Azura secret realm that stopped the roar of Patriarch, the Azura, that could destroy everything. At that time, Qin Wushuang had guessed that the rule of the Azura secret realm was deliberately protecting Chu Zhongtian, but he wasn't 100% sure. The reason was what everyone thought just now. At this moment, the rule of the Azura secret realm had sent Chu Zhongtian away in advance, making him 100% sure that the rule of the Azura secret realm was deliberately protecting Chu Zhongtian. To be able to protect a person on purpose meant that the rules of Azura secret realm had developed their own consciousness, and the rules of secret realm with their own consciousness would become very terrifying. Glancing at the blood-red void, Qin Wushuang hurriedly lowered his head, in case the rules of secret realm noticed him. Chu Zhongtian, who was being pulled away from the ground by the pulling force, thought that he would be directly sent to Jiaoenju inside by the rules of the Azura secret realm. However, after his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, he didn't leave secret realm immediately. Instead, he was frozen in midair. It was impossible for him not to be nervous when he was frozen in midair for no reason. However, Chu Zhongtian, who could not fly independently, could only wait quietly and see what the rules of Azura secret realm were trying to do. In the sky above Azura secret realm, 10 seconds later, a fist-sized blood core that reeked of blood shot out from the void. The blood core rushed in front of Chu Zhongtian like a bolt of lightning and floated in front of him. Seeing the blood core floating in front of him, a thought flashed through Chu Zhongtian's mind. At the same time, he felt his breathing becoming heavier. This is a 1,000-year-old blood core that has never been discovered by anyone. Consider it a gift from me. When you leave Secret Realm and return to that person's side, help me pass the message to that person. Tell him that I have completed his instructions. All the grudges between us have completely ended. When the 1,000-year-old blood core arrived in front of Chu Zhongtian, a voice appeared in his mind. That person. Chu Zhongtian did not need to think much to know that person was definitely Zhao Enjuan. However, he didn't know what Zhao Enjuan had done to make the rules of Azura's secret realm so afraid of him. Without giving Chu Zhongtian any time to respond, the force that was frozen in the void dissipated. Then, an even stronger suction force sucked him into the void, and he left the Azura secret realm completely. After Chu Zhongtian was sent out of the Azura secret realm, the thousands of warriors of the Snake flocks were also sent out of the Azura secret realm one by one. Only Qin Wushuang, who was standing at the front of the crowd, didn't have the rules of the secret realm to send him out. When all the warriors were sent away, the voice of the rules of the Azura secret realm sounded in Qin Wushuang's mind. Qin Wushuang, you swore an oath with the rules of the heavenly Tao that you will never reveal the secrets in the deepest part of the Snake flocks. If you violate it, you will die without a burial ground. What if I don't swear on the rules of the heavenly Tao? Being threatened for no reason, how could the proud Qin Wushuang surrender so easily? If you don't swear an oath with the rules of the heavenly Tao, you will never be able to leave Azura's secret realm. Your strength will forever remain at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. Qin Wushuang's refusal to yield didn't cause any changes to the rules of the Azura secret realm. He said in a cold tone, "Forget it. This bloody world is not suitable for me." Qin Wushuang used the rules of the heavenly Tao to make an oath that he would not reveal the secrets in the depths of Snake flocks. After that, Qin Wushuang was sent out of the Azura secret realm. When he appeared in the outside world, he was shocked by the situation in front of him, because he found the entrance to the Azura secret realm. A dozen peerless experts wearing the uniform of Demon Heart Sect were staring at the entrance of the secret realm with killing intent. In a blink of an eye, Qin Wushuang knew the purpose of the dozen peerless experts of the Demon Heart Sect guarding the entrance to the secret realm. However, Chu Zhongtian was the first person to be sent away by the rules of the Azura secret realm. Logically speaking, he should have been captured alive by the experts of the Demon Heart Sect. Could it be that he didn't appear at the entrance of the secret realm? When Qin Wushuang thought about how the Azura secret realm deliberately protected Chu Zhongtian, he felt that he should have been sent out by the rules of the secret realm from other exits. After being sent out of the Azura secret realm by a strong suction force, Chu Zhongtian looked around and found himself in Zhao Enjuan's flying courtyard. After that, he didn't pay attention to whether Zhao Enjuan was in the courtyard. Instead, he immediately looked around for the 1,000-year blood core given to him by the Azura secret realm. Just now, when the rules of the Azura secret realm sent him out of the secret realm, they didn't even greet him and directly sent him out of the secret realm, making it so that he didn't have the time to take the 1,000-year blood core that was floating in front of him. He quickly looked around. When he saw the blood core under his feet, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a joyful expression, he picked up the 1,000-year blood core under his feet. Although a 10-year blood core didn't increase his potential and comprehension by much, it could be exchanged with a sect for a rare treasures and medicinal pill that could enhance his cultivation talent. It could also help him increase his talent when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. A 100-year-old blood core could double his potential and 1/3 of his comprehension ability. At the same time, it could also help him increase his talent when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. A 1,000-year blood core could increase his potential by 3 times and comprehension ability by 1-fold. Perhaps it was the key to breaking through the 5,000-kilometer radius of the spiritual Qi when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. Now, he had collected all 3 different kinds of blood core of different ages. He was very satisfied with the experience in Azura's secret realm this time. He was very confident in his performance in breaking through to the Qi transforming period. A mere 1,000-year-old blood core. Just as Chu Zhongtian happily put away the 1,000-year-old blood core, Zhao Enjuan, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but ridicule him. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhao Enjuan's ridicule. Then he walked into the stone pavilion. Looking at the fragrant tea placed in front of Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian swallowed hard. He resisted the urge to drink it, and then sat opposite of Zhao Enjuan with an unhappy expression. As a supreme-level expert, Chu Zhongtian had already experienced the enormous spiritual power contained in the tea. Therefore, he did not dare drink the fragrant tea brewed by Zhao Enjuan rashly. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's expression, Zhao Enjuan laughed lightly. Then, he personally poured a cup of tea for Chu Zhongtian and said with a smile, "Drink it. This is the tea I prepared for you. Can help you calm your mind and calm your mind. It can also help you get rid of your tiredness from years of training." Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhao Enjuan's explanation. He picked up the teacup on the stone table and drank the water in one go. It did not have a strong fragrance, nor did it have a bitter taste. However, after it entered his body, the tea emitted an aura that could calm people's mind. The tiredness from the past few days disappeared in an instant. Good tea. After the effect of the clear tea was over, Chu Zhongtian put down the teacup and couldn't help but praise. "Tell me about the refining process in Secret Realm." After Chu Zhongtian used the tea to remove the fatigue on his body, Zhao Enjuan immediately asked with concern, "Master, I have used the trump card you left me in Azura's Secret Realm. I think you have sensed it." Facing Zhao Enjuan's concerned question, Chu Zhongtian quickly straightened his body and put away his casual attitude. 6 days ago, I have already retrieved the divine sense that I left in the jade pendant. I also know what happened back then." Nodding his head, Zhao Enjuan responded to Chu Zhongtian's question. At the same time, he also wanted to know how Chu Zhongtian discovered and offended that peak essence gathering stage monster. More than 100 years ago, as a genius disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, Zhao Enjuan had entered the Azura Secret Realm more than once during different stage periods. He had also searched the Azura Secret Realm more than once. However, he had never found the monster that Chu Zhongtian had provoked. That was why he was interested in finding out where the monster was hiding in the Secret Realm. Facing Zhao Enjuan's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian fell into deep thought for a short while. The origin of the Overlord of Blood Lake was related to the existence of the power of the space law. The power of the space law and the duplication and paste program were his biggest secrets at the moment. It was a core secret that he absolutely could not reveal to anyone. Furthermore, the preciousness of the power of the space law made Chu Zhongtian unable to believe Zhao Enjuan's composure. He could not believe that Zhao Enjuan would treat him the same way he did in the past after learning that he possessed the power of the space law. Would Zhao Enjuan use his supreme-level strength to directly take the power of the space law out of his body? It was precisely because of the layers of concerns that Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to respond to his question. It seemed like he was going to use his acting skills as a movie emperor again. "Don't mention it." He first let out a depressed sigh, and with the help of the time spent sighing, his brain quickly worked. "Zhao, the reason why I provoked that monster is also because of you." Countless stories flashed across his mind. Chu Zhongtian did not know which unlucky story he should choose to use to deal with Zhao Enjuan's problem. Therefore, he continued to stall for time. "You didn't choose a good location when you ripped apart the void of Secret Realm, and you let me enter the area where the experts of Demon Heart Sect are imprisoned with the help of the law of Secret Realm." After that, when Chu Zhongtian met Lin Guoliang, an ordinary warrior, Lin Guoliang told him about the plan of Demon Heart Sect in detail. He also used this period of time to consider whether the story he had just chosen could fool Zhao Enjuan. "I never thought that those old men from the Demon Heart Sect would really succeed. It seems like I have underestimated their perseverance and persistence." After hearing Chu Zhongtian's narration, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After that, he said with an apologetic tone, "My good disciple, I'm really sorry. I will take note of this in the future. It doesn't matter anymore." Waving his hand, Chu Zhongtian acted as if he didn't care. At the same time, he thought of how to respond to Zhao Enjuan's question. "My strength is not bad. The 3 noble lords of Demon Heart Sect were killed by me in the restricted area. Later, I killed Blade Duke and Combat King in the Snekflocks, and forced Xianhuang to give in the depths of the rubble. That's right. After hearing that Chu Zhongtian had killed the experts of Demon Heart Sect one after another, Zhao Enjun didn't even consider the revenge of those experts. Instead, he praised Chu Zhongtian for his good performance. That's enough. As if he couldn't stand Zhao Enjun's narcissism, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but mock him. Facing Chu Zhongtian's sarcasm, Zhao Enjun smiled brightly and didn't care about his mockery at all. On the third day after entering the restricted zone of Demon Heart Sect, which is when I was hunting down the disciples of Demon Heart Sect, the disciples of Demon Heart Sect fled to a mountain range with 7 or 8 mountains. After taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian continued, just as I was about to enter the mountain range and continue to chase after them, countless shapes similar to that peak essence gathering stage rushed out from the mountain range all of a sudden. However, they were only chi refining stage and body refining stage monsters. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian glanced at Zhao Enjun and found that he was listening attentively. So he continued his narration. Master, you know that I have mastered the power of force. Under the cooperation of force, I have killed countless of those monsters, and in the end, I attracted that essence gathering stage monster. Mountain monster. Chu Zhongtian's explanation seemed reasonable, but there was still something that didn't make sense. How did that peak essence gathering stage monster appear in the mountain? Were there countless monsters hidden in the mountain? Seeing Zhao Enjun in deep thought, Chu Zhongtian's heart was lifted. Originally, he was planning to make up a very unlucky story. However, considering that Zhao Enjun was more familiar with the environment of Azura's secret realm than him, he decisively gave up on that story. He also used the method that he was best at, which was most of the truth. However, a small part of it was fake. He hoped that he could deceive Zhao Enjun and hide the secret of obtaining the power of the space law. Forget it. Since the Azura secret realm can form the consciousness of rules, it's normal for some strange creatures to appear. After pondering for a long time, he was unable to figure out why there were monsters in ordinary mountain ranges. Zhao Enjun could only find an acceptable reason for himself and end his brain cell wasting thinking. Zhao Enjun's self-consolation made Chu Zhongtian unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Tell me about the experiences in Snekflocks. Compared to the peak essence gathering stage monster, Zhao Enjun was actually more interested in Chu Zhongtian's experience in Snekflocks, because this involved the consciousness of the rules of the Azura secret realm, as well as his own deterrent force. There was nothing to hide about his experience in the Snekflocks, so Chu Zhongtian explained his experience in detail. I'm getting younger. That girl with the surname Yen is comparable to that girl with the surname Dongfang. Which one is more beautiful and which one is more outstanding? When Chu Zhongtian mentioned that he knew Yem Ruyu and how they had a conflict, Zhao Enjun said in a strange tone. In terms of cultivation and knowledge, Chu Zhongtian didn't think he was as good as Zhao Enjun. However, in terms of observation, he was not any weaker than Zhao Enjun, who had the memories of his past life. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian understood what he wanted to express with a strange tone. In response to this, his reaction was, "Do you want to hear me continue? If you don't want to, arrange a room for me immediately. I need a good rest." Go ahead. Go ahead." Seeing the angry Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjun immediately smiled and said, "Xianhuang must be that old man's great-grandson." When Chu Zhongtian mentioned his fight with Xianhuang, Zhao Enjun said unhappily, "Master, do you know Xianhuang's great-grandfather?" Chu Zhongtian asked with great interest. "Not only do we know each other, we have had a very close relationship before," Zhao Enjun said with disdain. "That old man is an elder of Demon Heart Sect. How dare he shamelessly call himself the Profound Sovereign? When I challenged the Demon Heart Sect, the third opponent I met was this old man. I initially thought that the one who called himself the Profound Sovereign must be very powerful, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 of my attacks before one of my arms was cut off." While Zhao Enjun was reminiscing about his glorious past, Chu Zhongtian was secretly glad that he didn't speak too much when he was facing Xianhuang. He didn't mention Zhao Enjun when he introduced himself. Otherwise, If Xianhuang knew that Chu Zhongtian was Zhao Enjuan's direct disciple, he wouldn't have given in so easily. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian secretly made up his mind. When he introduced himself in the future, he absolutely couldn't mention Zhao Enjuan's name, let alone that he was Zhao Enjuan's disciple. If Chu Zhongtian met the enemy Zhao Enjuan had made when he was young, he might suffer revenge. Someone who is at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period can move red rocks that are 100,000 square meters in area. Looks like Qin Wushuang's strength has already reached the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. When Zhao Enjuan heard Chu Zhongtian mention his experience with Qin Wushuang, he first estimated Qin Wushuang's strength. After that, Zhao Enjuan looked straight at Chu Zhongtian and said in a serious tone, "Disciple, it seems like this Qin Wushuang is the target you need to pursue in the future. Only when you have pressure will you have motivation." Chu Zhongtian nodded and said domineeringly, "Senior brother Qin's appearance is a good thing for me. He is a goal that I can surpass in a short period of time." That's right. You can convert pressure into motivation. This is the mentality that you should have as my disciple. Chu Zhongtian's description made Zhao Enjuan very satisfied. At the same time, he unconsciously praised himself. This time, Chu Zhongtian did not refute him. It seems like that monster is still guarding there. Zhao Enjuan didn't say much when Chu Zhongtian mentioned the incident that happened in the depths of Snekflocks. It was as if he already knew the secret hidden in the depths of Snekflocks. He knew that in front of the passageway in the depths of Snekflocks, there was a senior Azura with terrifying strength. Purple Dragon Token. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned Qin Wushuang inviting him to participate in the trip to Secret Realm half a year later, and giving him the Purple Dragon Token, Zhao Enjuan stood up from the stone chair and said in a surprised tone, "That's right, Purple Dragon Token." Seeing Zhao Enjuan's intense reaction, Chu Zhongtian felt strange. He took out a Purple Dragon Token from his storage bag and handed it to Zhao Enjuan. He can choose the successor of the Purple Dragon Token. It seems that he is not far from his final breakthrough. Seeing the Purple Dragon Token that Chu Zhongtian handed over, Zhao Enjuan did not take it over. Instead, he sat back down on the stone chair and muttered to himself. After that, he looked directly into Chu Zhongtian's eyes and asked in a solemn tone, "Disciple, how do you feel about Qin Wushuang?" Although Zhao Enjuan's reaction just now had confused Chu Zhongtian thought about it for a moment and replied with uncertainty, "Qin Wushuang is a person worth interacting with." After all, he had only known Qin Wushuang for a short period of time and knew very little about him. Chu Zhongtian did not know Qin Wushuang's character very well. However, their short contact in the depths of Snekflocks made him think that Qin Wushuang could be considered a person he could befriend. "I will try my best to build a good relationship with him." Regarding Chu Zhongtian's uncertain reply, Zhao Enjuan gave an answer that Chu Zhongtian did not quite understand. If you can't get along with him, try not to offend him before you become powerful. Originally, Chu Zhongtian wanted to understand the origin of Qin Wushuang and the Purple Dragon Token from Zhao Enjuan's mouth. But when Chu Zhongtian saw Zhao Enjuan's sudden disappointment, he could only choose to remain silent. "Chu, you must be very tired now. I have already prepared the room for you to rest in. Go and rest now." Zhao Enjuan pointed to a room on the right side of the stone pavilion and ordered. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhao Enjuan, who was in a low mood and obviously did not want to continue talking. Chu Zhongtian shrugged his shoulders and got up to leave the stone pavilion. He walked to the room that Zhao Enjuan had arranged. With the help of the Azura Secret Realms rules, the essence blood pill refined using the corpses of martial artists could display the effects of medicinal pills in the Azura Secret Realm. However, after leaving the Azura Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian felt that the side effects of the essence blood pill had begun to show. The spirit, qi, and energy that recovered using the essence blood pill was slowly fading away. This made Chu Zhongtian, who had entered the room, immediately feel heavy exhaustion. Without taking off his clothes, Chu Zhongtian climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. After Chu Zhongtian returned to his room to rest, Zhao Enjuan also got up and left the stone pavilion. He looked towards the north with a deep worry in his eyes. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Senior brother, That person has reached the edge of breaking through. I wonder what kind of stage you have now. Can you continue to suppress that person's ambition of unifying the southern domain? After sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Zhongtian finally woke up. After waking up, Chu Zhongtian did not immediately wake up. Instead, he laid on the soft bed and stared at the patterns carved on his head. He began to recall the experiences of the Azura secret realm, as well as the detailed process of fighting opponents of different strengths. 2 hours later, after recalling all the battles, Chu Zhongtian got up and left the bed that made him feel very comfortable. He then pushed open the door and left the room. "You're awake." Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Zhao Enjuan, who was standing in the courtyard garden, turned his head and greeted with a smile. "Master, the bed in the guest room is dozens of times more comfortable than the bed in my courtyard 9's bedroom." Chu Zhongtian turned his shoulders to let his body relax completely and said seriously, "Ha ha ha." Chu Zhongtian's praise just now made Zhao Enjuan's smile even brighter. Immediately after, his attitude changed, and his tone was full of ridicule. "What a pity. The bed in the room is formed by this flying treasure collecting the clouds in the sky by itself. It can't be brought out of this space. Since it can't be taken away, then I won't waste my time and effort to ask for it from you." Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongtian said with an indifferent attitude, "If it was before he transmigrated, perhaps he would covet the enjoyment of life. He would think of ways to get the cloud bed formed by clouds. But after transmigrating, facing this world where the strong were respected, to him, the enjoyment of life was basically a dream." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was about to enter the garden, Zhao Enjuan, who had something to say, pointed at the stone pavilion and said, "Go to the stone pavilion." Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian had no objections, because after the Azura Secret Realms trial ended, he would have to welcome the most important change in his life, which was how to break through to the Qi transforming period. He needed Zhao Enjuan's guidance on this. In the hidden dragon peak in the peak courtyard, Chu Zhongtian was sitting on a stone chair in a stone pavilion in the courtyard. Seeing Zhao Enjuan tirelessly fiddling with the tea set, Chu Zhongtian could only patiently wait for Zhao Enjuan to take the initiative to speak. Because Zhao Enjuan's following guidance was related to the first important change in Chu Zhongtian's life, he had plenty of patience to wait. "This is the clear tea that I specially prepared for you. Can calm your mind and focus your mind. Can also cleanse the spiritual power. It will help you break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period." Zhao Enjuan handed the teacup that was filled with tea to Chu Zhongtian and said. Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate to drink the tea in the cup. He closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. As the small cup of tea entered Chu Zhongtian's body, a pure aura appeared. It instantly filled Chu Zhongtian's body, making him feel as if a cool breeze was blowing through his heart. This not only excited his spirit, but also the spiritual power that had been purified several times in his dantian. Once again it was cleansed. "How do you feel?" Zhao Enjuan saw Chu Zhongtian open his eyes and was in high spirits. Zhao Enjuan drank the tea and asked proudly, "Good tea. It could calm and concentrate, and it could also wash the spiritual power. It could not only increase his strength, but it could also satisfy his desire to speak." How could Chu Zhongtian not desire this kind of spirit tea? Therefore, he started to show the nature of a businessman and wanted to use bargaining methods to ask for more spiritual tea. "Give me a few pounds," Chu Zhongtian said casually. Zhao Enjuan heard Chu Zhongtian say he wanted a few caddies of tea. He spat out the tea that had just entered his mouth. He pointed at Chu Zhongtian and was so angry that he could not speak. "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. You are making such a big fuss out of nothing. You are really a petty person." The tea that Zhao Enjuan just spat out spilled all over Chu Zhongtian's body, making him complain unhappily. This kind of spiritual tea that can purify spiritual power, it comes from the top of Cloud Mist Mountain's one pearl tea tree. This tea tree only produces less than 2 taels of tea every 10 years. "How many kilograms of this tea do you want from me? Do you want my life?" Chu Zhongtian's unhappy attitude made Zhao Enjuan angrily and helplessly explain. "Why is it producing so little? When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan's explanation, he knew that there was a fatal mistake in his plan just now. He gave up on asking for the tea leaves. What do you think? Zhao Enjuan glared at Chu Zhongtian and said angrily. Forget it. You should keep this kind of tea for yourself. Zhao Enjuan saw that Chu Zhongtian had given up on him and secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he started to change the topic to Chu Zhongtian's cultivation. Kid, your performance is not bad. Whether it is your comprehension of your realm or the advancement of your mind state, it is enough for you to break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period with ease. However, you have listened to my advice and kept suppressing the stage. Continue. Since Zhao Enjuan had brought the topic to the cultivation that Chu Zhongtian was most interested in, Chu Zhongtian straightened his body and listened attentively. Disciple, the reason why I didn't let you break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period in advance was because of the stage. I hope that when you break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period stage, you will be able to increase the power of your force. It was rare for Chu Zhongtian to listen to his guidance with an upright attitude. This made Zhao Enjuan feel like he was his master for the first time. He was greatly encouraged, so he began to patiently guide Chu Zhongtian in his future cultivation. Master, what is power? How should I improve my force? What is the limit of force? Chu Zhongtian finally saw that Zhao Enjuan was willing to teach him about force. Chu Zhongtian quickly asked the question that had been accumulating in his heart for more than half a year. Facing Chu Zhongtian's 3 questions, Zhao Enjuan patiently explained them one by one. What is force? Force is the embryonic form of controlling force of rule. Only when you have mastered force can you have a certain chance to control the force of rule when your cultivation base reaches a certain level. Chu Zhongtian discovered that the force he unexpectedly grasped was also a type of power of law. This caused him to be secretly delighted in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but sigh at how outstanding he was. How should I increase the power of my force? When you possess force, you can control everything around you, even if it's an illusory air or a cool breeze that passes by. So if you want to increase the power of force, you must learn to control everything in your body. For example, the spiritual power that you cultivate, the natal spirit blade that you use, the blood flowing within your body, the breathing rate that you cultivate, and so on and so forth. In any case, as long as you have something in your body, you must be familiar with controlling them. Only by doing so can you increase the power of your force. So that's how it is. Zhao Enjuan's explanation reminded Chu Zhongtian of the first time he went out to practice. When he faced Lu Yuan, who had also mastered force, he felt that Lu Yuan's mastery of force was stronger than his own. At that time, he had suspected that the reason Lu Yuan's control over the force was stronger than his was because of the weapon he used. Now, it seemed like the truth was just as he had guessed at that time. As for what the limit of force is like the stage of the United Heart technique. It has a total of 10 levels. When your force reaches the perfection stage, you can try to break through to the next level. The meaning is related to the weapon you use. For example, if you are good at using a saber, then after you break through, you will form saber intent. If you're good at using swords, you'll form sword intent after breaking through. The difference between intent and force is like the difference between a chi transforming period and a body refining stage. The strength used by a body refining stage is a spiritual power, the strength vital spirit used by a chi transforming period stage. There is a fundamental difference between these two powers. This makes the difference between them like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between force and intent is just like the difference between spiritual power and vital spirit. There is a saying passed down in the eternal continent. Concepts conquer everything. The same principle, once the saber intent is unleashed, all sabers will submit to you. All martial artists with the will have the absolute advantage when facing opponents who use the same weapon. So that's how it is. Zhao Enjuan's detailed explanation finally relaxed the doubts that had been accumulated in Chu Zhongtian's heart for more than half a year. This made him feel relaxed. Disciple, now that you have reached the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, I'm sure you will have a very deep feeling about the changes in your body when you are at the body refining stage and different stage. Chu Zhongtian nodded. agreeing with what Zhao Enjuan had just said. The stage of a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period is actually a sign that you have reached the limit of all aspects of your body. This is also the stage that allows you to perfectly control your body. Therefore, when you break through this stage, you will have a better understanding of your body. Zhao Enjuan had always been very satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's comprehension ability. However, in order to help Chu Zhongtian improve his potential, he still explained it in detail. I understand. Zhao Enjuan's detailed explanation had made Chu Zhongtian fully understand what force was, and how he should improve the power of force. Therefore, he was full of gratitude. He stood up and bowed respectfully to thank Sir. It's my responsibility to guide you in your cultivation, so there's no need to be so polite between you and me. Although Zhao Enjuan said he didn't care, he was very happy with Chu Zhongtian's respectful attitude just now. Disciple, since you have already understood how to increase the power and level of the stage, you don't need to continue suppressing the stage. You can choose to break through here. Here? Chu Zhongtian pretended to be puzzled and asked. Ever since he had known Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian had come to see him 9 times in the stone pavilion every 10 times. Therefore, he guessed that this stone pavilion was either very important to Zhao Enjuan, or it had a special significance for him to remember. Zhao Enjuan's hypocritical courtesy just now made Chu Zhongtian want to tease him. So he pretended not to understand and asked, "Of course not. I have already arranged a secret training room for you." Although Chu Zhongtian sounded puzzled, Zhao Enjuan was afraid that he would really choose the stone pavilion as the place to break through. He shook his head immediately and pointed out the direction. Wait a minute. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to leave the stone pavilion, Zhao Enjuan suddenly called out to him, "Master, is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" The next breakthrough would be related to the advancement of his power and the performance of the Qi transforming period. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian couldn't allow any mishaps to happen to him. "No, give me the 10-year-old blood core that you have collected in Azura's secret realm. While you are breaking through to the 10th level of body refining stage, I will help you exchange for the rare treasures that can help you increase your cultivation talent." After breaking through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, Chu Zhongtian was going to break through to the Qi transforming period. In order to let him cultivate in peace, Zhao Enjuan decided to try his best not to leave the courtyard before he broke through to the Qi transforming period. Therefore, Zhao Enjuan had to do all the preparation work before breaking through to the Qi transforming period. "Master, I have collected a total of 8 10-year-old blood core. Can I exchange them for some better rare treasures and pills?" Chu Zhongtian took out 8 10-year blood core from his storage ring finger and placed them behind the stone table. He looked at Zhao Enjuan with anticipation. In fact, he had collected a total of 9 10-year-old blood core in Azura's secret realm. The reason he took out 8 of them was because he had to leave behind a 10-year blood core as the source code for duplicating and paste procedures. Because in Azura's secret realm, in order to prevent the duplication and paste level from being discovered by the rules of Azura's secret realm, he had never duplicated a 10-year blood core program. Although a 10-year-old blood core had no effect on him, there were many people in the Chu family who needed a 10-year-old blood core to increase their potential and comprehension. Furthermore, when facing Lu Yuan in the Azura's secret realm, he had a grand goal in mind. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would need the sincere help of all the people in the Chu family. "No problem." Zhao Enjuan put away the 8 blood core placed on the stone table. After that, Zhao Enjuan said domineeringly, "If Merit Palace doesn't give me something that satisfies me, then I will tear down Merit Palace." Not only did Chu Zhongtian not oppose Zhao Enjuan's overbearing action, but he also agreed with it in his heart, because Zhao Enjuan did this for his own good. Furthermore, with Zhao Enjuan's strength, there weren't many people in the entire floating cloud sect who could pose a threat to him. As for those who could pose a threat to him, they wouldn't dare to stop him. Looking at Zhao Enjuan, who was leaving the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian seemed to have seen the expressions of the elders of Merit Palace. He couldn't help but chuckle. After that, Chu Zhongtian left the stone pavilion and walked into the secret chamber that Zhao Enjuan had specially prepared for him. After Chu Zhongtian pushed open the door and entered the secret chamber, The spiritual power made him very satisfied with the situation inside the secret chamber. Chu Zhongtian walked to the center of the secret chamber and looked at the crystal-clear white jade placed in the center of the secret chamber. He reached out and touched the white jade. A cool feeling went along his arm and stimulated his brain, making his thoughts clearer. Good treasure. Feeling the strange effect of the white jade, Chu Zhongtian praised it in his heart. This time, his breakthrough to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period was different from his previous breakthroughs. In the past, when he broke through, he only needed to control the spiritual power in his dantian. And this time, his breakthrough was related to whether or not he could increase his power. If he wanted to improve, then he had to completely control the changes within the spiritual power. If he thought of this, then he must have a clear mind to observe all of this. The white jade that could make his mind excited could also help him. Looking at the thick spiritual qi and the cold white jade, Chu Zhongtian's heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian never thought that the seemingly carefree Zhao Enjuan was actually a meticulous person. Sitting cross-legged on the white jade, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and expelled the emotions that had just emerged in his heart from his mind. After adjusting his state of mind, Chu Zhongtian began to absorb the sufficient spiritual qi in the secret chamber with all his strength. Then, he finally inserted the spiritual power into the dantian. In order to improve, Chu Zhongtian had already started to familiarize himself with and grasp every detail in his body before he broke through. Therefore, the speed at which he attracted the spiritual qi was not very fast. Even so, 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian's dantian could no longer store any more spiritual power. As he continued to attract more and more spiritual qi in the secret chamber, the spiritual power continued to be squeezed into the dantian. The originally quiet spiritual power inside his dantian was gradually stirred. The spiritual power inside the dantian began to go berserk. They followed the blood vessels in his body and started to fight against the bottleneck of the body refining stage 10th layer grand perfection stage. Before Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, he had already tried using the spiritual power to break through the bottleneck. The bottleneck of the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period had already been torn apart by the violent spiritual power. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had succeeded before he used up too much time and energy. In the peak courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, as the frenzied spiritual power easily shattered the bottleneck of the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period stage, Chu Zhongtian felt a rumbling sound in his mind. Along with the intense rumbling sound, the completely gaseous spiritual qi in the secret chamber was quickly absorbed into his body. Then, it transformed into a spiritual qi and flowed into the expanded dantian. When the stage broke through, martial practitioners would not pay much attention to the changes in their bodies when breaking through. Under the stimulation of the white jade ice-cold aura, Chu Zhongtian, who had been maintaining his consciousness, felt the changes in his spiritual power after the stage broke through. At the same time, he felt the changes in his body after the stage broke through. As he carefully felt every aspect of his body, as well as his familiarity with the spiritual power after breaking through, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel the improvement in his body. Although he couldn't use force right now, he had the most genuine feeling about the improvement of force. He could control the changes in his body and the spiritual power, which had a very obvious effect on the improvement of momentum. Chu Zhongtian, who was confident in himself, seized the opportunity to continue feeling and controlling everything in his body. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. When the violent spiritual power in his body calmed down and the various organs in his body were nourished by the spiritual power, Chu Zhongtian ended his control over his body. Spitting out a breath of impure air that had accumulated in his chest, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes, and a look of wild joy flashed across his face. Borrowing the stimulation of the cold white jade aura, he had been maintaining his calm mind. Through his thoughts, he carefully felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his control over his body had reached a very high level. This level of familiarity made him feel that his force had at least broken through to the second level. As for whether or not he had reached the third layer, he would try it out once he left the cultivation chamber and went to the open space outside. Apart from the fact that the improvement of force made Chu Zhongtian excited, what surprised him even more was that he had mastered all the changes in his body, allowing him to skip the step of consolidating the stage. Not only could he increase the power of force, but he could also directly consolidate the stage after breaking through. Chu Zhongtian was very surprised by the method Zhao Enjuan had given him. Suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Chu Zhongtian got up and left the secret room. After he looked around the courtyard, he was surprised to find that Zhao Enjuan had not returned yet. He couldn't help but worry if Merit Palace was deliberately making things difficult for Zhao Enjuan, causing him to delay the exchange. As a result, he hadn't returned yet. His worry only flashed by in a flash. When he thought of Zhao Enjuan's formidable strength, the one who would suffer the most would definitely be the Merit Palace. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian felt relieved and started to look for a place to test his potential. The surroundings of the stone pavilion would definitely not work. The stone pavilion was the place that Zhao Enjuan valued the most. It was the place that he usually stayed at. He could not allow any damage to be done to it. Not even the garden. The garden was the place Zhao Enjuan used to ease his mood. He could not allow any damage to be done to it. After observing it just now, Chu Zhongtian realized that there was no place in Zhao Enjuan's courtyard that could allow him to display his power to his heart's content. When he broke through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, whether the power of his power had increased or not was the question that he was most concerned about right now. Helpless, he could only retreat to the room that was used to rest in the courtyard. This place was more than 50 meters away from the stone pavilion and the garden. He didn't have to worry about damaging the stone pavilion and the garden when he unleashed his force, but the house behind him was uncertain. His shoulders lightly swayed, and an aura that caused the heavens and earth to change color rose from his body. After sensing the aura rising from his body, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the powerful aura of the aura was at least 3 times stronger than before. When the aura was fully unleashed, Chu Zhongtian began to control the end of the aura. About 30 meters away from Chu Zhongtian, there was a plant that was about 20 centimeters tall. It was not a very precious herb. The power of force enveloped the medicinal plant, and his consciousness controlled force. He directly uprooted the medicinal plant on the ground. He was able to control the herbs 30 meters away from him, which meant that he had successfully broken through to the 3rd layer. The fact that he was able to uproot the herbs with ease indicated that the power he had was at least at the peak of the 3rd layer. Perhaps when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he could also break through to the 4th layer with the help of the Great Stage, or even the level 5. Kid, it seems like you have gained quite a lot. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to withdraw his momentum, Zhao Enjuan's voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. After completely withdrawing his momentum, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly raised his head and looked over. When he saw Zhao Enjuan's appearance, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled the time when he was in sex competition when he faced Elder Luo who had reached the Divine Soul stage in Law Enforcement Peak, Zhao Enjuan only used a single thrown to kill Elder Luo who was at the Divine Soul stage. Therefore, he wasn't sure whether Zhao Enjuan had an intense conflict or not, and whether or not he had taught the people of Merit Palace a lesson in the end. Master, did the people of Merit Palace make things difficult for you? Seeing Zhao Enjuan appear in the stone pavilion in a flash, Chu Zhongtian asked with concern as he quickened his pace towards the stone pavilion. They dare, Zhao Enjuan said domineeringly. Even if I lend them 10 guts, they won't dare to go against my wishes. Furthermore, I used precious blood core to exchange with them. I'll give it to you. After Chu Zhongtian walked into the stone pavilion and sat on the stone chair across from him, Zhao Enjuan took out a jade carving box and placed it on the stone table in front of him. Looking at the jade box placed on the stone table, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at Zhao Enjuan. After receiving his signal, he opened the jade box and saw a fruit the size of a longan fruit inside. This is. After searching through all the records related to the spirit fruit in his mind and discovering that there was no information about this fruit in his mind, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly asked. This is a low-rank 6th grade wind spirit fruit. It can raise a warrior below the level 5 by 2 grades of cultivation talent. Zhao Enjuan's expression was indifferent, and he explained in a casual tone. A cultivation talent that can increase by 2 small grades. A cultivation talent that could increase 2 grades. When Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan's explanation, he stood up from the stone chair in shock. That's right. It can definitely increase 2 grades of your cultivation talent. Zhao Enjuan said with certainty. Master, I'm not sure if Chu Dan's medicine and spirit fruit have any special restrictions in the process of increasing the cultivation talent, so I hope you can help to confirm it. Chu Zhongtian asked with a somewhat nervous tone. Before Chu Zhongtian left the Chu family, with the help of the 7th grade low-rank rebirth pill, his cultivation talent had risen from the top rank level 8 to the 7th grade low rank. In the cavern that was left behind by a peerless expert in the Purgatory City's secret realm, with the help of the human spiritual root of one of the 3 great spiritual root, the cultivation talent had risen from the 7th grade low rank to the low rank 6th grade. After the sex competition ended, Zhao Enjuan fulfilled his promise and gifted him an upper rank 7th grade celestial sphere pill that could increase his grade by 1. Now, he had also used 8 10-year-old blood core to exchange for a low-rank 6th grade wine spirit fruit that could increase his grade by 2 grades. Chu Zhongtian was excited, but he was also not sure whether the celestial sphere pill and the wind spirit fruit could raise his cultivation talent to a low grade level 5. Therefore, he wanted to get an accurate answer from Zhao Enjuan. There is something you need to pay attention to. Nodding his head, Zhao Enjuan gestured for Chu Zhongtian to continue drinking the tea and explained. Be it upper rank 7th grade celestial sphere pill or low rank 6th grade wind spirit fruit, they are all top treasures that can be used to raise the cultivation talent's grade. Their improvement will reach the limit of a small grade. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Enjuan indicated for him to keep the wind spirit fruit and continued explaining. When you use the celestial sphere pill and wind spirit fruit to increase the cultivation talent's grade, you must pay attention to the sequence of consumption. You must first consume the celestial sphere pill, and then raise your cultivation talent to intermediate 6th grade. After that, you can use the wind spirit fruit's powerful effect to break through to the lower level 5 in one go. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head, and then he earnestly decided on every word that Zhao Enjuan said. The cultivation talent decided the highest achievement a martial artist could achieve in the future. Level 10 cultivation talent. The highest achievement in one's life to reach the Qi refining stage. A level 9 cultivation talent was the highest achievement a martial artist could achieve in their life to reach the body refining stage. Level 8 cultivation talent. The highest achievement in one's life was Qi transforming period. Level 7 cultivation talent. The highest achievement in one's life was essence gathering stage. 6th grade cultivation talent. The highest achievement in one's life was divine soul stage. Level 5 cultivation talent. Able to break through to the divine soul stage, becoming a mighty warrior whose name shook the entire southern domain. Not to mention, the higher the grade of a cultivation talent, the faster one could absorb the spiritual qi while cultivating. The more spiritual qi one absorbed, the faster the stage could break through, and the stronger one's strength would be. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was in ecstasy, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but let out a light cough, reminding him to continue listening to his teachings. Chu, just like when you consume the rebirth pill and the human spiritual root, when you consume the celestial sphere pill and the wind spirit fruit, when your cultivation talent increases in strength, it will also allow your mind to be in an ethereal state. This is also the best time for you to break through to the qi transforming period. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Enjuan used the divine sense to carefully observe Chu Zhongtian's current condition. He hoped to observe Chu Zhongtian's current condition through the divine sense, and after confirming his true condition, he would be able to properly arrange his next cultivation. Zhao Enjuan used the divine sense to observe his cultivation, which made Chu Zhongtian very nervous, because he did not know if Zhao Enjuan's divine sense would discover the sphere floating above his dantian, which was also the power of the space law. Fortunately, the power of the space law was good at hiding. Zhao Enjuan's divine sense didn't discover the existence of the power of the space law, which made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Disciple, although you have just broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, you have accumulated a lot in the early stages, and your potential and comprehension have reached the limit. Therefore, you can continue to break through the stage and continue to improve your strength. Through the careful observation of the divine sense, Zhao Enjun found that the situation after Chu Zhongtian broke through was even more perfect than he had imagined. He had completely reached the stage that could break through to the Qi transforming period. Kid, next, you will need to use the 200 years and 1,000 years old blood core to increase your potential and comprehension, and at the same time, raise your cultivation base to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period peak within 7 days. 7 days. It will be the time for you to break through to the Qi transforming period. Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9 is the time to witness your rise in the Floating Cloud Sect, Southern Domain, and Eternal Continent. Zhao Enjun said with an excited tone. Master, I will go and cultivate now. Zhao Enjun's excitement had affected Chu Zhongtian, but if he wanted to truly rise up in the Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9, he needed to rely on his own hard work. You have a good mentality. Continue to persist. The more Zhao Enjun looked at Chu Zhongtian, the more satisfied he felt. After returning to the secret room that Zhao Enjun specially prepared, Chu Zhongtian did not immediately take out 100-year-old blood core and consume it. Although his stage had been consolidated after breaking through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, all the potential in his body had not reached the limit, so it was not suitable for him to use the blood core immediately. Once all the potential in his body had been raised to the limit, he would consume the blood core to further increase his potential, comprehension, and strength. Time slowly passed. 7 days was neither long nor short. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, had his eyes closed, and his breathing was very rhythmic. At the same time, the aura on his body was completely restrained. No one could tell that he was a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period peak warrior. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. His calm expression did not change at all. After letting out a breath, he looked at the 2 yang opening fruit and the spirit integrating pill placed in front of him. 1 yang opening fruit was something he had duplicated using the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon and all the spirit stones in Endless Forest. The other yang opening fruit was the reward he had obtained when he had obtained first place in the sex competition. The yang opening fruit was a lower level 8 spirit fruit. It bloomed every 300 years, and it would bear fruit every 300 years. After 300 years it would reach maturity, and it could increase the chances of a martial artist breaking through to the 6th or 7th level of the Qi transformation stage. Looking at the 2 yang opening fruit placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian directly put them into the storage ring finger. When he first obtained the yang opening fruit, Chu Zhongtian thought that his hope of breaking through to the Qi transforming period in a short period of time was on the yang opening fruit. However, ever since he obtained the profound dragon fruit and the human spiritual root in the Purgatory City's secret realm, he realized that the yang opening fruit didn't have such an obvious effect on him. Now, with Zhao Enjun's meticulous help and the enhancement of the blood core, the bottleneck of Qi transforming period wasn't worth mentioning to him. As for the lower level 8 yang opening fruit, not only could it not provide him with any help, it might even restrict his talent. Therefore, these 2 yang opening fruit that he desperately obtained would become the guarantee for the body refining stage peak warriors of Chu family to break through to the Qi transforming period in a short period of time. In the peak courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak. After putting away the 2 yang opening fruit placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian's gaze stopped on the spirit integrating pill. This spirit integrating pill was also a reward from the sex competition. The spirit integrating pill was a lower level 8 pill. It could accelerate the process of spiritual Qi transforming into vital spirit. It was an essential item for a warrior to break through to the Qi transforming period. To Chu Zhongtian, a lower level 8 spirit integrating pills effect was even more prominent. Because after 7 days and 7 nights of continuous cultivation, he had gained a new understanding of his own strength, talent, potential, and comprehension with the help of the 100-year and 1,000-year blood core. His strength had already advanced to the Qi transforming period 5th layer peak. He knew that he could at least reach 1,000 kilometers in the range of the spiritual Qi when breaking through to the Qi transforming period, which was the standard of a peerless genius. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 kilometers was pulled into his body. If he wanted to convert all of these spiritual qi into vital spirit, he would need at least 1 to 2 months just by meditating. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian felt that 1,000 kilometers was not his limit. He might even be able to extend the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to 2,000 kilometers. Therefore, if he wanted to quickly transform the spiritual qi into a vital spirit, he needed to borrow external help. The lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill in front of him was the most suitable medicinal pill to transform a spiritual qi. The only regret was that the number of spirit integrating pill was too small, and there was only one. This regret did not exist for Chu Zhongtian. With the duplication and paste program, as long as he had sufficient spirit stones, he could obtain as many spirit integrating pill as he wanted. He took out 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone from the storage bag and let the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone pile up in a disorderly manner. He held the spirit integrating pill in his left hand and inserted his right hand into the pile of spirit stones. He immediately started the duplication and adhesion program. As the duplication and adhesion program started, the number of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone piled up together decreased at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. If he used the duplicating and paste program right now, it would not attract Zhao Enjuan's attention. Because Zhao Enjuan had already set up a restriction in advance when arranging the cultivation secrets, meaning that he would absolutely not peep at the process of Chu Zhongtian's cultivation. Although the spirit integrating pill was a lower level 8 pill, under the adequate spiritual qi provided by 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, spirit integrating pill after spirit integrating pill were duplicated one after another. 10 minutes later, the 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone had completely turned into a pile of white powder. The 3-pill bottle placed in front of Chu Zhongtian were filled with spirit integrating pill. There were a total of 30 spirit integrating pill in the 3-pill bottle, which was enough for him to use to transform the vital spirit. Putting away the pill bottle that was filled with medicinal pills, Chu Zhongtian did not immediately get up and leave. He cleaned up the white and pink color on the ground, and after ensuring that there were no traces left behind, he got up and left the cultivation chamber. After pushing open the door and leaving the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian looked up and saw that Zhao Enjuan was neither leisurely sipping tea nor admiring flowers in the garden. Instead, he stood in the open space in the courtyard and looked at the void in front of him. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Zhao Enjuan turned around and looked at Chu Zhongtian. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was like an ordinary young man next door. His delicate and pretty face revealed a trace of immaturity. There was not a trace of spiritual qi fluctuation in his body, nor was there a trace of a martial artist's fierce aura on his body. With such a perfect condition, even without using the divine sense to examine him, he knew that Chu Zhongtian had already made sufficient preparations. Disciple, the time you came out of seclusion is just right. It just so happens that you can see how your fellow disciples broke through to the qi transforming period and how they attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Enjuan's first sentence confused Chu Zhongtian. When a martial artist broke through to the qi transforming period stage, this was a grand and common thing. If it was in a remote small kingdom like Qi country, it was rare for a martial artist to break through to the qi transforming period in a few decades. Then, this would definitely attract a lot of attention. However, for the floating cloud sect, every 3 to 5 days, a disciple would break through to the qi transforming period. Therefore, the fluctuation caused by the breakthrough of the qi transforming period stage wouldn't attract too much attention. If a warrior could attract thousands of kilometers of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then he would attract the attention of many people. However, such a peerless genius was too rare. Even the floating cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, might not have more than 10 of them. No more than 5 disciples who broke through every year would have such achievements. I know what you're thinking. However, the disciples who broke through this time are the ones who have fought you in the sex competition. That's why their performance during the breakthrough can perfectly highlight your outstanding performance. Zhao Enjuan proudly said his thoughts while thinking, those disciples who are known as peerless geniuses, when they see the fluctuation of the spiritual qi produced by Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough, will they die in shame? Let's go! Although Chu Zhongtian wasn't very interested, Zhao Enjuan's interest was very strong. Therefore, he waved his sleeve and flew up to the sky with Chu Zhongtian. We can better observe the feeling brought by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when a warrior breaks through to the Qi transforming period. When they stopped on a snow-white cloud, Zhao and Juan explained. To be honest, Chu Zhongtian was not interested in who broke through to the Qi transforming period next. Chu Zhongtian stood on the snow-white cloud and felt the cold wind blowing past him. He couldn't help but think of the magic movies and TV dramas that he had watched before his transmigration. Every time he saw those deities standing on the cloud, he would be extremely envious. He wished that he was the one standing on the cloud. When Chu Zhongtian recalled the movies and TV series he saw before his transmigration, a faint rumbling sound suddenly came from the trial peak below the clouds. Along with the faint rumbling sound, a suction force gradually formed on the trial peak. This suction force began to condense the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the suction force on the trial peak became stronger and stronger, more and more heaven and earth spiritual power were drawn in. The range of the spiritual Qi's fluctuation quickly exceeded 5 miles. This person is the second strongest disciple of the outer sect, but the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he drew is less than 10 miles. It seems like he is at most a top genius. Zhao and Juan couldn't help but mock when he saw that the suction force of Trial Peak had only drawn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 5 miles. In the Trial Peak of Floating Cloud Sect, the ranking of the experts mentioned by Zhao and Juan reminded Chu Zhongtian of He Ying, who had just broken through to the Qi transforming period. He didn't expect that the second strongest disciple of Outer Sect, He Ying, would be belittled by Zhao and Juan. However, the process of breaking through wasn't over yet. No one could tell what the final result would be. Therefore, he didn't express any opinion. He just stared at the range of the spiritual Qi that was constantly expanding. 10 minutes later, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that He Ying attracted when he broke through to the Qi transforming period had already reached over 400 miles. At this moment, the suction force of the trial peak began to weaken. When the suction force on the trial peak had completely disappeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth He Ying had drawn was less than 500 miles away. In other words, the talent that He Ying had displayed after breaking through to the Qi transforming period was between a true genius and a peak genius. In fact, in Chu Zhongtian's opinion, He Ying's heavenly talent was definitely not limited to this level. His astronomical price should be able to barely reach the rank of a peerless genius. However, he lacked the courage to fight with his life on the line, causing the range of the spiritual Qi to be less than 500 miles. In the residential area of the Outer Sect's top 10 disciples, the residences of the ordinary disciples in Trial Peak were rows upon rows of houses. The top 10 disciples could enjoy the privilege of having their own courtyard. This was also a method used by the sect to stimulate the disciples to work hard in their cultivation. Similar to the Hidden Dragon Peak Courtyard 9 where Chu Zhongtian lived, the courtyard where the top 10 disciples of the outer sect lived was also separated by numbers of 1 to 10. In the second courtyard, He Ying, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, raised his head and looked at the completely disappearing pulling force. His face revealed an extremely unwilling expression. The range of the traction spiritual Qi was between 400 to 500 miles. According to the standard of a martial artist's talent, he was only between a true genius and a peak genius. This was completely different from what he had expected before he broke through. In He Ying's opinion, he had the strength of a 6th grade and a second layer of the Qi transforming period peak. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, even if his talent couldn't reach the level of a peerless genius, he could at least be considered a peerless genius. However, the cruel reality had given him a heavy blow, causing him to feel frustrated. One should know that Qi transforming period was the dividing line between warriors. Before Qi transforming period, martial artists could only be considered ordinary people. There was not much difference between them and ordinary people who could not cultivate. Only by breaking through to the Qi transforming period could one be considered to have truly stepped into the world of cultivation. Only then could one truly come into contact with some of the secrets of the Eternal Continent. And among the 9 major powers of the Southern Domain, as the dividing line between the Qi transforming period, the difference in treatment they received was even more obvious. There were at least 70 to 80,000 disciples of the floating cloud sect's inner sect. The resources in the sect were limited. If he wanted to obtain more cultivation resources, he would need to rely on the forces behind him, and most importantly, he would need to break through to the Qi transforming period. If he had broken through to the Qi transforming period just now, he would be able to draw the spiritual power's range to 1,000 miles, and he would be considered a peerless genius. Then, once he became a disciple of the inner sect, he would be treated as an intermediate disciple or above. Currently, the range of the spiritual Qi he drew when breaking through to the Qi transforming period was less than 500 miles. When he became a disciple of the inner sect, he would probably only be able to obtain the lowest level of treatment, or perhaps even the lowest level of treatment. To He Ying, this kind of treatment was a heavy blow that he couldn't accept, whether it was in his heart or his body. In the first courtyard, which was less than 10 meters away from the second courtyard, Luizong looked worriedly at the courtyard where He Ying was. The reason why he looked worried was because Luizong knew that his talent was similar to He Ying's. Even if he was strong, he would only be slightly stronger. When He Ying broke through to the Qi transforming period, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he drew was only about 400 miles. Luizong felt that the pulling force he produced was at most 500 miles. This was different from what he had expected at the beginning. Although he was worried that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he pulled when he broke through to the Qi transforming period wouldn't reach his ideal state, since he had already accumulated enough energy in the early stages, he had no choice but to break through to the Qi transforming period. Half an hour after He Ying broke through to the Qi transforming period, another rumbling sound came from the trial peak. This time, the rumbling sound was much louder than the first, and it attracted the attention of a small number of people in the depths of the sect. Along with the loud rumbling sound, a strong suction force came from the trial peak. In just a minute, the spiritual Qi in the sky above the trial peak had produced a fluctuation of more than 30 miles. Looks like Luizong is not bad. Although the range of the spiritual Qi he drew was less than 2,000 miles, he could still be considered a peerless genius. The changes that happened when Luizong broke through made Zhao Enjuan, who had high standards, praise him. In fact, it wasn't only Zhao Enjuan who couldn't help but praise Luizong. Even some of the higher-ups in the depths of the sect couldn't help but nod and praise Luizong. As the suction force from the trial peak became stronger and stronger, the pulling speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also became faster and faster. In just 5 minutes, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already exceeded 1,000 miles. At the same time, that person's speed of pulling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth still didn't slow down. In the courtyard of the trial peak, He Ying, who had broken through to the Qi transforming period, was quickly channeling the spiritual Qi into his body as he raised his head to observe Luizong's performance when he broke through. When He Ying heard Luizong's loud and clear voice when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he knew that Lu Ying's performance when breaking through to the Qi transforming period was much better than his. This caused a trace of envy to rise in his heart. When He Ying saw that the pulling force of Luizong had reached 30 miles from the beginning, it made him feel envious and jealous at the same time. When He Ying saw that Luizong had produced more than 1,000 miles of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he felt envious and jealous, but at the same time, he also felt a trace of hatred. At this moment, he felt that Luizong shouldn't have chosen this time to break through to the Qi transforming period, because his outstanding breakthrough contrasted with his mediocrity. This made him seem even more ordinary in the eyes of the higher-ups of the sect. When the range of the suction force reached 1,500 miles, the suction force on the trial peak began to weaken. When the range of the attraction force stopped at 1,800 miles, the suction force on trial peak completely disappeared.